Dun, 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 dun. I'm not on camera because I'm like starting the stream, guys.
Okay.
You just simmer down.
Toast. Are we good?
So hold on. We're officially
good?
live. All right. So now I just need to make sure the volume's turned down.
Are we good? Toast. Everybody.
Here we go. Coming in.
Let me get some kappa / in the chat.
All right, there we go. We got chat and we have.
Can you hear me? Toast. All right. Tin Clay says toast. Anybody else? Toast.
We've done it.
Toast. All right.
We're now live, coming at you straight through the power of the internet. Oh, let's see here.
Hello,
oh yeah, I forgot.
everybody.
It's like super delayed over there.
Yeah.
All right, that's fine.
Welcome.
Well, guys, as you know, I am at Puget Systems here in Auburn, Washington, and we're getting ready to build a really fancy, nice computer for somebody who won it. And it probably wasn't you, or you, but somebody won it, and we're gonna build it for them.
And there's a new command for today. So streaming.
Here, I better get on this. What?
Jerry and I are streaming at the same time.
Oh yeah, you guys can watch both streams. Just go down in the video description. There's a link to actually see his close-up screen of the workstation. You can put them side by side, mute one of the audio feeds if you want. It's gonna be cool. It's on Twitch too for all you YouTube haters. I don't know why you're here for your YouTube haters though. Got some splaining to do.
Let me make sure my video preview is good. Yeah, it looks okay. I don't know why I can't see my.
What are you trying to figure out over here, boss?
I don't know why my video. Oh, there it is. I don't know why I wasn't live. Okay, we're good.
That scared me a little, bro.
Yeah.
So what do you got going on over here?
We are building Colton's. I think it was Colton, right?
Colin? Colin S?
Colin's contest PC today. He says the link is not working. Barnnerd.com is not working.
Wait.
Always some technical difficulties.
BARNN. Whoa. Oh no, that was weird.
It may take a sec to redirect you to the YouTube channel.
Yeah, DNS was broken or something.
I'll just copy that in.
It's all good. It's all good, guys.
This is why I say I start around 12 o'clock because there's always some sort of technical difficulty.
Let's just sit here.
I'm gonna jump
why don't you jump in here and we'll just sit here and awkwardly look at the camera.
I'm gonna sit like half in frame.
As a matter of fact, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna turn the laptop here
to the direct YouTube
so we can see the live
rather than the redirecting thing seems to have been broken. Lots of air on the mic. Yeah, there's a big fan.
Ultimately, he's gonna need the box.
One of the troubles that otherwise I get.
Oh man, you ruined it. I was trying to block him, trying to get some suspense here.
Oh, there you go. Yeah,
that's pretty good. Yeah, we're in there.
So that it's not.
Kind of see Houston back there still. Actually, here I can move over further. Yep.
Cool.
There we go. Oh, perfect.
Nice.
Look at that. It's like we know what we're doing.
Who won? This gentleman right here.
Who's Jesus?
That's me. That's
somebody thinks you're
yeah.
Jesus. Well, it's not me. I'm not a carpenter. Let's see here. Why is everybody saying it doesn't work?
All right. Just
What do you
don't
guys
blow
say?
up the giveaway PC. Yeah, right. No magic smoke on this one, right? Can Barn say my name, please? Probably not, because he's not watching the Twitch chat.
I'm not watching the Twitch.
I will
I'm watching mine.
I will say your name.
All right. Well, I probably should do the rudimentary check. Can you hear us? Okay. Is everything good? I did my due diligence on this side.
For those of you who don't know,
What do we got here?
This build is one of our Serenity
Name my copy.
recommended systems. Super quiet. That's like the whole point.
These guys only know how to build quiet computers.
Quiet.
Do you guys get sad when you have to build a
let's
loud
see.
computer?
Actually, yes, we have a server going on right over there, and I can tell you because walk by and
I'm so behind.
That's sad time.
we actually are looking at. We have a server room back behind the camera, and we're building out like a rack in there so we can just shove the loud servers
Shove in the corner
there
so you don't have that noise.
while we test them.
4 GB Strix.
Oh, let's see what do we got going over
Bad
here.
boy, let's see, it's a Samsung 840 Pro 256.
Everybody's asking if they won.
For the primary,
No,
Western Digital Green
if you're
14
asking if you won,
secondary.
I'm guessing probably you didn't because
The
we're
winner-
actually we're building it right now.
The winner has been contacted.
Yep.
I know,
I imagine he's here.
Yeah,
Probably
Colin, are you
watching.
in the chat? Hey, Colin, if you're in the chat, make some noise, buddy.
He's in my chat. Colin's in my chat.
Just tell Colin to get in my chat. Come on, Colin. Why you gotta be like this?
Jerry's jealous that you're hanging out with me.
Okay, so Houston's stream can't really hear us. but Jerry's
can hear,
streams
yeah.
can hear.
Correct.
So you're on both streams.
You're on both streams.
Probably. I mean, if
Audibly.
you guys speak up real loud, the noise gate probably will. But
Hey!
a combination of the
Hey!
fan
Can you hear me on the stream? Hey!
Probably.
Don't tell Jerry to be loud.
Don't tell me to be loud. I'm a loud person.
Good evening, Renee. What's up, man? How you doing?
So, guys, this is the first giveaway I've done in actually a long time. This is like the first real tangible giveaway, didn't it? It went really smooth.
Okay, so
Yeah.
It was Puget Systems, Asus, and Fractal Design.
Yeah, and Josh at Fractal is the one kind of organizing the whole thing.
Yep.
He did great.
Yeah, no, he's probably in the chat. He said he'd swing by the stream today. But yeah, the giveaway was for a fully built gaming rig
Yep.
and one of your silent builds. And so, fantastic computers. You guys know that the main machine that I use is actually William, named after their guy. But that's a dual Xeon machine. You guys, if you haven't seen the videos on that, there's tons of them on my channel. Also, right now we're streaming on the laptop too.
Yep.
You guys are still waiting for a video on the laptop. Don't worry, that is coming. But the beastly laptop right now is doing all the encoding on the stream. So this is becoming a Puget family centric stream here. So now we need to figure out how to make this exciting for Houston here.
I don't know what
Look
to
at this
tell
guy
you.
just working his audience over here.
Look at him. I gotta update my bots and stuff.
Look at him just answering everything. The guy's over here just programming his little Twitch scripts. That's why I stream on YouTube, man. There's none of this Twitch drama. Everybody on YouTube's nice. Just look at that chat over there. Not a single negative thing in the whole thing.
Everybody's nice on YouTube. Right.
I know, right?
There's a slight delay between the video and audio on Jerry's stream, so it doesn't quite match up.
Is there?
Not sure if he knows about it.
Hold on. It's always something technical.
See? 200 plus viewers already. Snap. You're gonna have your work cut out for you, Shard.
Let me check what we got here.
You just apply an offset then?
Yeah, you can. I don't know why one's necessary now. Is there? Hold on. It's very, very minor. It's so minor I wouldn't even worry about it.
Let's see, two crucial DDR4 8 gigabytes.
So yeah, we're doing a dual stream here because Houston here streams every Friday at noon, putting together just computers that come through the through the shop. And so this time we're having Houston build the winner's PC.
Yep.
So we're doing this dual stream here. We're going to be here talking on this stream, and Houston's going to be building back here.
Yeah, we're going to try to make him really nervous the whole time. It's going to be awesome. But let's see here. How many? YouTube doesn't tell us how many people are in here anymore. Do you guys know how many people are in here? Because it doesn't tell me anymore.
I have over 200 viewers.
I'm guessing quite a few because the chat is just going like crazy right now.
Let's see here. 250, where was I? 256.
We're just getting warmed up. Once Houston back here gets all of his little Twitch things figured out,
hey,
then we're going to build a computer.
Like if my whole job was this, I would have been better prepared. But
Houston, come on, calm. Take a breath. Take a deep breath, buddy. All right, he's got this.
It's only a couple hundred people.
Just building a computer, bro. It's not rocket scientist. Scientist, whatever. It's all fine.
Let's see here.
Ooh, look at all those emotes. Jeez. Wall of emotes. 1,027 people in right now. All right, not too bad to start it off.
So when we set up the contest, or the giveaway, it was of course a Fractal R5 chassis.
Yep.
We have an Asus. I think we did a Z170A.
Correct.
Motherboard,
Yep.
that's right. 6700K, of course, top-end processor, 16 gigs of memory, DDR4, of course. We had advertised a GTX 970 video card, but with the shift over to Pascal to 1070 and 1080, we're actually running low on stock on those 970s. We don't really want to buy anymore at this point. So we gave an upgrade. We have a 980 going into the build.
Ooh, lucky Colin.
So that'll be nice.
Wait, you couldn't throw a 1080 in there for him? Come on,
well,
dude. Aren't those just, they're everywhere. They're just laying on the floor around here, guys.
We are selling every last 1080 we could possibly find, and we hope actually supplies starting to stable out on those things.
I think they're sold out pretty much everywhere, aren't they? Right now?
We're finally to the point where we're able to get ahead a little bit. We have a few extra 1080s, but boy, not very many.
Yeah.
It's every day we're trying to find more.
Well, I will be going up to 1080s, but we're waiting for the Strix cards because they're quiet versus the leaf blowers that are available right now.
Yeah, so right now we can get the Founder Edition cards, what you used to call reference cards, and that'll blow there at the back, but they're a little bit louder, so we are going to be working with Jerry on 1080s, but we want to wait for those quiet cards.
It's got to be quiet. That whole system was built to be quiet, and we got to keep it quiet.
Yeah.
Because it would be sad
Did you
after
end
all
up
the
doing overclock? on the 980s?
I did a little bit. I got about a 10% increase on them.
Okay.
But it definitely does kick the noise up. Like the fan profile definitely goes a lot higher and you start to notice it. But if you leave it at just the stock settings, even in games when it kicks up, just over even light game audio, you don't even hear it.
Okay.
But yeah, if you crank the fans to 100%, even on those Strix cards, oh, they howl.
Yeah. Well, when we put in the 1080s, we're going to have to kind of retune the fan speeds and whatnot. Take a look at the airflow again.
Yeah. No, actually, I think that'd be cool.
I'm not handling the YouTube.
I'm not sorry, I'm not up to speed. 1080s not all that bad actually, right? Compared to 980 Ti's.
Oh no, they're massive. As far as performance, or
no, sorry, heat.
Oh yeah, no, the heat's great on them because they're lower voltage. I think they're lower voltage.
Okay.
Like by comparison, watt per performance, they're like really good. And then AMD, surprisingly, did you see the new car was the 480s that are coming out of there? The 150 watt?
Yeah.
Like, I was a little surprised by that. I was like, AMD, the people that brought you the drink heater, like,
right.
now they're kind of going after the low power consumption. So I'm curious to see how that plays out.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I kind of, I tease AMD a lot. I really do. And I will continue to tease AMD a lot, just because that's who I am. But I really hope that they stay in the market and they get a foothold, because NVIDIA having the entire market to themselves, I don't want them to become Microsoft. I don't need Microsoft too much. NVIDIA, you guys need a little, just a little nudge every now and again to remind you that you can't just be complacent, like having the 1080 out for 10 years before you release something new.
I think a lot of people want to make sure that there's competition kind of driving things forward and keeping everyone honest and. Sure.
Yeah, because even Intel, I remember back when I was working at Microsoft, there was a press release saying that Intel had hoped to have the 32 and 64 core processors out like a year ago. This is like a long time ago. It's like 5 years ago, and I noticed that they just fell off trend because it's like there really wasn't any competition to it. Why keep innovating and putting yourself out of another product space unless you have a competitor pushing you?
And go ahead and keep the development going so that when your competitor finally comes out with a product, you can just slap it down with launching that thing you had in the wings.
Totally. Let's see what we got going on over in the chat here. Let's see who won the PC. It wasn't you, unfortunately. It was a guy named Colin S. He's probably in the chat somewhere, I'm thinking. Let's see what else we got here.
Hey Jordan, welcome.
When's the revealing? We'll reveal it when it gets built. We're still waiting.
There's
for
nothing to reveal.
Houston's still learning how to use Twitch over here.
No, I'm not.
What are you
doing? My intro.
Are you doing your intro?
Yeah.
Oh, here, can I help you with your intro here? I'm gonna help Houston with his intro real quick.
Sure.
All right.
Just getting everybody, telling everybody.
Ooh, that fan's nice, dude.
Isn't it though? I would die.
Welcome to Puget Systems live stream. Houston.
Everybody's still complaining about your audio being out of sync.
They just need to simmer down. Well, here.
I'm like, I don't do YouTube.
Y'all just need to simmer down about my audio not lined
Audio's
up.
fine.
It's funny because it's not a lot. I don't know. Okay, fine. Come look at it again.
Which is cool. Yeah, man.
Simmer down.
Too Jerry. Too much Jerry.
Too much Jerry. There is such a thing. My wife's told me. All right, let's see here.
Wow. Okay. So I think that's good for the intro. We'll get started like we always do. I'll pull the parts out and get them all set up here on the top view. Now YouTube is faster. YouTube audio is full of reverb and out of sync.
Full of reverb, really?
Wait, mine is
and then I see in your chat that people are saying audio's fine.
Oh, really?
You know what it is?
Versus Twitch.
People that are on your stream, they need to mute one of the audios.
That's what it is. If you're having a reverb issue, Jerry's got a shotgun mic behind me, and you're probably hearing both.
Yeah, that's totally
so yeah, pick one audio. It's the two streams are not in sync. Yeah, YouTube and Twitch are going to have different stream delays.
If anyone finds a way to sync up Twitch to YouTube stream.
That would be kind of cool.
Look at that, it's like Steadicam.
That's great.
No, we're going to do this while he's building it. I'm just going to take this and jam it inside the case.
So let's switch back to the top view here.
Look at this guy streaming over here.
Get started on this build.
That actually worked pretty good. All right, so did you like my intro I did there for you, Houston?
Oh, I wasn't really paying attention.
Come on. Actually, I'm gonna go tweet this out. Hey, everybody, if you're enjoying the stream, please go tweet it out. Go post it everywhere, except for don't put it on Reddit or 4chan. Whatever you do.
Yeah, that would be terrible.
Yeah, don't put it there.
Don't need to be doxxed. All right. Get everything set up here.
Sharing out the stream. Oh, now it's telling
50 watts. Answer me, dang it. How long have you been growing your beard? it got to this length within about 8 or 10 months. I've had it for like over 3 years, but I keep it trimmed to this length. It'd be probably belly button by now. Okay, so let's pull up Colin's order here.
Oh, I thought Hobbs was a mod. Oops. Gotta go fix something. Don't worry, guys. Be back in a second.
Right.
Just keep watching.
Gonna stay up on
try to
my
figure out how to configure Twitch.
checkoffs and stuff. We are starting the assembly. Yeah, I'm sure. Why not? Actually, I'll pull it up on my Twitter here. CJ Statler.
What's his YouTube name?
Oops, where'd it go? Oh, Stalter. My bad. There you are. Boom. It is done.
Well, I'm just assigning a mod.
Alright, so starting. Check the parts and stuff. Actually, I know these are all straight because this has been hanging out for a minute.
Greetings from Germany.
Just in case.
Greetings from Germany.
From Germany?
From Germany, dude.
How about
We got
Norway?
the Germans are in here.
Where's my Norwegian guys at? Where's those Hollandish guys?
Oh, there we go.
Spam. Top quality hashtags. Only a 980? That's cute. Only. Alright, that looks okay. Yep. Good.
Oh, now you kids will have to behave. I just assigned a moderator.
There's my processor. And
They love it when I do that, John. They love it. Because children need discipline. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they crave it.
My poor one mod is going to have his hands full today. It's, we're already at like 244.
You got 244 live viewers right now?
You're
nice.
over 1,000.
Little over 1,000, yeah, 1,056.
It's fine, I shouldn't have even said 244 because it's already 265 now.
So let's see. In order to get people in here, we need to offer an incentive. So if we get to 100,000 live viewers, we will hold Houston down and shave his beard.
What?
Don't worry, it's not going to happen, dude. It's one of those. Okay, let's make it 50,000 live viewers. Okay, that way they can feel like it's obtainable.
Yeah.
50,000 live viewers. We're going to take Houston outside and pin him down. And we're going to shave him. We'll rip his beard off. It's okay. It's okay, dude. Don't worry. It's not going to get there. We'll be fine. All right, so here, let's field some questions. Okay, well, we're waiting for Houston to get all set up over here for the epic build. We'll go ahead and take some questions over here in chat. It's funny, we've got so many monitors displaying everything. It's like,
yeah, if necessary, totally put it into slow mode. Don't let him freak out. Much better camera angle than Jerry's. Yeah, just because.
why does everybody always got to say somebody's better than somebody else?
Well, that's the point here, right? If you want to see the build, make sure you pull up the Twitch stream.
The corner thing is in the way. Jerry's gonna be distracting me. This is gonna take all day.
That's the point. We want this to be a 7-hour stream.
Sign the build.
If Colin wants me to sign it, I'll sign it.
Why not?
Hey, Colin, let us know in either chat if you want us to sign your build.
Sign it anyway.
Let's both sign it. Houston will sign it where you can't see it, and I'll sign it where you can. I think that's fair. Yeah, let's do this. Why not the 1080 though? Because the 1080 is very, very expensive. It's kind of hard to get a hold. Well, you guys said you got ahead a little bit. Come on, they're still kind of hard to get. You could sell those on eBay for over MSRP.
We started this. This goes back months. That wasn't available when we spec'd this out for the contest.
Yep.
And we spec'd it for a 970, upgraded to a 980. So we feel pretty good about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a 1080, but I don't think he's going to turn down a free 980.
I was pretty shocked at how well the 980 Ti's though still stand up for the surround gaming. Because 3 4-inch panels, I was able to run Battlefield 4 medium 60 frames per second across 3 4K screens.
Yeah.
That's the equivalent of 12 1080p panels.
Yeah.
Imagine a wall of 12 1080p screens playing Battlefield, and 2 980 Ti's are pulling that off, and that's including all the scaling issues involved with SLI and everything. And a single 1080 In the benchmarks, a single 1080 is like the equivalent of like basically like two 980s, right? Slightly overclocked. Have you seen?
You're probably in a better position to say than I am.
I think from the chart that I looked at, it was either 980s or 980 Ti's. Two of them is about the equivalent of one 1080, which is it's just huge for one card to be able to do that.
Yeah. Well, I think just to see how the two 1080s perform like with the surround view, because that's where they shine, right?
Yes.
With the multi-projection stuff.
And the VR stuff too. That's the other thing is the biggest contention point with VR has been performance. Because what you've probably noticed this too, because you've used HTC Vive, right?
Mm-hmm.
You notice that if you have a hiccup anywhere in the system where you drop a frame, your whole body kind of has almost like a seizure.
Yeah.
Like your brain's like, whoa, everything was 1-to-1 and now it's not.
Yeah, we're actually working on some benchmarking for that because for us, like, frame rate is important. You have to have high frame rates so your eyes don't kind of see this going on. But we're theorizing that it's actually those little dips in frame rate that are actually, they kind of suspend the disbelief. So we're going to be plotting like not just the average frame rate, but try to those dips. You'll see other benchmark sites doing that.
Okay.
They'll plot like the whole graph of the frame rates over time, and the point is not so much to have a high frame rate, although that is important, but the point is make sure it never dips. Right.
You want it to be consistent, and I think they said 90 frames. You want to hold a steady 90 frames per second. They found out that that's like anything under that, and you start to get kind of a vertigo.
Yeah.
And with the HTC Vive, they found that even people that get seasick and people that get motion sick are not experiencing that.
Oh, really?
All the people that with like the DK2 and everything, Oculus Rift, now they're not having that problem with the HTC Vive.
Okay.
And it's in the games where it's 1-to-1 motion. Because your body's used to it and everything.
You
and
actually feel like you're there.
Yeah, and I spent 3.5 hours in VR, and it's like, I'll be honest, even with the DK2, if I was in there any more than 40 minutes, I'd start getting almost kind of ill.
Yeah. 40 minutes. I couldn't last 10 minutes.
I'm hardcore, John. Hardcore. Let's see what we got going over in the chat here. Let's see. Jerry. Somebody said Jerry. Look at that. Our moderator's doing his job. Good job. Thank you, Hobbs. Hobbs in the house.
Yeah, so we'll be doing some testing to see, let's say like Windows updates going in the background, some virus scanner going. We feel like it's going to be even more important with VR that we have enough cores and enough memory and stuff that those things can happen and not have those little micro dips in frame rate.
You should also do some testing to see if registering the process is like real time or above average CPU consumption would keep other programs from usurping it.
So, are you up to speed on the Turbo Boost 3.0?
No.
So Broadwell's been a really interesting launch for us, and normally when you have a launch like this, you have just like a BIOS update and everything's good to go. Broadwell hasn't been like that. It's actually been a little bit challenging for us. We've had to work with Azus, get a bunch of BIOS updates and firmware fixes, and we still have a few things we're working through. And a lot of that comes back to this new Turbo Boost 3.0, and it's a pretty cool concept. So in the past, you'd have, if you use all your cores, it turbos up to a certain amount.
Right.
If you use a single core, it turbos up to a higher amount. And now Turbo Boost 3.0 actually identifies, like, okay, which of these 12 or 10 cores is the strongest, and then that one core will turbo even higher.
Oh, so it'll context switch things over to that core and basically drive that as hard as it can while everything else is idling.
Yeah, and so you can, and so because they don't have to accommodate, like, it could be any one of these cores that goes up.
Yep.
They can boost it even higher. So it's a cool concept.
It is a really cool concept.
But now you have to have the OS aware of which core things go to.
Yes.
Because it has to be like core number 7 is a strong core. And so now we have to not only have BIOS support, but now we have to have OS drivers going on.
Right, because all the context switching for the process is at the operating system level. So even if you know which core is the strongest, unless the OS knows.
Yeah. So dropping in Broadwell into a system, no problem. Getting all that Turbo Boost stuff to work properly, that's been the challenge for us. But it does open up opportunities like that, because then in the Intel application, from what I understand, I actually haven't seen it myself, but from what I understand, you can actually, your foreground application automatically gets priority, but you can also define then priorities.
Yeah.
And so sure, take your game, make sure that has priority, and that's going to get that strong Turbo Boost core at the higher frequency.
Yeah, because you've been able to do that all the way back to Windows 2000 was when I first started doing that.
Yeah, just processor affinity.
Just set the processor and thread affinity. You can basically say the logical processor and the core that you want to run on. And I used to do that back when I had 2 Celeron 300As actually running back in the a day. It was my first dual proc box that I ever built, and I had two 300As running at 450 a pop. And I was doing at the time I was running a game on one, and then I was doing something else on the second processor. I can't even remember; it was so long ago. But I separated them. I put a hard line between them. I said the second core the second processor can only be used for this one operation, and then everything else was offloaded on the other one. And it was actually a really slick experience.
Yeah.
I
you
like
can get
it.
around a lot of. So we found a lot of scaling problems. Say like with Adobe Premiere. And you've probably seen this too, because
I've seen every single problem with Adobe Premiere I think there is to be seen.
Well, so what we've seen is you have a single processor, and you keep adding cores, and you get really like linear scaling of performance, and then you drop over to a second processor, and the performance like levels off. You really don't get a whole lot more speed in most Premiere applications. And that's because no longer are the threads just talking to each other internally. You have to go through QPI between the two CPUs, and that introduces a lot more challenges. So I can see, sure, have all of one application on one CPU, all of another application on another CPU, and then you don't have to deal with those inefficiencies.
Okay. No, that actually makes sense. I know that context switching is actually a pretty expensive operation from a programming perspective. If you write a multi-threaded program that's constantly dishing out work across logical processors and then pulling it from one and putting it on the other, to do that context switch and the way that the memory addressing and stuff happens, it's actually pretty expensive.
Sure.
Because I remember a long time ago I learned this the hard way by writing a program that was basically spawning thousands of threads that only lived for fractions of a second, and over again, and I got a code review that said, okay, slap on the wrist, don't do this, because 80% of your CPU consumption is actually in the context switch and not in the operation that you're performing. So they had me rebuild it so that it used a queuing model where it would basically create 8 threads, which is how many logical cores I had, and then each one of those threads would then use a queuing mechanism to basically process things in order, instead of just saying create 1,000 threads and let the context switcher figure out, give this little time, give this little time, give this little time, finish one complete operation, then take another one from the queue and put it on top. So it wasn't context switching, and by doing that the program increased by over 80% in performance.
Okay.
So there is a time when you don't want to just create a million billion threads.
Right.
But we actually did have a test at Microsoft that did just that. It just created threads at an insane rate until it caused the system to fault and fall over.
Yeah.
Because they intentionally wanted to kill the system so that they go through the dump file and figure out where's the point that it failed, and when it failed, did it corrupt any other things that were going on at the same time.
Okay.
So it was like fault injection stuff, right? Wow. That was pretty fun stuff to do.
Seems over my head.
I miss doing software development stuff. Everybody keeps wanting the Nerdgasm series back, and I gotta get back into programming, guys. I haven't programmed anything in probably 4 months, and it's one of those things where it's like, it is kind of like riding a bike. When you get back on it, it just all comes back to you. But like right now, it's like in my head, I'm like, I can't really think of anything. I just sit down and just crank out, and that's a weird sensation to even think of that. Let's see, what do we got? Are you building the thing back here yet? Oh God, look at this guy! He's already building stuff back here. And you guys are you guys watching both streams? If you're not watching both streams, go click on the Twitch link down in the video description. You can open both streams side by side, and you can actually see the beard very up close, and you can hear him better if you want to listen to the audio on his stream, or you can keep the audio here and just mute it on his.
About nothing. It's a good thing everybody's looking at the top camera instead of the little one.
Oh, I just messed up your focus again.
Autofocus.
Oh, I see that about the UK in the brackets. We're trying. So we, boy, those brackets took off. And anyway, that was after the video here. So and
that was kind of a fluke thing too. Like we didn't really think
it.
We just mentioned it. Yeah.
So we were building all those and shipping them here. And it got to the point where it was like interfering with operations, like this little piece of plastic that we're shipping out.
He's talking about the GPU brace, right?
Yeah, because I mean, video cards now are so huge, and so lots of people need this little brace to hold it up so it doesn't sag and makes it safer to ship and move around. So yeah, we actually now we're building them by the hundreds, stick them in a box, we're shipping them off to Amazon, and then Amazon is doing fulfillment, and that's been a lot better for us. We can devote a solid couple hours to putting those things together, and then Amazon takes care of it. And we thought it would be like, well, good, because like the 10 or so we're selling,
right?
We'll just let Amazon take care of that. But once it got on Amazon, like it tenfold increased in sales.
Jeez. And you're cranking them all out on your one little laser
we
cutter.
Actually bought a second laser machine, and we're looking at even adding staff to take care of that stuff.
Oh, jeez.
But my point, though, I guess, is Amazon was supposed to also enable us to like, well, let's just flip a switch and we can take this into other countries as well. Doesn't turn out that it's all that simple. They operate a little bit independently from one geo region to the other.
Okay.
So we haven't yet gotten into the UK, but we haven't forgot about it, and we're still that's still on our list here.
Gotcha. So, would you guys, without further ado, like to endlessly harass Houston while he builds the Collins computer? Just let us know in the chat over there, and please go tweet out the stream. We need some more viewers. We only got 1,000 viewers in here. I'm starting to feel a little underappreciated here, guys. Hey Houston, are you ready to be heckled?
Okay.
Are you ready? Can you handle it?
I think so.
Is the beard?
That's
is the
if
beard
I'm paying
prepared?
attention enough. I got an audience to cater to.
You got an audience?
Yeah. If your delivery to the UK covers Northern Ireland, I may need to get it on.
Let's see what we got over here in the chat.
PC, so it's built by
Oh, it says
the
1,272.
gods.
My thing's not updating. We have 1,272 people in here.
Either tweet at us or give us a call. Talk to a consultant.
This is this guy over here talking about consultants.
I feel like
All
we
right,
can
we're
work
going
with
mobile.
you, but
We're going mobile here.
I don't want to overpromise because I don't really know a lot about how our shipping works.
Hey Houston,
What's up?
how you doing?
Pretty good, man. How about you?
You guys like this? The mobile cam? Actually, I got to switch it over so I can see the real time feed because I have no idea where I'm pointing this thing. There we go. All right, now I can see where I'm looking here.
All right.
And Elusive Houston building a computer
in his natural habitat.
in his natural habitat.
How often do you trim your beard? Oh, I don't know. Every 3 months or so, maybe. For the significant trimming, there's like maintenance, like once a week.
This just become beard talk.
It kind of does.
I'm just sad I don't have a fan. I'm like sweating bullets here, but look at this guy. Got a fan blowing on him, keeping him all cool.
Yeah.
Look at this. We can get the wide shot here.
Get that on
Look
there.
at this workstation.
Shout out to Puget. Thanks for sharing and etc.
There's John, the guy that owns it all, micromanages. This guy, oh my gosh, you can see the micromanagement this guy has right here.
A good dot is fine. But like for bigger like Xeon procs and stuff.
That guy knows what he's doing. Just look at the beard. It's true. The beard does give you like a false confidence that he knows what he's doing, doesn't it?
I'm not sure what that is. YouTube DB. I'm not sure what TMI you mean.
Wait, was that me?
To me, TMI is too much information.
Did I just beat?
I built a PC with H170A Pro. Is that a bad motherboard? No, I wouldn't think so.
It's a good motherboard.
I know the H170i is one that we use in our little bitty stuff.
He's like, I can't watch them both because they have different delays.
Yeah, people have been mentioning that.
Well, just turn one audio stream off. You don't
what I
have to
say,
listen
too.
to both audio streams.
Oh, thermal compound. We use the Arctic MX2
Ooh,
thermal
look at
compound.
this. Ooh, what's that?
Thermal interface material. Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Hey Josh, look at that. You're getting some video time. All right, that's enough. That's enough for Josh. So Houston, why don't you tell us what you're doing here? I want to know a little bit about your process.
I'm just putting in the RAM right now, getting the motherboard set up for the initial post, just to make sure everything is okay before actually putting it into the case.
Okay.
Because just on the off chance that something bad happens or there's just something weird with it, we like to catch that before it gets all into the case and wired up and everything. Because, well, like I had to do this morning, I had to do a motherboard swap because the top PCIe, the 16X top slot, wasn't recognized in a video card.
Oops.
So I had to pull everything out. Thankfully, it didn't like ruin the wiring a whole bunch. But we try and catch some of that stuff before it gets to be a problem. It only took like 30 minutes or something.
No, I noticed you're using the time-honored technique of building the motherboard on top of the box in which it came.
Yeah.
That is wonderful.
No real reason behind that. I think the mat's okay enough that it's not going to like zap it or anything. It's just habits from when I was trained.
John, did you train him? Who trained him?
Ruben.
Ruben trained you? All right.
And he was like, I'm out of here.
Oh, look. Oh, what are you doing there?
Hot glue,
are you hot gluing the fan on?
So that this doesn't come flying off during shipping and go rattling around and
new
stuff.
hot glue we have here.
You got new hot glue?
Yeah, we got black hot glue now. That's
Whoa.
so cool. Especially for in the back with like keeping the fan connectors and stuff together.
That's just
really
fancy.
A lot of people think that we hot glue like the power plugs and stuff to keep the customer from fiddling with it, and it's not a permanent solution. The hot glue isn't strong enough to keep you from.
No, you can literally like pull hot glue apart.
Yeah,
It's
it's
just
not a
not
big
split
deal.
from like vibration coming off.
Yeah, it's just to keep it safe for shipping. So, let's see what are people saying.
Everybody's like, Colin won the giveaway. Colin won the giveaway. Colin
timed out for
S1.
1 second.
There's still
Blue
people
and zip ties,
asking who
that's
won
right.
the giveaway.
That's right.
Doesn't it
Blue
even
and
say
zip ties.
on the Gleam page like who won the giveaway? Like,
Okay,
I thought it did.
Okay, so let's get this thing plugged in and powered up. Let's make sure that we're good to go to start.
Does Puget ever use Case Labs cases? That's actually a really good question.
Yeah, John, do you?
We worked with them a little bit, and actually we're working with them on a project right now. We have that quad Xeon system you've seen before. In fact, it's right over there. We can show you later.
Ooh,
we have that
we'll
quad
go take a look.
Xeon system, and obviously nobody makes a good chassis for a quad Xeon system.
Yep.
So we're working with Case Labs to design something from the ground up.
Case Labs makes pretty cool stuff. I still have an M10 case from them that my first liquid cooled rig was in. They're overbuilt.
And they tend to be like large cases, right? Which is what we need for the.
They're massive.
For the
You don't
quad
want
Xeon.
one of their cases if you have to move it around to land parties. That's a fixed case.
But we're impressed. It's well made. I mean, really good either paint job or anodization on there. The metal is nice, thick gauge, so we're happy.
Yeah, no, I've met the guys too at that company. They're awesome. They're totally awesome. I mean, Josh is awesome too, but come on, Josh.
Get this stuff plugged in here.
Josh, are you in the stream? If you are, sound off and chat.
Oh, Fractal Josh?
Yeah. What other Josh
maybe.
is there?
I don't know. We have like 2 Joshes.
The mighty Fractal Josh. Where are you, mighty Fractal Josh?
I'm glad you didn't say WoW. Nah, I never did get into WoW. I was a big EverQuest guy for a long time.
Somebody said you have a very soft voice and they can't stop listening.
Oh yeah, I try not to holler. I don't like raising my voice.
I actually just started taking singing lessons yesterday.
Singing lessons?
Yeah, because my vocal cords are irreparably
how much
damaged
difference is it?
from World
7,
Maker Faire, so that's why I lose my voice so easily at conventions.
Big.
And so now I'm doing vocal training
PJ
to try to build them.
My old computer used to have
And
20
singing is the way to do that.
Downloading
look at
games
this
on my
thing.
new Beefer computer only downloads at 4.0 now. Any idea? That's probably going to be something to do with
like just lowering
your
or
network
reducing.
setup more than the computer itself.
Hey, Houston, is it done yet?
No. It is not done.
I want to just sign this thing and be done. Come on.
Okay, so we're
Let's get moving.
a good post there.
Sup, Sam? Sup, Fallon?
We'll update the BIOS.
Sup, Fourth Planet? Kyle? Nathan? Wow, we got lots of
so
people in
this
here.
one shipped stock with 1702, and I think they're up to 1801 now. So.
I love that people just leave the comments, just mash the keyboard. Mash, 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 mash.
Whoops. Oh, somebody.
Now
Somebody got
we
timed
got
out.
a proper wide angle here. You know what's weird is I'm so loud that the shotgun picks me up at the same level being behind it as it picks him up being in front of it.
How do you know? Is there a meter?
Yeah, right here. See this meter?
Oh, yeah, okay.
See, so you're talking right there. Look where the meter's at.
So we're all balanced pretty well right
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
good.
If I stay behind the camera, behind the shotgun, where the shotgun is not supposed to pick up anything,
Still good, or
I'm
do I need
the
to
perfect
upgrade to X99? No, I don't think
This
you.
works great,
I mean,
guys.
I don't like to use the word need. You know, it depends on.
Somebody's
on
like,
your,
you said my name.
Depends on your
Yeah.
particular use case.
Sup on
Have you played
Batman?
Overwatch?
Will?
No, not yet. But
No
it looks
luck
like a ton
given.
of fun.
James?
Wait, see, I'm really
Man,
interested.
chat is just flying. Fusion stream
Using
isn't
the
loading
stock
for
fan,
me. Try
but
harder. Hit
yeah,
the refresh
definitely.
button.
Stock
F5.
fans are kind of good enough. You definitely want to bump it up, especially that 4790K.
Yeah, you aren't lagging out, right? No, he must not be. He's talking
This,
to people.
yeah, this is the previews. The previews just swirling right now.
And
on
they
my
use
side,
Mach
but
2
that's
fans
fine.
because those things are whisper quiet and they move a lot of air.
Yep.
They just look like they're like, what's that with that color scheme? Seriously,
It stands out. You can see from a mile
that
away.
color
that it's
scheme
a
was so
Knoxville
bad that Linus Sebastian had to
Yeah.
make his own
Yeah.
line of fans.
Hagany,
just
something
to get
You
away
know,
from
to
it.
we're talking.
my
We
GPU.
are
I do play
talking
a lot
to
of
them,
Battlefield
and we are
GTA 5
considering it.
Are you?
With a 1080 or do fine with
Yeah.
a 980
I mean,
Ti. Dude, right now
I
the
think it's
bottom
because,
has
yeah,
dropped out
You can see
on
from
the
20 feet
900
away.
series
Like it's a
video
marketing
cards.
thing. You can see from 20 feet away.
I mean, if
Mach
you're
2
looking to
fan.
drop the bucks, go ahead and get the 1080.
That's
but,
true
man,
because
you'll
like
totally
if it was any
be
other
fine.
color like orange or
You'll
bright
totally
yellow
fine
or
with a
something like that,
980
you could mistake
for
it for
at least
something
another
else.
year.
Nobody
or
else
two.
would dare have that color on their fan.
With that
Right.
with
So-
144 hertz screen.
That's
yeah,
one of the
you'd-
reasons
you'd
we
be
like
okay
the
with
fractal fans
980,
too, is
and you
because they
can
have
save
that
them
like black and
200
white
bucks.
color, and they make good fans.
So get a
Fractal
Titan
makes
X
good
GTX
fans.
980 Ti or wait for the 1080
And
Ti.
we actually were talking to them saying
I
like
was
don't
just
go
saying
all
there,
black. I mean
the
they have a
bottom's
black
dropping
line
out
as
on the
well, but we
900
actually
series.
prefer. I mean it fits the interior of the
So
case, the
that's-
color
I would
scheme,
look
it
into
fits
those
with our
first.
motherboard, and you know it's a fractal fan.
Houston,
when
what's the most
it's that black and
expensive
white.
computer? The
I kind
most
of want to do
expensive one
a
I
jerry
have
rig on
personally
restoring.
built was
Have you ever
like
re-oiled the bearings
14,000,
in a
I
fan
think.
before when it seizes?
But
No, but where did I? Oh no, I saw you do
most
that.
I did
expensive
it.
single
It worked.
computer
It
I think
actually
was around
worked.
30K.
It was a trick we used to do back when I worked at a little company called
My name-
Motherboard Computers. They're
976
long gone. They were up
50
in
degrees
Forest,
Celsius when the
Washington.
fan is not
But
on.
yeah,
Is that
we
temp
get
too
these
high?
computers
No,
in
that
where
sounds
they
okay.
barely turn the fan.
Yeah.
And you just pull the sticker
What
off
is
and
it?
you just take a really
Bald
heavyweight
Ryan
silicone oil and put it in the back and just work the fan for a
Right.
little
That-
while.
that
and
sounds
you feel
about
it
right.
start
I have
loosening
a-
up,
I
start
have a
loosening up, and then
976
run the
myself,
fan, and
and
then
it
the
holds
fan
about
will
right there.
eventually relubricate itself. You put the sticker on it, and
Everyone
it'll run like
pushed
that
out
for another
when-
year.
Oh, I don't know what Shard's talking about. Can you wear shorts working at Puget as a builder? Yeah. It gets hot in this warehouse.
Yeah, you got a fan blowing on you,
Yeah.
dude. For once, I actually have a reason to sweat. It's like legitimately hot.
How much did Barnacules' PC cost? Which one?
Yeah.
10,800 for the most expensive. Just a touch over 10. If it was in Australia, it'd be like, I don't know, 73,000.
Like 12,000. Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Did you see the picture I posted this morning? Oh my gosh, 1080s over $1,000.
What was in that 30?
God.
What was in
I
that
have a
30K
brother-in-law
build?
in Australia, and so
It
he's
was a
constant.
quad
In fact, every time he
Uber
comes over here to
rig.
visit, he like
ridiculous.
loads up.
Just
Where's
loads up and puts
Barnacules?
it in a box
Barnacules
and
over
ships
there.
it back. Yeah.
What are your personal PC specs? An i5 4690K, 970 Strix, a wimpy SSD.
A 970?
Mm-hmm.
Man, for shame.
Good enough, man.
For
It's fine.
shame.
Wait, you gonna give me money for a better
There's
video
no
card?
such thing. No, you just got to get more fans.
Yeah, maybe you guys could give me money.
Yeah, come on, everybody, get him like 100,000 fans,
Yeah, right. It's good enough. It'll hold
and then
me off
AMD
for a
might
year.
send him one of their 480s if he's lucky.
That'd be funny. I have an Intel i5 4690. Should I upgrade to the 5820K?
Future Gen Gaming is leaving because apparently
Yeah, why
nobody
not?
replies. See ya.
Why won't the video load? Yeah, if you're having troubles with the video loading, best to just refresh. Sometimes Twitch just is weird like that. My own video preview is sitting there spinning.
Build an IBM mainframe. Only IBM can build an IBM mainframe.
Well, you know, so IBM sold out a lot of their stuff to now there's open power
So the board
processors.
is.
Have you
we
followed any
posted
open
it
power
and
stuff?
No, I
updated
haven't.
the BIOS.
So yeah, there's now this
now
open
we get
power. It's an
into,
open standard.
case
So
prep.
you're going to start seeing, like from Tyan and I think ASRock and a few others, you're going to start seeing these open power
See, you think I
boards
could
and
run the Division,
processors that
Battlefront,
we're
and some
keeping
other new
an
games
eye
at
on.
60
If that
FPS
picks
with
up
a
a little bit in
970.
the
Absolutely, I
scientific
run
side,
Division
start selling that
at
stuff.
60 FPS on a
Interesting.
970. And I have
But you know, it's going to need its
most
own
of the graphics
compile,
maxed out. I think I have
its
some
own
of like the
OS.
fog and the
It's a
fog
totally
stuff
different
turned down a little bit.
That's
But
crazy.
yeah.
Is it anything that you think Microsoft would take an interest in building for? Like
okay,
making
that's a little
Windows
inappropriate
distribution
there.
for, or do you think it's just going to be a Linux thing?
Let me see here. How do
I think for now it's a Linux thing. I mean, this is a
timed out.
yeah, like I said, like
Twitch
mainframe
uses
type
Flash.
of
It's a mess.
application.
I thought they moved over to HTML5.
But who knows? I
a
don't know
while
what
back.
Microsoft.
Like
you
right
know,
around the
it's hard
same
to
with
predict
the
what they're
Amazon
going to do anymore.
acquisition. I thought they moved their
I just
player
was asked to
over
put the winner's name in an overlay.
What kind of PC
Hold
is
on, guys,
streaming?
let me do this.
An Intel PC. I've got the actually I have the 6900K in this thing. Which is funny. I get corrected all the time. It's like, no, it's a 6700K, right?
yeah,
I go,
yeah.
no. If I could show you, I would show you. It says right on there, 6900K, and it's fancy pants sample.
Can I make this like?
All right, we got to prep the case now.
Select, there we go. Outline, drop shadow. There we go.
And since there's nothing going on, we'll just
There you go. Colin S is the winner. There. Because everybody keeps asking who won, so I just put it in the overlay.
Will this PC case get a special engraving? I don't know. Not to my knowledge.
Hey, you guys having trouble with the Twitch
Are
stream?
you able to generally describe which settings in a game affect CPU versus GPU? Most everything is going to be GPU.
Have we heard about the AMD RX 480? Yes.
As far as graphics.
We have. It's a GPU that might come out.
Details are sparse.
Yeah, it might compete with NVIDIA's offering. It might not. It might be cheap. It might not. As we know from,
Twitch
I mean,
does not
NVIDIA
use
came out with the
HTML5.
MSRP,
I thought
and
the
not a
player
single
was
1080 has
HTML5.
adhered to the MSRP that they said.
So I'm having unstable issues
oops.
with some games I play on my 6400
suggested
overclocked. Would it fix my
retail
issues if I switch up?
That's true. That's true. But usually
Understand
suggested
we're
retail
talking
price.
non-K,
Usually
not a
people are
great
trying to
idea,
beat
still
that,
seems like
like
it's
not
could be because
go
it's
above that.
It could be.
That's really weird.
You might just fiddle with the overclocking settings a little bit. If you're getting stability issues, it could just be like the voltage is a little too high or something.
Houston, overclocking is bad. Nobody should ever overclock their stuff. They should just buy
I tried
faster
to
equipment.
push mine to 3.9 because that's what it turbos to.
Yeah.
And I was getting ridiculous hotness with
Yeah.
Prime 95. It screamed up to like 90C
Yeah.
instant, and so I just left it alone.
My favorite overclock was the 3930K I had that I actually got stable at 5.1.
That's insane.
Yeah, it started out at what, 2.4? That was on liquid though.
Will Puget ever offer any other accessories other than the GPU brace?
What? Like what?
Yeah. What do you mean? What other accessories would you like us to offer?
I mean, we've looked at, there's one thing we were looking at the other day was a mount that you can put on your PCI brackets to attach a fan to cool like low-profile cards.
Right.
But the problem is, problem is a lot of the stuff that we make here is so like specialty, just very, very specific configurations that we're a little hesitant to just like stick it out there on Amazon because people are going to buy it. It's not going to be for the right configuration. And there's going to be a lot of challenge.
I even have I have a 39-inch monitor.
I'm actually really surprised though that graphics card manufacturers haven't started building their own supports because it seems like it's such a common problem.
Or chassis providers. Josh.
Yeah, Josh, what's up with that? You probably got some pull at that Fractal Design place.
Yeah, we actually have not brought that up to them at all. But yeah, somebody, I mean, the whole like ecosystem has built around like an assumption that video cards are a lot smaller, and they're just not anymore.
No, it's pretty crazy because I remember what was it, the 680? I think I had an NVIDIA 680 that had a massive heatsink on it.
Yeah.
And you picked it up, and it weighed more than like the motherboard CPU combo together.
Yeah.
All on a card that's plugged into the motherboard and hanging off a slot with a screw.
Little strip of plastic.
Yeah.
Will Puget ever say hi, Mac?
Hi, Mac.
There you go.
What's up, Mac?
I just did.
What's going on?
Did you get a Puget computer for
What's
working
going on,
at
Mac?
Puget?
I can't reach. Hi.
Don't spam.
Uh-oh. I know that voice. You angered the beard.
Should I upgrade to Skylake? Yeah, probably.
Easy.
Stuck on the motherboard.
So what are we doing back here? Like
case prep. We're doing case prep.
Okay, we're at the case prep stage
hard
now.
Drive trays, get the motherboard standoffs and stuff in there. Rotate fans. Actually, take this fan out. Put the good Noctua one in its place. Jerry, YouTube stream is like 3 minutes behind.
I believe it. Are you guys actually seeing the 1080p feed? Because for some reason I couldn't pull it up. Let me see if we're actually streaming
it's okay
at 1080.
To tase Jerry if you need to. What? Fractal Josh tells me it's okay to tase you.
You have a taser? I'll let you do it. Who has a taser? Oh, there we go. Oh, whoa.
According to CPU-Z, I'm running 4.3.
We're actually streaming at 1080-60?
Nice.
I didn't even know I could do that.
Too much voltage. It could be. Like every CPU is a little different.
I did not know that I was
like,
streaming
even
at 1080-60.
where they're cut from on the big wafer has a big difference.
Crystal Plays,
on the
why are you
quality
sad?
of
Are you
the
sad because you
processor,
didn't
even
win?
from the same like
are you QQing?
model and stuff. Like I couldn't push mine to 3.9 and hold steady and be stable.
Everybody talking about 1080.
So it becomes a bit of a trial and error thing with overclocking. That's why I gave up.
Oh, Southern Steak asks, is Jerry reading
I don't have
comments
the
that
patience.
sent donations? You know what? I don't even have the email open. Let me go do that.
Just keep trying. Fiddle with it until it works. Wow, it's fast.
Well, that's true. On the Twitch side, we have that like low lag option enabled. So yeah, it probably is a lot.
Yeah, I definitely don't have that.
Silicon Lottery. That's it, Captain Big T. The Silicon Lottery. Is there any chance to get a GPU brace in Germany? Maybe.
I guess. So we had some. Maybe we should do. So there was somebody we partnered with over in Europe.
Yep.
And we should do is just talk to him and see if like maybe we can send like quarterly shipments of a few hundred of these things.
I'm not a big enthusiast
of the braces.
Of the braces.
Yeah.
I think Gleam is unfair to friendless people. Sorry. Hi Edgar 584. Hello. Where can I get a GPU support bracket? My 1080 is
So let's see,
sagging.
Nathaniel Pickard said,
Amazon,
hey man, I enjoy your content. It's cool to see someone being as
actually,
crazy but yet serious as you. I've never been serious.
Oops.
Serious is not me. Come on.
I'm a professional.
Question, are you going to do video gaming ever again, maybe while drunk? Requested.
Boom.
Should totally do a Family Guy milkshake
I think Shard set that up.
I can't promise that I won't do a drunken gaming thing again. That probably will happen because that's just fun.
I wonder how many people are going to buy from Puget Sys because of this stream. I hope a lot. Job security. When do you think
so Eric noticed, he's my moderator, he noticed a bunch of people in chat asking about getting those brackets in Canada
finished the
and
build
UK.
today.
Yeah.
So
okay, all right.
So yeah, I mean,
at this point we don't have a way to do that. I mean, there's a super obscure way that you can do it.
Yep.
There's companies like
oh no, it won't.
Was it like myus.com, myus.com? What they basically are is a freight forwarding company. You set up an account.
Wednesday, maybe?
You then tell them to like go to Amazon and buy this thing. and then when they get it, they ship it to you internationally.
have
But for a
750
GPU
on
brace,
my
I mean, that's going to be like $100.
That seems like a lot of hoops to jump through, just to get a piece of plastic,
Right,
essentially.
right. And that's the challenge with a lot of this. Like, we'll ship our PCs all around the world,
Yeah, man.
but it makes
Yeah,
sense when you have like a $30,000 quad Xeon. Sure, shipping it
see.
to Germany is no big deal, but a $9 or a $20 piece of plastic, yeah, you have to be a lot more efficient with it.
Don't
I
let
wonder
beer
if
stores sit
any,
around.
like...
Yeah,
Well, I mean, you
order
got
system right
Amazon
now.
Canada, though. Can't you just ship, like, a bunch to Amazon Canada
Yeah.
and just have them hold them?
Yeah,
in?
and we should look at that. So the challenge has also been, like, we're experts at building PCs, not at exporting.
It
And
looks
for
like-
years,
it looks like
we've
it's gonna
been
be doing
butting our head up
through
against the
FedEx
wall,
home
like trying to
shipping.
figure
At
out
least
how to
that's
do
what the
these
work
export
order
things
says,
right.
Colin.
We gave up about 6
But-
months ago and partnered with a
so
local company here.
don't-
And they do
yeah,
all of our
don't, like-
international logistics. And so we actually haven't revisited the whole topic
take
of,
my
well, should
word
we
for it,
expand
you
these
know what I mean?
brackets to
We'll get you-
international?
we'll get you the tracking
Because now we can
number
actually
and
use
stuff at
them
some point,
to get to the
and,
fulfillment centers in other countries.
We'll be able to
So
see.
That seems like the easier
It's
route.
not off the
Case
table.
badges or
It's just
stickers for
we're
sale? Is that something
the
you
biggest
want to
thing
preserve your
that
brand?
holds this kind of stuff back is we're prioritizing our time.
I wouldn't say
And
preserve
at
your
the
brand,
core,
but it's
we're a
just-
PC
we
building
build
company,
PCs.
and we love enabling the community with things like these GPU braces. But there's a point at which,
Can you build
like,
a
we just
PC
can't justify our
blindfolded?
time doing that.
Probably could.
Well,
Probably could.
I suppose,
It would take me a while.
as a stopgap, I guess we might be able to give a couple of them away.
Yeah.
We could do that.
What, international?
I could handle the logistics on that.
Oh, you can do the international
I'll
logistics?
do it.
Based out
Just
of just the state.
give me like 5 or
We're
10 of
in,
them, and
We're based
I'll
out
just
of
give them away.
Washington,
No problem.
Auburn,
So
Washington.
we'll figure that out offline, guys. But I know I've gotten a lot of requests from people wanting that bracket, and I think that'd be cool to give a couple of them away.
Hey, maybe we could partner up with a YouTuber in Europe or in
Ooh,
Australia,
That's a good
and,
idea.
and
That's a good
ship
idea.
him a box of these
The-
things, and then do a giveaway like that.
The boss.
That's no, I like that even better.
So,
let me go through
nice.
because I have a catalog of all the other YouTubers.
What
Or
would
I
be
just
the better
don't
choice
memorize
between a
where they
1070
currently live
or
Yeah.
980?
in the planet. But I know I got some English ones, I got some Scottish
If you got
ones.
the money,
Absolutely,
get
we
the
can make that
1070.
happen.
Cool.
If you don't want to wait and you
that's
want to
mine.
save some bucks,
Ooh,
go
food
with
just
the
arrived.
980.
All right, guys, I'm not going to talk for the next half an hour. Just kidding.
Look, special guest.
Lunch.
Do you want this here or?
Oh yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah,
I didn't
we'll
know
go.
what the
Just send
rule
it there.
was.
Let's
by the
see. The
computers.
boss gaming says he's calling.
Are you
I'm
done?
I'm not
I
going
don't
to
know
just
if he
chow here
is.
on stream.
But yours
but
done?
it's
Yeah, I'll just take it over here, like with Jerry.
Yep.
Thank
let's
you.
see here. 3D print the parts. Well, not everybody
That's-
has a 3D printer.
But that's not too far off.
Yeah, you could 3D print that design though, right?
these.
Yeah. I don't know if it'd be strong enough today.
Well, I actually got some crazy filaments
Is it
though
worth
that you guys
upgrading
probably have
from a
never dealt with.
970
Like
to a
Yeah.
a company sent me this stuff called poly.
I have a 970.
It's
and
poly-
I'm gonna
it's
wait at least
polycarbonate.
a year.
Uh-huh.
Extruded
Oh,
polycarbonate.
really?
Yeah,
Well,
and they actually 3D printed a hook and it held
Because it
1,000
does
pounds.
It's
everything.
on. Thank you.
It does
Really?
everything
Yeah,
else.
they lifted 1,000 pounds off the ground.
Okay.
And they even 3D printed a jack and actually like a scissor jack and actually set a car on it.
Yeah.
And it looked like it was about ready to smash.
So
it.
is it strong? So the deal is like with the acrylic,
We're gonna go back to top
it's
now
it's
that
a
we're
beam that
working on
goes out.
this.
It has to be strong in this direction.
Yes, polycarbonate doesn't have a massive amount of flex to it, as long as there's some thickness to it, which
Okay.
I've seen in the bracket. The bracket's
Yeah.
fairly
Yeah.
thick.
Yeah.
Do you guys have the
What
CAD
webcams
design
am
for
I
that?
using? I'm using
Yes.
two Logitech.
Would you send over to me the 3D print one?
Pretty
Sure.
much
I'll do a
hands
video
down
on it.
the best.
I'll 3D
Send
print one if it actually works out.
webcam you can
And maybe
afford.
like a little bit of modification to it for
What's the
3D printing, like an
headset? The headset is
I-beam
a
type of style.
Sennheiser Game 1.
Give you
Yeah.
more
Reinforce it for FDM
I
style
will-
printing.
I'm a total.
That's a good idea. Would you
Yeah.
guys like to see that? You guys want to see me do a video on 3D printing the actual GPU bracket and fitting it? I think that would be a
That's
cool
actually a
video.
great idea.
And the other
And then we
thing
can
too
just
is-
Thingiverse, and we can
Thingiverse it
they can
and
print it over there.
That's a good idea.
They have
That's
fab labs in Germany, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
But
Oh yeah, there's
why?
so many places like Shapeways and stuff like that that do 3D printing on demand.
You-
Yeah.
And something that's that
are
small
not-
wouldn't
you're
be
not
that
gonna see much of
expensive.
a
It'd probably be
difference between
cheaper
Yeah.
than ordering
equivalent
internationally and
Xeon
having to
versus
deal with all the
like a
shipping and
6700K.
customs and
That's a
everything.
better.
like that.
That's a good idea.
Totally. Apparently, me for president in 2016. I probably could be president. With the way things are going now, I'm just gonna put on record. I probably could be
Appreciate the
president. My mom would be proud. Let's see
So would you
here.
consider people buy the 1070 or the 1080?
Yeah, everybody's
It
yes,
comes down
yes,
to the
yes,
money.
no, absolutely
Comes down to
not,
the
yes,
money,
yes,
man.
totally,
Where
yes,
you want to
no.
put the money. Hello, Houston. Hello.
This is the internet. People are like, no, do not make that 3D printing video. Even though your
Colin
channel's mostly 3D
McCrae
printing stuff.
How do you get 60 FPS with the C920? I can't get mine to.
We didn't intend to.
There was a setting.
It just happened.
Do you like peaches? Yeah, man, peaches are great.
I saw somebody fly by asking if why they got banned. Hobbs is the moderator. She'd have to
Mod
ask
the
him.
headset. The Boss got me a little puff ball that goes over the end of it. So I guess you could say it's a bit of a mod, but nothing serious.
Sweet as
Do you guys build servers? Yes. And not just rack-mounted servers either.
They love it when you
do a
order
cool
really loud
dual
computers.
Xeon.
Like when
We
the
do a
specs
dual
like
Xeon
demand you to have.
big,
Oh my gosh!
in the Refine XL.
This chair is like that's a chair,
So
guys.
it could be a
I think the
desktop
lock's on
server
now that I
as well.
see it.
Is it really?
Finally ordered that.
I keep waiting for the wheel to just pop off.
Dude, Martin Luke, it's fantastic. These
I think
are
we just
really,
fixed
really
it.
good headsets.
Yeah.
There we go. Problem
I
resolved.
got
That was a
the
chair,
game
guys.
one because they're kind of open, and I like
Houston
being able
for
to hear what's
Prez.
going on around me.
Wow, this is really delayed.
So your recommendation for a Twitch streamer, gamer, Xeon Proc, Skylake
All right,
Proc,
I'm currently
Haswell
watching
E.
chat, guys. So I'm gonna be looking for
Between
questions.
the
Realize
Xeon
the
and
stream is
Skylake,
3 minutes
you probably
delayed.
won't see too much difference. If to narrow it just to those two, I would go with the 6700K.
Somebody said
You're asking about like recommended specs?
For a streamer, gamer.
Oh, yeah. So we have that recommended system on our website now. If you go to our website
that's right.
and go to solutions and then content creation,
Yep.
there's a whole streamer configuration.
Yeah.
We like talk about all the benchmarks.
I forgot I worked with
You
William
did that,
on a
yeah.
little bit. Yeah. So we actually have a set of recommended systems on our website for that specific use case. Do you guys ship worldwide? Not exactly.
Only to Australia. No, I'm just kidding.
So our website will enable UK, Australia,
So UK,
Canada,
Australia,
Mexico.
Mexico.
But we can do, it's like 60 other countries. It's just on request. We have to go through a lot of validation of like,
So
you're not a terrorist, that kind of stuff.
For a lot of the international stuff, we'll kind of work with you a little bit.
It really doesn't make sense unless it's a real high-end PC. Otherwise, the costs are just too high.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay,
Sorry, it's hard to be on like two streams at the same time with a 3 minute.
It's actually kind of like a fun little experiment.
I actually kind of wonder if we ought to be like, maybe we ought to just be our own deal. I don't know.
Be our own deal outside. Yeah, we might break away here in a minute. I think that's
Or
probably.
you know
not a
what?
bad
We could
idea.
also. Why don't we put the camera on Houston? We can eat.
Yeah, let's do that.
I see how
All right, we're gonna make Houston work.
Hello, Jimmy W35.
All right, let's,
Recommend Gigabyte GeForce 730. Blah, blah, blah. The 900 series cards are dropping in price, man. I would go with one of those if you can afford it. Holy moly! Should I change out from a Corsair all-in-one cooler to an air cooler? No, I would stick with the liquid cooling unless there's something wrong with it.
there you go, Houston. You're
How many
on cam.
PCs you built in a day?
We're gonna eat our lunch and just let Houston sweat
That's
bullets.
fine. Yeah, and I stare at my food.
Houston, you better watch my chat. You see my chat right
I
there?
see
You better
it, but
watch it.
I got
Hey,
500 people
watch
to pay
both of
attention
those
to on my own.
chats.
Yeah, 500 people.
450.
Man, I brought the game.
Let's see. What Sennheiser do you have? These are the game ones.
All right, guys, meet lunch really quick. Don't worry, we're gonna keep the
Fantastic
stream going.
nipples. This is the
If
game ones.
if you want to go heckle
Where can I get the
Houston,
Puget
just
System
go over to
GPU
his
brace
Twitch link.
from
It's down
in the
video
UK?
description.
Probably not, actually. At the moment, we only sell them on the US Amazon.
Uh-oh.
Best case for dust-free build, impossible. Dust-free, that's impossible. Fractal Josh, if you get a chance, you should show the wall of fractal cases you have on the racks there. Oh, sure.
Ooh,
Sure.
up there? Here, I'll put that on this too. Yeah.
Yeah. Here, check this out.
You guys want to see the wall of fractal cases?
We order fractal cases by the shipping container. As you can see over there.
That is a lot of
something
cases.
Like 300 and something XLs. Yeah.
Those are all fractal cases. Crazy.
Yeah. Lots and lots of fractal cases. Hey, Josh, by the way, so when are the changes to the Arc MIDI going to happen? When is there going to be a revision 3 for the Arc MIDI and get rid of that Molex connector? Okay. Do you think if NVIDIA created a 1060, will it be affordable like the 960? Hey man, the 10 series is already pretty affordable. For bleeding edge technology, it's pretty affordable already. Do you need a warehouse worker? I can drive the truck. No, I think we're good, man. But we have other positions you might be qualified for, so don't feel bad. But I'm pretty sure aren't you in the EU, Hagenese? I don't think you're one of my Norway guys. So, I don't think you could remotely drive the truck. I'm showing 625 watching, rocking. Oh, mine's probably behind a bit. I haven't refreshed the page.
Everybody's saying that my stream is actually like way behind yours because you guys are using the fast broadcast setting and I'm using the slower, more transcoded setting.
Oh, that's true. That's true. That makes sense. What's the cheapest gaming PC Puget has sold? Probably around 1,000. I'd say probably like 1,100 maybe.
Yeah.
But there's all kinds of customization options. You could tweak it to get it real. But you're probably looking at around $1,000 no matter what for the cheapest. Question: can you water cool and overclock your beard live on stream? No. Trying to make the computer more silent. What is reasonable min-max temperature for 970? Couldn't tell you, man. I just do. I let it all handle itself. I don't fiddle with that stuff myself. But I'm sure Twitch chat can. Twitch chat knows everything. All right. Let's get this bad boy in here.
Ooh, the motherboard's going in.
Easy peasy.
Is Colin still over there watching his computer get built?
Yeah.
Nice.
Where are my motherboard screws? Oh, they're there.
Most expensive Puget build.
Most expensive?
Yeah,
most expensive Puget build
most
was
expensive
single system was around just one. I think was like 40K. One of those quad Xeons, right?
No, we did more than that.
Oh, that's the only one I know of. That's what I've been
70?
telling people. 70K
But that's about to be blown out of the water here.
for one single system.
We have a deal coming up here pretty soon that's going to be 2 systems for 300K.
2 systems, 300K.
Oh,
Holy moly!
I know.
What the hell's in those things? Like gold dust?
Yeah, I don't.
It's got to be some wicked server or something.
I'm pretty sure they're quad Xeon. I'm pretty sure they're loaded out with as much memory as you can do, and then loaded out with a bunch of enterprise SSDs.
Right.
Oh, okay.
That's right. Those.
So we're doing super micro.
Because we were saying the one that we brought to PDX land in February. I remember Matt was saying if we had gotten the better processors and had maxed out the memory, that would have been easily close to like 60, 70. Yeah.
Well, and when you can stick, in a 2U, you can do like 40 SSDs now, and each one of those can be $2,000. Like, yeah, you can bump it up there pretty quick.
Will Puget Sys make their own Steam console?
No.
No.
Sorry. So I'm not on board with this.
Just do it, John. Just do it.
Well, really, you could just get like an Echo.
Yeah.
And that's no bigger than an Xbox. So.
I don't see the Steam machines going anywhere myself.
I agree.
I think at that point you should just run a console.
Somebody's like Jack's like 300K. What?
If you're looking for GPU bracket and you're in the EU, then you could try.
Yeah. Can I just swap in William for that? I'm sure he could work out something like slave labor for the next 20 years. Maybe running drugs across the border. I don't care.
What a joke. Yeah, it seems a little silly, in my opinion. I mean,
so we have this cool application. Well, I'll talk about it later.
Does Barnacules still think Bitcoin mining is worth doing?
Have a real cool story behind it.
Bitcoin mining? Right now, I'm not doing it because it's so freaking hot outside. But they're getting ready to have the coins. So
is it worth? It's
got to go up quite a bit more. Like the price is skyrocketing right now. But if it goes up a little bit more, yeah, it'll still totally be worth doing.
Yo, first-time PC builders, watch out for static. If you're working on carpet or something, maybe. But I don't have any straps or anything.
That's actually that's a question we get a lot. Is why don't we use anti-static here? There's a couple reasons behind it. One is we're in the Pacific Northwest.
That's what I tell people. The humidity here is like... And
like you're standing on a
smooth concrete floor. The humidity's high enough that it's not going to matter.
Right. And then we have metal benches, so we do have some grounding points.
Yeah.
But then the secondary thing is like we try to do everything we do here the same way an end user would.
Yeah.
And so if there is some weak link that's going to you walk across your carpet, you touch your computer, we don't want it to fail then.
Right.
We want it to fail here.
Yeah.
So... there's only so far you can take that logic, but there's a little bit of we're actually trying to find those weak links right here.
I can't recall in the years that I've fiddled with computers. I don't think I've never zapped anything with static.
We've never had a problem here.
I've fried things by not plugging them in properly, like back in the AT case days and stuff. But since then, no. Any advice for first-time builders? Zip ties.
Literally
Lots and lots of
15
zip
years
ties.
ago, when I was building computers, working on motherboard computers, we had like shag pile carpet in the place, and we would literally like pick up the motherboards and it would like shock us, and we dropped the damn things, and they still worked fine. Like, I think the whole static sensitive component thing was more like 90s, 80s, and 90s.
Mm-hmm.
Companies started wising up to it and building computers that were components that were much more.
Father works at Honeywell, and
protected
they
against
would
that.
be
Yeah.
murdered if they don't have their anti-static
You know,
connected.
that actually comes back to
Well,
our, who
for
we are
like
too
high
as a company.
voltage and stuff, that might make sense.
We're not
We're
like
pro at Puget Systems. We don't
industry
need sneaky. It isn't that we don't need 'em.
veterans. Like I started this company
It's just,
15 years
if
ago.
It works, it
and
works.
I had exactly
You
no
know, like,
experience, and a lot of
the
the people we
boss was
hire
saying,
aren't really from the industry either.
This is kind of more of a real
And,
world build.
you know, that
like,
actually
this is
enables
how
us. A
somebody
lot of
would
the
be doing it
processes
at
we
their
have
house,
here
pretty
are the
much.
direct result of actual
heck,
things we
this
have
is
found,
just
not
kinda
just
how I
like
would do it at home
the way you
myself, just
should
on the
do
kitchen
things.
table.
Yeah.
And so we end up with a slightly different process. But you know,
Why do you like to build
our entire
PC?
company is built around find
I don't know.
problems and
I don't
then
know.
make sure we never.
That's like
we
why do
prevent them
people
from ever
enjoy
happening
working on their
again.
cars?
And the reason why we don't have static straps is 15 years in business, it's never been a problem.
Yeah.
Let's see. Captain,
Honestly, I haven't
I'm
seen
not sure.
any kind of static be a real concern. I mean, I'm not saying go grab your
Best
Intel
UPS
processor
brand
and
to
like
purchase
drag it
to
around
plug
on
in
your shag
high-end.
pile carpet
Couldn't
and
tell
rub it
ya.
on balloons, but
AKA Johnny Blaze. I'm not sure about power supplies like that myself.
Johnny Blaze, I know him. That's my buddy John. He's a race car driver.
Oh, right on.
Yeah. What's he
But
doing
again,
on your
this is
screen and
simpler
not
than consumer
mine?
grade, not
trainer?
military or government property. We do actually some government work, but you know, what kinds of jobs is available at
Somebody
Puget
says 3D
Systems? Check
printing
out
anti-static man.
our website. I love how Z178 is legacy and modern
What's
PS2
better,
and
Razor or
PCI.
Alienware? Ooh.
Yeah, you know.
No comment.
My mom's not
Would Jerry
rich,
make a
so
C-sharp
can you
application that
hit me
displays
up
CPU and
with a
GPU
good
temps?
PC?
There's like a
please?
million
No.
programs that already do that.
Don't
unfortunately.
beg.
So that wouldn't be a good use of my time.
Do like CPUs or GPUs.
Currently,
Yeah.
we only have the one location here in Washington, my man.
And we use Quartz
Razer
computer.
processor,
Quartz.
Razer case, Razer
There's
graphics
a lot
card,
of
Razer RAM,
programs
Razer
out there, guys.
motherboard. No, that'd be weird. What budget SSD would you recommend, and what is your opinion on Kingston SSDs? I personally don't have an opinion on Kingston SSDs. Fair point, but I meant like plane controllers and space shuttle parts. Okay, yeah, that makes sense, Tech Rec. Yeah. What's the motherboard in Barnacules PC? Which one?
Hi, I'm so hyped for the reveal of the winner. It's like written on the bottom of the screen.
How much money would it take to completely shave your beard off? 10 grand.
You do it for 10 grand?
Yeah, I'd do it for 10 grand.
I'd be willing to bet you do it for 5.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Start at
3,500.
It would have to- it would have to
Serious, dead serious,
clear.
3,500. Just do it.
Cash.
Start at
Yeah.
Kickstarter.
I'd feel so
Do you need
bad
a programmer
though, 'cause if he
for
cut his
custom
beard off, his entire
drivabilities?
internet
Nah, we're
career would
good,
be
man.
ruined.
All right,
Like,
so this is in here now.
Samson.
We're good there.
Yeah, it's like if I got
let me get
skinny,
this
nobody'd
fan.
watch me anymore.
Where is my better back rear fan here?
If I were Colin, I'd want the beard to autograph my
What's your
PC.
opinion
He
on
is
water
autographing
cooling?
the PC.
I think
autograph every piece.
custom
They autograph
loops
every
are a
single
pain in the
piece
butt
built.
and
If you bought a PC
not
from
worth
us,
unless
stick
you're
around
trying
on
to
the-
show
on the
off.
inside, it's on the back
All
of
in
the
one.
motherboard tray with
Liquid
inside.
coolers are pretty cool.
Hey, Houston, did Colin want me to sign the case too, or was
Yes.
he like, no?
Yeah. No, he'd like us
No.
both to sign
All
the
right.
case. Who's talking in the background? Barnacules and my boss, John. Okay, serious question. Which is better for video editing effects? RAID 0 versus Intel 750 PCI SSD? Actually, I think we
learned
have
that
some.
RAID
I think
0
we
is
have
the
some.
devil.
I think.
RAID 0 is the devil.
I think we have some data on that.
I wrote an article in like 2008 that said RAID 0 is the devil.
Oh yeah.
I had to learn that the hard way.
Are there
RAID
multiple
0
locations
is
of your
the devil.
business? Just the one, Mr. Sexy. Just the one here in Washington. I'll see. I'm behind. My mod's on top of the
I
questions.
consider
all the
RAID
time.
0 an inverse
What
lottery.
is a good game to
The
get
more
on
that you
laptop?
buy into it, the
Like
harder
League of
you'll
Legends,
lose.
Minecraft, maybe.
Well, then
Depends
every
on
time
your
you have to
laptop.
drive, it's more data you can miss.
Is 2 GTX 1080s better than 3 Titan X's? My opinion on SLI is it's kind of a waste because not enough games support SLI.
Scaling drops off horribly too.
It's
like
not worth
like on
it.
the fourth card or whatever. Like
One-
third, fourth
one
card, you
10
start getting,
one
like,
1080
10,
is better than
15% or
one
something like that. It's really bad.
Titan right now. So that's my opinion on that.
Do you know what my water ran off to? I don't even know.
Who's the lucky guy who won the beautiful machine?
That would be Mr. Colin S.
Colin S. He
Colin
should
S.
be in chat.
Yes.
AMD or NVIDIA, what's the difference? Quality.
Burn.
Until we have more data to prove otherwise. Because the new stuff that might change. That might change with the
NVIDIA is actually backing away from SLI now. Like, you notice they're only supporting two-way scaling now. And I bet you that's just to support like the hardcore VR scenarios and stuff like that. I bet you one more generation they'll probably drop it altogether.
When will you do a next giveaway? I don't know.
Right now, right?
The Intel Extreme Rig Challenge.
Go to
Bang
Systems/go/extreme.
or if you type Bang Extreme into chat, you'll also have the link there. You should cool a PC with beard oil. I wouldn't recommend it. A lot of times it's like jojoba oil and stuff, and that is probably not dielectric. You want to stick with mineral oil.
Uh-oh.
Oh, did I change the link? I think that link is the direct Twitter thing. You are missing a motherboard screw under the CPU? No, there's a tab. There's a little button under here that centers the whole thing. There isn't actually a screw point there. The stream keeps spiking. Don't think the company broadband can cope with the stream. You drop in frames? No, I'm not dropping frames. Man, the 6900K is, I could push a full 1080 60 FPS stream and it wouldn't even stutter. I'm using 3.5% CPU right now.
I'm not dropping anything.
And I'm pushing 3600 bit rate. Why not baby oil? Baby oil is most often mineral oil. In my limited experience.
It's mineral oil plus fragrance.
Yeah. Oh, but the fragrance stuff's probably bad. Do you have Instagram? Yes. Bang Social is all of our social media stuff. Which I think it's just Instagram / Puget Systems, I think is the full one. Not on source.
Thanks here, guys.
I don't know what to say, Captain Big T.
Hey Hobbs, can you way ahead of me. Like literally the second I'm asking him to, he's already
what power supply is recommended for two-way Sly 960? I agree with Shard. Don't do 960 SLI. Don't do SLI at all.
Extreme Rig Challenge so that they can go vote.
10 W40 oil then? Ugh.
No Gaming Peasant. It was actually an international giveaway this time.
It was.
So it was totally international giveaway.
Not every computer
Winner
needs
is
to
in
be
Florida.
Skunkworks.
Yep, the winner just happened to
A
be
lot
in
of game
Florida.
developers
but
don't consider the
specifically
normal
chose an
users
outside
to
company,
be
so
using
there'd be
SLI
no
Crossfire
bias or
configurations.
anything.
I mean, it's nothing cooler is to look into a chassis multi-GPU, but most builders will recommend a single GPU that is a
But to be honest, I mean, there was a high likelihood it was going to be a U.S. winner because
Not every
that's my key
computer needs to be
demographic for my
Skunkworks.
channel.
I'm not
too,
sure what you mean.
Which was where most of the votes came in from. But it could have been anybody's.
Are you using NF12 or
Wait, AKA Johnny
NFP12 fans?
Blaze. I'm not
Let me
your
look.
racing buddy, I'm just a big fan.
I
I'm
forgot
watching
what the
those
box
streams.
said.
Oh, that's funny because I actually have a friend who actually has the same.
This rear fan is an
apparently everybody's Johnny
NFA14.
Blaze.
And then the CPU cooler
Best gaming monitor.
is the NHU12S.
Isn't there like a Predator monitor out that's like 165 hertz or something?
Holy moly. That's Barnacules, who owns Skunkworks. That sounds very familiar. I know I've heard Skunkworks
Jay.
before.
Chase 2 cents.
Oh, okay.
Best gaming monitor.
Best gaming monitor, the PG 3480 or 348. It's a ROG Swift, of course it is.
Dude.
I actually have a couple of them upstairs.
Where are they now?
Oh, Jay's 2 cents. Okay, that
Where are
makes
they
sense.
now?
See, I'm not hooked in.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
His video feed is working fine. Get a new internet
What do you
connection or
notice? One
PC
was
people.
missing
Yeah,
a
man.
PDX line?
Which fans
gonna
will
take a
you
couple
use for
there.
intake
Is he?
fans?
Okay.
Actually, for this particular build, I'm going to be removing the front fan, just because it's the stock fractal one, and yeah, and it's just going to make it quieter. Tell Barnacules I love his videos. TNT18901 says he loves your videos.
Love you, TNT.
He loves you too. And actually, thanks for reminding me about the front intake fan.
We'll
I need
recompose
to take that off.
and probably separate the
Have you seen the video, $25 gaming PC? What are your thoughts? I have not seen it. But that sounds like an interesting project. I feel like a total creep. I'm watching Twitch and YouTube on this stream, and oh man, that food of yours is getting cold. Yeah, it's okay.
Mine's not.
It's okay. I often sacrifice my lunch for you guys. I forget to eat early before the stream, and because normally I take lunch around like 1 o'clock, and you know.
I'll be right back, and then we'll maybe switch over here. Sure. I mean, you can have a conversation about what's going on.
Yeah.
Let's see. Are you worried that your beard hair will fall in the case and destroy everything? No. No, I don't shed. Oh, Tyler, I don't need to be shown how to dab. I know about the silly memes. Just tried making the most expensive server on Puget Systems website, and it came to $239,245.29. That's a lot of money. Yep, that is quite. I would ask that you keep it in English. The Geo something or other PvP. Do you guys bin your CPUs, GPUs? I don't know what you mean.
Maybe like separate the good ones from the bad.
Oh.
Like, we do a little bit with overclocking. Like
Okay.
If we don't get the settings we want, then we'll pull another one.
Oh, okay. So I'm told that during overclocking we will, if we're not getting what we want out of them. Let's see, Wake Seed. Normally, how many PCs do you build each week? It's between 10 and 15. Depends. Some builds are more complicated than others. And since I stream on Fridays, it takes a little bit longer to build whatever it is that's on the bench because I stop and talk to you guys a little bit. Do you guys have PS4? I have one at home.
Somebody says, can you point the drill at the camera and make QQ sounds?
Man, don't mess with my tools like that.
Wait, I thought the winning build was using a titanium finish that looks like black powder coat. Oh, the titanium refers to the front door, the color of the door. Okay, where was I? Keep getting distracted. Okay, let's see, we got other stuff to put in here. We'll do hard drives. Let's see, right now, do you overclock the CPU and GPU there? For this particular build, that will be for you to do. Yeah. How would one be able to apply for a job at Puget Systems? Check out the website pugetsystems.com/careers.php, and then follow the on-screen instructions. Let's then they do with the PC. I'm not sure the question. Do you have any recommendations on wireless headphones? I do not. In general, I'm not a fan outside of like Bluetooth headsets and stuff. I wouldn't in general recommend a wireless headset for your PC. Why aren't you putting the disc behind the motherboard? Wiring. I could. There are little panels on the back of this one for that sort of thing, but I don't have a lot of practice with wiring it that way, and this is just easier for me. And I imagine for the user as well later on. It's just easier to pull these hard drive trays out, and if it comes down to swapping it later. Yeah, that kind of thing is unnecessary. You are out of here.
I know you guys are probably getting bored looking at this yahoo.
Yeah, right.
So here, did your beard bring the viewers? Hold on here. There we go. This'll work. We should do like an MLG style narrative of him building the computer over there. See what? Come on, Panhead.
Would you braid your beard into cables and make a PC out of it? Probably not. I think that would be awesome.
I like how like 90% of the questions are about his beard. That's awesome. That's how it should be. Ugh. I'm riding low. Yeah, you just slouch and I'll sit up straight.
I'm not sure what about it.
So, all right, we're about, let's see, it looks like we're about maybe halfway through the build of the PC, maybe a little over halfway. Where are we at? Probably, yeah. So if you guys want to see the actual build in progress, the link is right down below in the video description. Hey, do you archive your...
Yeah.
You do archive them?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll put the archive link down at the end of the stream, too, so that you guys can go back and watch that. Actually, you know what I just realized? I could actually pull up that live stream and put it in a window down below.
Oh, can you do that?
Yeah, I can actually. Yep. Stand by in a world. This is about to get real technical, folks. Oh, it's gonna happen.
Do we have the bandwidth for this?
We're gonna find out. All right. So
best streaming capture card in my camera only has HDMI output.
I guess you have to mute the audio then, right?
Yep. So I'll mute the audio. Then add. Let's see, window capture.
Unfortunately, I personally cannot explain.
Let's see here.
When you look at my YouTube channel.
Okay, why is it not working?
Check it out if you tweet at me.
Darn, it's not working. No. Oh well. That was short-lived. I thought that was gonna work. It didn't though.
And the stream just stopped for me. Refresh, you'll be alright.
I tried, guys. Yeah, everybody's like in before it crashes. So this is officially the stare at two guys drink water in front of boxes stream.
Right.
So Colin, are you in the chat? I have not seen you in my chat yet, and I'm actually very, very sad that you are not in my chat. It makes me feel like you just wanted the computer or something. Tell Jerry to get back on his stream. Wow, they must be really lagged if they can't see me.
Yeah, so we'll take questions. But
yeah.
You have to be willing to wait 5 minutes for the questions to come up.
I know. This is not ideal. Okay. So if you guys ask questions, we'll try to answer them over in chat. Obviously, I won't be able to answer everybody's question. Let's see here. So has the Fractal Design Venturi fans been... Was it considered instead of an Noctua fans? Yeah, I've got good vision. And the Puget Systems builds. So...
Have they been considered?
Yeah.
No. Should we?
Maybe.
I haven't seen them. I'll check it out.
Josh, send him some fans.
We tend to we have such a broad scope of what we try to use these fans for, everything from servers to these quiet small form factor builds. So we tend to end up wanting these kind of very flexible, configurable PWM controlled fans. Last I looked, fractals weren't PWM, but if they are, I would like to check them out.
Somebody said there's some behind us. They saw this rack here, the RMA rack. They wanted to know how many RMAs you get. That's kind of a hard question to answer because, I mean, there's always going to be...
We tend to measure... Well, so it depends on what you call RMA. For us, RMA is when we're building a computer and something breaks.
Yeah. And
we need to send it back to Intel or our distributor we bought from. That type of RMA, we tend to keep somewhere in we have about $10,000 worth of stuff in RMA at any given time. That's gone way higher in the past, depending on how busy we are, how many things break.
Gotcha.
As we hone in on more and more reliable parts, there's not a lot of it fails. As for in the field, we tend to be somewhere in the 80% or 90% of the problems that happen with the parts we catch here. And then they don't happen out in the field.
Here's a great question. Lance asked, what do you guys do with all the fans you pull out of these cases?
If you want them, give us your address, and we'll ship you a truckload.
They literally just offload these fans every chance they get. When I went to the last PDX land, you guys had 2 giant boxes.
Yeah.
And people were like,
Hundreds.
How many can I have? And you're like, here, take them all. And
it is not allowed to take one. You must take at least 5.
Yeah, no, I thought that was pretty funny because everybody's like, wow, we can really just have these fans?
And they're decent. I mean, we have a lot of Corsair fans, a lot of Fractal fans, and these aren't junk fans. These are good fans. It's just our customers want even quieter, and we upgrade to Noctua fans.
What?
Sure, come to any event, we'll give you some.
I took some of those big ones you had. What were they, the 280s or
200s?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I've got 4 of those, and I'm planning on using those with some plexi to make filtration systems for my 3D printers. I'm going to use them just to create just a slight negative pressure to pull up through a HEPA filter.
Yeah, it's cool what you can do when you have all these fans. We have on the wall over behind the camera. We have basically a vent for an attic fan. We got an attic fan, and man, the thing was so loud. So we zip tied together, 16 of these fans. And normally, like, you're not going to do that because normally that's like $200 worth of fans. But we have them sitting around, so we use them for stuff like that.
I have a dead serious question.
Okay.
Can we do a video where we basically tie together as many of those fans as we can in a row and make one giant wind tunnel, power them all up just to see what the hell happens?
Like end to end?
End to end. I literally want to make like a 10-foot long, every fan, zip tie, plug them into 5 power supplies or whatever, power it on, and see if the one on the end literally just blows up because there's so much positive pressure, just overdrives the bearing and explodes.
Sure, we'll give it a shot.
That's a video I would actually like to. That would be a fun jerry-rigged video, building like a turbine.
Matt's been wanting to put them together end to end and build like little hovercrafts and things. Put them with like a 9-volt battery.
No, I want to just create the biggest tunnel of fans ever. I think that would actually be cool. I'm curious to see what would happen. You know what we should do too is overdrive and put like a lithium, like a 14-volt lithium pack on it to overdrive the fans.
See how much they can take.
See how much they can take. Yeah, put a pot on there and just rev it up until the thing's like a jet turbine.
Sure. Yeah, they're just
then get a skateboard and try to drive across the floor with it. Man, so many things. See, this is the kind of stuff I like to do. Let's see, not how it works, Jerry. Well, we're gonna find that out, huh? See, because I like to find things out by making the mistakes. Let's see here. You do build static pressure, though. Let's see here. Hey, Jerry, in your opinion, which is better, the 1080 or the 1070? Well, obviously the 1080. I mean, obviously.
It's a higher number. It's
a higher number.
It's at least 10 better.
Yeah, it's at least. At least. Now, if you're talking about money versus performance, the 1070 probably can achieve with some minor overclocking similar results to the 1080 with no overclocking for less money, but if you're talking about just like sheer performance out of the box and capability, 1080 all the way.
And that's a rule of thumb with almost anything in PC components. Like when you buy the absolute fastest top-end thing that's available, that's not usually the best buy for the money. Right.
This is true. And I learned that, like I said, with my 3930K that I got to 5.1 gigahertz. So I was like, you couldn't even buy a 5.1 gigahertz processor. And that thing started out at 2.4, I think. It was 2.4 was the base clock on it. On liquid. It needed the liquid cooling though. I mean, I had the pump cranked up, 2 massive 360 radiators.
Yeah.
Let's see here. The fan tunnel hot glued together. You guys know you want to see that fan tunnel hot glued together. Everybody wants to see that. Don't even try to joke yourself.
Zip time. You could just stick like a really long rod through all the fan holes and then just bolt it.
That's a great idea, actually.
That'd be strong.
I think that would be the best way because then you could tension it down a little bit so that there'd be no gaps. Ooh, we got some ideas here, guys. I'm just curious, man. Now I want to pull one of those lithium cobalt batteries off of my rad power bike. The ones that they're like 4800 mAh. They put out like 400 volts. Whatever, that would be awesome.
That'd be a short video.
That would be a lot of smoke and fire, but it would be epic. Let's see here. Puget Systems, what are your thoughts on Linux PC pass-through?
Linux PC
pass-through.
PCI pass-through, probably.
Oh, PCI pass-through. Okay, that's probably what he's talking about. Yeah.
What are our thoughts? I mean, it's a cool concept. This is what we did when, like, we built a high-end PC, dual Xeon, put in 4 video cards, and we passed through each video card to a separate virtual machine, and then we passed through a separate USB controller to each virtual machine, and we had 4, and then Linus, like, took this to the next level. He did, like, 9 or 11 or something gamers on one box?
I think it was 7.
7?
7 gamers, one box, but yeah, he actually, in each one had a GPU, basically. Like, he maxed out the GPUs in the system.
But it's all the same concept.
Yep.
So you're passing through discrete, like, resources to each virtual machine, and, you know, it's a fun. It was actually a lot of fun to do. Is it like practical? No, probably not. There's all these like quirks and things that come up. What the stuff was designed for was like you have a physical server with say some like, you know, unique capture card or like phone adapter PCI card. And you want to pass that through into a virtual machine. We actually do that ourselves in our own server room, so that's helpful.
I have it on good authority, though. It's tricky to set up stuff like the Unraid configurations and things like that. It can be really, really tricky to work those out.
And you need hardware support really across the whole spectrum.
Yeah, I've heard that. Like even the motherboard has to support it to some extent, doesn't it?
Well, you have to have a CPU with VTD, I believe it is.
Yep.
And then the big thing is, like what we found with video cards, is they have to be able to be reinitialized after post, because they have to be reinitialized back into that virtual machine through the pass-through.
Oh, okay.
So when we did it, Linus actually found the opposite. He used NVIDIA cards. When we did it, we had to use Radeon cards because they were the only ones that supported that.
Wait, I thought he did use ATI. No, he used AMD cards.
Did he use AMD?
Okay. Yeah, they were because they were the little shorties. It was the only thing he could fit in the case. He originally wanted to go NVIDIA, but he couldn't. He had to go with the little guys, and I think he even had to do. I don't remember if it was liquid cooled or not, though. I can't remember.
Well, I think he did liquid cooled just to get the physical space that he needed.
He was trying to close. So close. No, you're right. They were all sandwiched together. I remember because he put them in as a block. So yeah, it was all the tubing between them.
Yeah, but we found that too. We found the Radeons supported reinitializing into the virtual machine, and we took this all the way up the stack with NVIDIA, and the answer we got back was like, no, that is a design decision we made, so we'd have to go Radeon.
Let's see. Mac asks, 2 980 Ti is just as good as a 1080. From what I've seen so far, 2 980 Ti's and SLI, barring any gross scaling issues with the software, are very, very close to 1080. And I think there is even a scenario where it actually beat it a little bit, but they're very close. So if you already have one 980 Ti, it would be worth picking up another one, especially with the price drop.
Yeah.
Those cards are gonna come down. I mean, once the 1080s, the whole supply demand thing gets worked out and the prices come down, you'll probably be able to pick up a 980 Ti for like $300.
And it's kind of a moving target too. I mean, for gaming, that's one thing. We end up using a lot of these cards for like compute, like a acceleration in CUDA, for like Premiere exporting, and that I think we ended up measuring it was like between a 3 and 7% in performance improvement. So it's not a big deal, but it's a moving target because as soon as they tie into whatever new APIs are available in like CUDA 8, then we're going to see better performance. So the answer changes over time.
It's a moving target. Let's see here, Bob. Will you do a Puget Systems laptop build? You're actually being transcoded on one right now. What do you guys want to actually see the build? I don't know. What is there to see?
Yeah, it's a laptop.
It's a laptop.
But yeah, no, there's a video coming up, right? It's a little bit more nuanced of a video because with the desktops that we build, we have control over almost everything.
Yeah.
And then you go to a laptop, and it's like, well, we have control over processor, memory, and hard drive.
Yeah.
So it'll be an interesting video.
No, because there's definitely some pros and cons there, but the cons are entirely out of your control. Unfortunately. Yeah. Let's see here. Linus went for the 8. Let's see, wait, the 8, the dual 22 core. I don't know if 10 gamers on one PC. He actually got up to 10 gamers on one PC? Oh, I thought it was only 7. He did another build.
He did 2.
I didn't see the second one then.
Okay.
That's crazy. Let's see here. Do you want to do a video about the NASA tool and my tool? They're almost the same, just a comparison. Are you talking about like the NASA Space Wrench? Yeah, right. Email me your design. I'll take a look at it. I love that NASA Space Wrench. It works. Mm-hmm. I actually took the battery out of my car with it. I was like, nice. It supported enough torque. Now, I destroyed the one made out of PLA, but the one I printed in XT, which is a more ABS-like plastic, it held up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it still works today. It's crazy.
We're doing some cool work with NASA, actually. If you go to our website and search just for NASA, it should come up. But we're working with them actually on VR. So a lot of the training that goes on for, doing an EVA on the space station.
What are you doing?
They do it in VR.
Hey, you'll have to put another roll on. No, just kidding. Houston distracted us. Sorry. You need to go to Puget Systems and search for NASA. What are you guys doing? What's your coolest thing?
What's our coolest?
What's your coolest NASA thing that you're doing right now with VR?
Well, it's just astronaut training, and they're doing that in VR, and they're not actually using anything off the shelf. It's all this like software that they built themselves.
Even is the hardware their own too, or are they?
I don't actually know that. I mean, they were doing this long before Oculus and Vive was a thing.
You know what? Now that you mention it, that would be pretty cool to have a space simulator on like HTC Vive.
It would be actually.
Where you could do an EVA with your hands actually like climbing on the outside of something. Yeah. That would be a trip. Yeah. NASA, please make that. I would play that. Hey, if the U.S. Army can make a first-person shooter called ARMA, I think NASA could probably make a space simulator called EVA Explorer. I'm going to patent that. They're patent pending. Don't just. Actually, I can't do that because NASA's like not very well funded anymore. So I couldn't. They probably couldn't afford my patent. Let's see. Oh, polycarbonate filament NASA wrench. Oh, okay. No, that would actually be a good idea. Printing that in polycarbonate. The only thing I'd worry about the polycarbonate is I think it's a little bit more rigid, and the ratcheting mechanism has to have some give to it, otherwise it breaks off.
Oh, it actually ratcheted?
It's an actual ratcheting wrench. Click, 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 go, click, click, and inside, and it prints all as one piece.
Yeah.
And what you do is when you take it off the printer, you just whack it against something, then it breaks loose the 3 little points of contact inside,
right,
and frees the gear.
That's pretty cool.
Dude, it's so crazy. I could not believe that worked. I got so giddy when I found out that worked. Let's see here. This guy from Puget Systems looks like a guy from NASA. John is the biggest nerd I know. This is he literally is the biggest nerd on Earth, and we wouldn't have him any other way. Just like Houston with the beard. If he didn't have the beard, I don't know. I'd probably stay away from him. He looks a little thuggy. What are you doing over there?
This is one of our new GP braces.
Hey, why don't you go?
That's right.
Oh, is that the new one? Here, let's see.
Yeah, it's a little.
Ooh, look at this.
For top and bottom.
So this goes to the back.
Okay.
But I guess like this. This goes to the back of the hard drive cage.
Okay.
And then the video card actually goes in here, and then we clamp it from the top and the bottom.
Oh, that's a trip.
But I mean, that's another example. Like, sure, we could make this, but it's like for this video card, for this chassis.
And you're having to actually cut these out and then take them to a drill press and tap them too, aren't you?
Yeah.
That's a tricky little piece of kit there, guys. All right, here, you can have it back, Houston. There you go. There you go. And so, Colin, you're getting the fancy new bracket. It's the fancy one.
The C brace.
We have another bracket too. We're doing for this. We would do for this build too, where we're actually taking acrylic down from the top of the chassis, and it braces the CPU cooler. So we're bracing it.
Brace it all. Brace wars.
In the past, what we would do, and what a lot of people do, is they use the expanding foam, and that works okay. But you know how many of our customers will, like...
Don't take it out?
They don't take it out. They call us a week later and say, yeah, it's been running kind of hot. What's going on?
Why is my CPU getting a 93C when I run Heaven?
And even when they do know, we just feel like it's kind of a bad experience to ask someone. They just got their PC. Now, like, take it apart, pull out this foam. We want it just to work out of the box.
You know what you guys need to do with the foam, to make the foam thing work? Because you know those little tabs that you pull out to activate the batteries when you buy stuff? You need to do something like that with the foam, where when it's in the case, it basically blocks the power port, and there's no way for them to plug anything in unless you pull it.
We put a sticker over the power button that says before you power on, and they just
peel it off. You can't fix people. You just can't fix people. Hey, greetings from Amsterdam. Sup Amsterdam. Let's see. Do you think Dell can become one of the best PC tablet companies with all the money they poured into R&D? I mean, Dell's kind of like...
There's a lot of groaning.
Yeah.
I frankly, them going private, I'm kind of excited to see what's possible. I don't keep up to speed on things to know what they have going on right now. But
yeah, I have a good friend that actually works for Dell in the enterprise arena, and he travels like all over the world, and the stuff that they do is nuts.
And I've heard that the kind of internal culture took a 180 turn after they went private for the better.
I didn't hear about that. I should ask my friend about that. Let's see. Kind of early for a live stream. Not where I'm at. Oh, see, somebody's nice. Look at that. John and Barn, it's awesome what we did building the PC for Colin, who won the contest. See, that's a nice person right there. That's a nice person. Not, I didn't win. Thumbs down. I'm mad, angry. And yes, we will do another giveaway in the future. We're just not going to do them that often because we don't want the entire internet to become codependent on giveaways. So you might get like 1 or 2 a year if you're lucky. If you're good, might only be 1. Might even put rocks in the box if you're really mean. Let's see here. How's the build coming along over there, Houston?
Oh, the build is coming along quite well, Jerry.
Hey, sir, when you're done screwing in that drive cage, could I please hold it for a second to show my stream?
Oh, sure, hang on.
All right. So I want them to see like how that. It's cool because you guys are actually like engineering this stuff to actually work with the existing mounting points in the case.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're always giving feedback.
Look at this.
We're always getting feedback to chassis manufacturers and GPU manufacturers, like more threaded holes in more places. It just gives us more places we can tie into. And
you guys should just make an acrylic template that you just lay over the thing, where you just take a hand drill, go through all the holes, and just really quick bang it out.
I've had to do stuff like that before. Yeah.
That's cool. So there's the drive cage from the Fractal Design case, and then there's the GPU bracket right on the side of it. So as the drives are sitting right in the front of the case, this basically becomes your brace. That's cool. That's a great design. So you guys just have a guy just sits around and makes these all day, or like who's your CAD?
Well, that's the problem as we keep growing. Yeah, it's becoming a full.
You need a CAD guy
because it used to be kind of a side job.
Here you go, Houston. You can have it back. Thank you, sir. If you want to see him install that, the link is right down in the video description to his stream.
That's actually one of the reasons why we have a second laser machine now. It's smaller,
Uh-huh.
and it's more geared towards etching, high-quality etching.
Yep.
And we got that because a lot of our machine time on the laser ended up being just etching logos on things.
Yeah.
And so now we have access where every one of the craftsmen here that build the PCs can just walk over, run their own job. It like stores it in memory, so it's
Yep.
just a quick thing. And that frees up more machine time for.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So you can crank out because on the big machine you can actually take a big sheet and cut a whole bunch out at once,
cut out
right?
tons of those things. Yeah.
That's awesome. Let's see. Why didn't you review your new 3D printers? I'm actually still in the process of reviewing my new 3D printers.
Cool.
I have quite a few reviews actually coming. I have to fix the SLA printer because I damaged it. That's my bad. But I know what I need to do to fix it. The CNC printer, I've already run a couple prints on it because I'm not going to review anything until I use it for a while. And that's actually been a really good printer. The CNC Delta, 30-inch build volume.
Oh, jeez.
You know,
How long did that take?
To print the bullet,
Yeah.
about 24 hours at 0.2 millimeter layer height.
Wow.
And it came out great. Like no layer deviation. Everything was flawless.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I was not expecting that from a Delta. So everybody says that Deltas are actually like really quick. They're really quick, but I didn't know to put that quality out. What?
I have a Twitch staff in my chat, like somebody who works for Twitch.
What did he say?
I want to say it's a woman. Her name is Cool Mom.
Tell her to partner you. Partner this guy. Don't come sit in his chat and no partner and push the partner button.
Yeah. No, I want to earn that partner.
No, you are earning it by begging. I do it to John all the time.
Welcome. TNT is banned. Good.
Dude, you didn't see the video from yesterday, right? The one with the big screens that I did?
No, yeah, I watched.
Oh, did you watch it?
Yeah.
Did you see the little plug I put in there for you?
Yes.
I was like, come on, PNG, come on. On the 1080s.
Uh-huh.
I was wondering if you were going to catch that. Let's see. Do you guys need more computer builders?
We are always looking for people.
Yep.
Not necessarily in Sweden or wherever.
Yeah, they're not opening a new branch in downtown Amsterdam, so if you're asking.
No, we got openings in tech support, in OS installs, and like scripting and that type of stuff. Boxing up computers for shipping. We're going to be needing people here pretty soon. In labs, so all the people that do all the testing and then publication, and we'd love to get another person in labs, and love to get somebody that knows how to make videos in labs.
Is there a place? I know I can help you out there. Okay. No. Is there a place where people can go to send you a resume if they're local and interested?
So go to pugetsystems.com/careers.php. That's
PHP? What? No
Yeah,
ASPX?
yeah.
What?
that's where to go for now. But we're working on that page because that page is actually really out of date. But it'll have the right information there. You send an email to hiring@pugetsystems.com, and that goes actually to me.
Give us Colin's address so we can congratulate him.
Yeah,
no. Nice try though. That was one of the better attempts at trolling that I've seen. Let's see here. Is Puget Systems available in the Middle East? Puget. I like it.
Yeah,
Puget
yeah,
Systems.
right.
Are you available in the Middle East?
Well, depends on where in the Middle East. There's some export controls in place to some countries. They don't want this high-end computer hardware falling into the wrong hands. But yeah.
What is the best Puget system build there is? We were talking about this a little bit earlier.
Well, it's like which one's better, the 1070 or 1080?
Yeah, I mean it's all subjective, but the most expensive one you said up until now is like what, 60, 70,000?
Yeah, it was around 70K.
70K, but you've got one coming up that's like 150K.
150 or somewhere in that
150K a unit. That is insane.
I can. Want me to tell the story about
Do
that?
it.
So we
Let's
have we sell a bunch of these quad Xeon systems, and we're actually working with Samsung to publish a case study here pretty soon. So I know that this is all cool to share. So I won't name the company that we're working with just yet until that's all worked out. But the use case for these things is awesome. So imagine you're like in some military location that they're about to do some sort of operation.
Okay,
So
like training and stuff like that, or like
or a live operation.
Oh, okay.
And there's a valley or there's a beach or there's some area. You have first of all you have this armored carrier down on the ground with our quad Xeon systems in there. And then you have a plane fly overhead shooting a LiDAR down.
Okay.
And they do a almost real-time 3D map of like an entire valley. And like a little town or something.
Oh, okay.
And so then they'll crunch that on the quad Xeons that we build. And we'll build basically a almost real-time map of what that is and convert it into a 3D model. And they have like half hour or an hour that they can take to do that. And once they have that 3D model, they then beam that out to the armored the plane carrying the troops, and they put on VR units, and they can do their training of the actual scenario they're coming into while en route to like jump out of the plane to go do it. Awesome applications.
That's crazy. So while they're actually flying to their destination, they're actually visualizing what it'll be like when they get there.
That's the product that's being developed here. Yeah.
That's a trip.
But it makes sense. I mean, it's just a cool application of like, imaging, 3D modeling, and then VR, all rolled into one.
That's wild. I can't even imagine. I'd be personally crapping bricks though, wearing a VR helmet, flying any kind of aircraft. Could you imagine that? It'd be like, did you see the video where they were in the race cars and they were doing it?
No.
I can't. I wish I remember who did it, but they were in 2 race cars, and they had 2 race car drivers wearing VR helmets where they had a course inside the game with like explosions.
These are the guys driving the
They're
cars.
driving the cars
geez.
and going through like tunnels and stuff, but they're just out in a parking lot with cones.
Yeah.
So when you look at the cars through the camera, they're just like sliding around. They're both racing at the same time, racing each other, but they're wearing VR helmets, and from inside of the VR, it looks like they're on like a real existing racetrack, and like with all the same turns and everything. But it's just a parking lot with cones.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a trip,
I
but
can see that.
And they said that when they have the helmets on, they said it feels perfect. They feel completely comfortable, like they're driving and looking around. They can actually see each other's cars and everything, because the cars are all equipped with sensors and everything that basically spatially tell each other where they are relative to each other.
Okay.
But it's all 1-to-1, so they're just driving around. It's like out in this parking lot, just 2 cars are just ripping around.
Yeah.
But in their helmet, they're out at like Laguna Seca doing the track. You don't have the elevation changes and everything, but
That's a cool way of taking on like all the intangibles that VR can't give you.
Yes.
All the forces and wind and
because you get legitimate G-forces and acceleration and all that stuff. It's really cool. And then they can do neat stuff in the VR world, like have explosions and stuff going off to test your reaction, distractables and stuff like that. It's a neat idea.
Yeah.
I think VR is the future though. Like I think the HTC Vive has proven to me at this point that VR has reached a stage where it's usable for long periods of time. Like do you experience any fatigue using it?
I haven't used it for longer than about a half hour, but no, I could go on.
You come out of it and feel fine, right? Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. And I think my longest session was about 3 hours. And 3 hours in, I mean, I was dripping sweat, like exhausted, because I was playing this really scary game where zombies are coming at you and grabbing you. Right. And that tends to. But the funny thing is, you notice how you have an instinctual reaction to things in the HTC where you don't with the monitor. Like if you're playing a game and a monitor and zombie comes at you or whatever, if the lights are out and the music's cranked way up, you might have a slight reaction.
But you're not going to jump.
In the Vive, you literally have like this involuntary response to flee. And there's a bunch of videos on YouTube. If you guys go look up VR accidents, there's a video of a guy in his room and he's like playing this game where he's shooting these things and he turns around and like a zombie grabs him and he screams bloody murder and runs right into the wall like full tilt and he just collapses. And it's like that's because the HTC Vive gives you like a virtual wall.
Yeah.
But if you're running full tilt, you're not going to have enough time to respond to when the wall appears.
Right.
Because have you noticed when you move to the boundary? Yeah. It's like so he didn't have time to respond. He just literally his fight or flight was turn around and run.
I don't know that even if he had time, it sounds like he was not in that frame of mind.
Oh my gosh. VR will be good for engineering. Absolutely. I think the HoloLens is really promising. They need to increase the field of view on it because the field of view on it's garbage right now. But if they can get the field of view like traditional VR application, that thing's amazing. It's absolutely amazing.
Yeah, we're really excited about like beyond gaming applications for VR. And like VR, I think gaming is driving like that's where the money's coming from right now. That's where all the
it'll drive the development to the stage where it becomes a practical application in the workplace. Yeah.
So we're already working with companies. We're working with car companies that wants to show. Say you walk into your car dealership. And you're like, yeah, I want this car, but I want it in blue. And what is it like when I have this like stereo option installed and these kind of seats?
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, well, put on these goggles and I'll show you.
Yeah.
So there's that application. Working with real estate agents. So instead of like driving around all around the city looking at these different houses, go into the real estate agent's office, put on the glasses, and they'll just show you.
Yeah.
Like walk around the house.
Yep.
So there's that. We're working with companies working on remote surgery. So,
I saw that.
Yeah,
that's
like
true.
airlift
Yeah.
this like pod out to a third world country and have like a surgeon here in the U.S. working on people.
Yep.
It's crazy.
They already do that to some extent. It's Evergreen Hospital. Here locally, my son was actually born there, and they have what's that thing called? It's a robotic surgery that they do
Yeah.
there, where the surgeon's halfway across the country over a fiber optic connection, and he's operating.
Well, and then they don't
arms.
have to, it's the laparoscopic.
Yeah. They position the rods, and then once everything's positioned, the surgeon remotely comes in and performs the operation from somewhere, and it can be.
Cool.
And they said that because we were watching a video on it when we were there, and this is a long time ago, so I'm sure it's progressed a lot. But the cool thing about it was it had an algorithm that ran on it that could tell if you were having an involuntary twitch or not.
Okay.
So you wouldn't run the risk of hurting, like if you're doing really sensitive surgery, like on a spinal cord or something. Let's say you just had a twitch, like an involuntary twitch. It can detect that and filter it out.
But imagine so like step one, I imagine would just be like try to replicate that you're standing there with the patient.
Yeah.
But then what's to stop you from, okay, let's stick a camera down inside.
Yeah.
And now you can be pulling the tool into place and a lot more fine motor controls because it's like you are right there doing it.
It's gonna be crazy. But like HoloLens application would be cool for even training like your employees. That's like it seems like the thing they're really targeting. Because you could have Houston just put on a pair of glasses. He would literally look at the components on the desk, and it would say, "This is your CPU, step 1, step 2, step 3." You'd pick it up, and it'd be like, "This is where you insert it. This is the orientation. You turn it until it turns green, and then drop it." And you would, through muscle memory, you would learn these things.
Or like one thing we're working on here is a way that we kind of have a documented process for every single type of build that we do and every single component. And so it'd be like when we're working with this processor, it'd be like, or this motherboard, like current validated BIOS by Puget Systems is 0301.
Yeah.
A lot of that kind of instructional stuff can come up.
Yeah. So how did you guys get started? A couple people have asked this question. How did Puget Systems get started? Was this on a bed or something? Were you drunk one night and thought this would be a good idea?
I started it in 2000, and it was while I was in college. And really it was just like, I came from a background, I was working for my uncle, actually.
Oh, okay.
Doing IT work for a printing company. So I had just experienced, not so much putting together systems, but at least administering them, repairing them, upgrading them, that type of thing.
Sure.
So it just kind of worked my way through college. I was taking on side jobs of just building PCs. And so back in the day, that was on Usenet. And I would post there and get some work. And really, I only built 2 or 3 before I was like, okay, I'm going to make a website for this. And from there, it was just, his first sale took me a month. And then the second month, I made 2 sales. And the third month, I made 4 sales. And,
wow.
And really, it's just been kind of like that ever since. After maybe a year, there was enough that I brought my brother in. He helped build PCs. And then after another year, there's a friend of mine from college. He would answer phone calls and do sales consulting. And nothing. There was no magic tipping point where now we're a company. It was just we just grew.
It just gradually started out as almost like a hobby that just grew into a business. That's cool.
We moved from house to house to house, and eventually there was no more room in a house, so we got a warehouse, and we bought this place about 5 years ago, something like that.
And how many people in here really know what Usenet is? That is old technology. NNTP, I remember that, all the alt news groups and everything. Oh yeah, that's a lot of people are like, what's Usenet? Yeah, I'm sure. Let's see what we got here.
It'd be like posting on Reddit today. Or something.
Let's see. Oh, is Puget Systems going to expand and open other shops in the U.S.?
No, not planning on that.
John, don't be a wuss. Come on.
Well, I can't even say we. I have often wondered in the past whether it would make sense to, I don't know if it means buy another company or partner with another company or get bought by another company. In some way partner up with a company on the East Coast. Because one of the pain points we just have is, a computer has a problem in Virginia and it's 5 days of shipping to get back here to get something fixed.
Yeah.
So, one thing I am open to is some sort of agreement where we do service depots in other parts of the country. But there's no plans to open up.
No plans to have another big warehouse operation like this. Gotcha.
This is the internet age. We don't have to be everywhere. We can be here and then ship things out.
Let's see, amazing info. Where's the PC? Hey, where are we at with that PC over there, Houston? Is it done yet?
We're getting started on the wiring.
Oh, it's pretty far.
Okay, hurry up, dude. Hurry up. My time is precious, sir. Just kidding. he's building the computer here. I'll give you guys a little peek if you're not watching this stream over there. Here we go.
Yeah, watch it. If you want to see the PC, you come to the Twitch channel.
Nope. Yeah, mine's better. Mine's higher bit rate.
Twitch.tv/PugetSys.
Dude, it's in the video description.
People don't read the video description. You know that.
Did you hear that? Houston just said nobody on the internet can read. He did. I heard it. Oh, I'm doing it again. My chair likes the fart apparently. Ah, there we go. All right, back in business here. Let's turn this. Come on now. Come on now. Frame it up. Come on, Jerry. You know how to do this. You've been doing this for a while now. I want to see the winder. The winder. The winder.
I don't know what that is.
Want to see the winder. Let's see. What do we got here? Oh, that's hilarious. Eric Hobbs, my moderator, got blocked for posting the link to Houston's stream. My own mod got his message. He didn't get blocked. He didn't get banned, but it blocked his message because I have it filtered. A lot of people saying, do you ship to Canada? We've answered that one a whole lot. Let's see here.
Yes.
Buy 49.90K now or wait for a 6,700K.
Wait for a 6,700K.
Yeah, what are you waiting for? It's out.
I mean, if you can get a better deal on the 4970K, that's not a bad processor at all.
What is this, Jerry? Do old stuff, cut grass, fix broken things, and make a video about it? You guys want me to go back to basics, huh? I actually did do a yard equipment review once.
I saw that.
Yeah, did you
with
see
the
that?
battery stuff?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
That we actually had a lot of fun doing that.
Somebody asked if we do Linux. That's actually an interesting topic.
Yeah. Linux Master Race.
Times are tough here for us right now because we have Broadwell launched, we have 1080 launched,
Yep.
and Ubuntu 16.04 just came out. CUDA 8 is right around the corner, so like everything is new.
Every distribution on Earth.
So we're and then Windows 10 keeps updating itself.
Yeah. Can you elaborate on that? Are you guys installing Windows 10 on people's machines, or when they unbox them at home, does it just already have it on it? Like, did Microsoft find a way to deploy Windows 10 yet in transit?
Yeah, right. Not yet. But yeah, to answer your question, we do Linux. Right now, we're offering Ubuntu and CentOS.
I haven't used CentOS before.
It's pretty. I mean, that comes from the Red Hat camp. It's like the open.
Oh, okay. I'm very familiar with Red Hat.
So we see that more in the enterprise and like scientific computing. We kind of have to flip back and forth onto like what desktop environment works best for our builds, especially when we introduce like CUDA and application development. Historically, we've had to go to KDE because once the desktop environment has 3D acceleration, it really messes with a lot of things, but mostly like with our CUDA developers.
Gotcha.
But now Unity's doing good, so we're offering Ubuntu, and we'll be offering Mint here pretty soon as well. We've heard loud and clear a lot of people want Linux Mint.
No, Mint's awesome, especially as a desktop operating system.
Yeah.
I found out of all the distribution, Mint was the best one as far as the install experience being dead simple. I would say it's even easier to install than Windows. Mm-hmm. The desktop experience on is very Windows-esque.
Yeah.
It feels very familiar to somebody who's used Windows. And the default loadout of programs and the ability to install new stuff in the packages, it's all dead simple and intuitive. And that's something that you just don't see in a lot of Linux distros.
We did a big feedback session calling up a lot of our customers who had Linux, and it was actually a lot of software developers that liked Mint. So I think it's getting into the professional range as well. The only reason we don't have it right now is because Mint 18 is coming out like in a couple weeks, and we didn't want to launch something and then just relaunch in a few weeks. So we're waiting for 18.
No, I think software development moving to Linux is actually a big deal because everything's cross-platform now. Even like C#, Mono now is supported by Microsoft.
Okay.
So they're supporting this cross-platform development hugely. And if you're going to be a software developer, it makes sense to go with the platform that you have the most control, the most debugging, everything. And that's pretty much Linux. So if you can do it. And I know that's one of the moves that I think Microsoft's like, everybody's always like, you always hate on Microsoft. Well, I hate on them for the privacy issues, the privacy invasion issues, and the forced deployment issues.
Yeah.
I don't hate on them for the product itself. I think Windows 10 as an operating system actually isn't a bad step forward from Windows 8.1. If you just look at the operating system, you don't look at all the telemetry and all the crap that they're putting in behind the scenes.
You know what somebody needs to do? So there's people that make programs for Windows 7. So the problem with Windows 7 upgrading to Windows 10 is they keep like finding new devious ways to upgrade you to Windows 10. And so there's people that make programs that will like download updates to the program and then preemptively take care of whatever has to happen to make that upgrade not happen. And I've been looking for, maybe anyone on the stream knows, or maybe somebody can make this, is once you're in Windows 10, I want an application I can run that will turn on all this privacy stuff.
I got you covered.
Really?
Yeah, I did an entire video on this.
Well, but I want like, it's a program that comes up and you hit the green button and they all turn off.
I've got that program.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. No, I talk about it in the video. Yeah, it's literally you open it up, you hit a button, it applies about 250 some odd registry hacks, shuts down half a dozen services, and it basically stops all telemetry from going to Microsoft.
Yeah, we get a lot of feedback there.
Yeah, it even adds a couple hundred entries to the hosts file to block known telemetry receiving domains.
Cool.
It's not 100% foolproof because Microsoft's always developing workarounds and
Yeah,
hacks
but
and stuff like
do
that.
they update the program?
They
Then?
do. They do. Well, actually, no. The program that I have now, I think they just stopped updating for some reason, but it's already
For some reason.
But it's brand. Probably, yeah, Microsoft probably like gave them some antifreeze. That's actually an old joke. The joke behind that is we had a guy at Microsoft who worked there who was embezzling copies. He was basically taking software from the company that were not for resale copies, that were for internal test of Data Center, which was like a $10,000 or $20,000 license, and he was selling them to these Russian guys for like 80% of their retail value. And so the guy had a website internal to Microsoft where he was showing off like all of his. He had 2 Ferraris and Lamborghini, but he still lived in like a double-wide mobile home, and it raised some eyebrows. So Microsoft investigated him. They prosecuted him. And 2 days in jail, he posted bail, got out, and they found him dead at his house. He drank antifreeze.
Oh,
and so the joke running around Microsoft was that Bill Gates must have got a hold of him and gave him the old antifreeze. Because it just was weird. Because like the dude just bailed himself out of jail, and the next day, why would he have done that? Not pointing any fingers, Microsoft. Just a little tinfoil hat conspiracy theory. But yeah, we just thought that was kind of a little bit weird.
Yeah.
But no, there's been like 3 different code branches on that same program that I used, where people basically, it was open source, so they took it and they just continued it down their own path.
Okay.
So
Cool.
yeah, no, there's plenty of
Yeah,
programs
no, I
out there.
wanna check that out.
This made so many people mad. There are dozens of programs out there to do that. Let's see. When are you creating your own app, Jerry? I'm gonna get back to Codegasm. Everybody's like win. I'm not gonna give you a time. Because it's not like one of those things where I just go sit down in front of the computer. It's like, okay, it's time to write a program. No, I got to. It's one of those things. You got to be in the mood. You really got to be in the mood. And now I just realized how I keep lock on my chair.
Oh.
It's the antsy legs. It's the ADHD legs are working against me today. Let's see here. I just bought a new coffee machine and it came with Windows 10, and now I can't choose the sugar amount. Oh, let's see here. So I'm gonna make a computer. I need to know all the parts I should get. Let's see. Would be good at handling games and used to edit YouTube videos. What should I get? Help me out. Thanks. Contact Puget Systems. Tell them what you want to do, and they will tell you what you need. It's that easy.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we do all the time.
Yeah.
We actually have some configurations. If you go to our website, go to Solutions, and then Content Creation, and then Game Streaming.
Yep.
That'll probably be pretty close. Like a streaming rig would probably be pretty good for editing as well.
Yep. Oh, somebody called out the program. It's Spybot Anti-Beacon.
Anti-Beacon.
Anti-Beacon, yeah.
Okay.
And that's by the same people who do Spybot Search and Destroy. So they're a well-known company.
Yeah, established.
But somebody mentioned a problem. I mentioned it in my video. Apparently, if you just push the green button and say disable everything, Skype stops working.
Okay.
Because one of the sites that it blocks is one of Skype's sites. So you just go into the host file and remove the entry yourself, and it works again. So something to know. Jerry, can you make your own operating system? No, I couldn't. Let's see. I mean, I guess I could go take the source code from a Linux distribution and just change the name Linux to Barnacules.
Right. You can make your own distro like that.
That's another funny story. When I worked at Microsoft, I used to have one of the build machines. Big, huge 8U Intel. I think it was called a Bear, the Intel Bear platform. And we had our entire source enlistment on it for Windows. Basically, it was one of the build machines that built Windows, and they retired it because they got all the other ones stuck in the hallway. So I made it my dev box for like 6 months. And so I was like, oh, I have a machine that has the build environment configured on it. So I actually went in and edited Microsoft to be Jerry Soft throughout the entire source code, just doing one giant grep overnight. Came back in the morning, built it. The OS built and installed and everything. Like you opened up the command prompt, it was Jerry Soft. Everything you opened up Outbox, Jerry Soft version.
Wow.
It was pretty cool. But for obvious reasons, I had to delete it promptly.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. That was cool, though. I felt very powerful that day. There we go. Create Jerry Soft or Barnasoft. Let's see. 3D print a new OS. Yeah. All right. I'll get on that. Let's see.
There's that server.
Oh, that one right there?
Yeah, you just hear it, right?
Are you serious? That thing is loud. Where's it at?
There was some case that
I don't know. Might be in the QC room.
If that was the QC room, that thing's like, you need to wear like hearing
So it's already ramped
protection.
down. It's like when you first turn it on.
Yep.
Fans are at full speed. 8 1Us at the same time.
That's crazy. Let's see here. Does Puget Systems use any Cisco hardware or technology?
I don't know where Cisco technology kind of trails off, but not to my knowledge. We don't really get into the networking into things. We build the boxes and let the IT guys install it.
Now they want me to do a Linux distro? No, I'm not dabbing. Gosh, what is with that? Let's see.
I don't recall, but yeah. It was
Barn, read me. I love you. Okay, there, I've done it. I read you.
parts will only fit really pretty much where they're supposed to go. Don't force.
Have you got any Puget builds with 1080s or 1070s yet? I'd imagine you have, right?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, they're flying off.
Somebody's like, my DOS machine upgraded to Windows 10. What do I do?
It isn't about.
Have you seen all the little Windows 10 upgrade memes that I've been sharing on social media? Oh gosh, they keep just getting better and better and better. Let's see here. Trying to find some good questions here. Dude, you worked at Microsoft when? Oh my gosh. Nope, no truffle shuffles today, guys. Keeping it professional. Well, as professional as I get, anyways.
Yeah, all the 1070s and 1080s we have right now they're all Founders Edition. So they're not. If you don't see them on our website all over the place, it's because we can't. Most of our builds are quiet, and we can't really list them there because they're just not yet. But it should be really soon here. We have quiet builds or quiet cards from EVGA and Azus on the way. 1080 will be before 1070, but soon.
Let's see here. Cats are a good color, huh? All right, that's good, I guess. Let's see. Oh, what's Puget Systems' favorite company to collaborate with on projects? I'm technically a company. Loaded question, John. I'm just saying.
To collaborate with like ODM kind of stuff.
I think it's more the bigger companies like OEM stuff. Like I'm guessing that you probably like Fractal, okay, considering half your warehouse is filled with their cases.
Fractal is really cool. I mean, I'm not just saying that because Josh might be watching.
Let's be honest, Josh could kick both of our asses if we jumped him at the same
Josh's
time.
background? Josh's background is in the PC industry.
No, actually I don't. I've never had that conversation.
He ran a system builder company. So what's cool about that is like he totally gets us. He knows what what we're looking for and what our needs are. And so we'll have conversations with Fractal a couple times a month or once a month or something like that.
Yep.
And we'll give them feedback on, how's it going, some quality issues, maybe, well, not quality issues, but like design issues we may be seeing, suggestions for the future, and they listen. It's actually blows me away how much they listen. So I do like working with them. Azus has been great to work with as well. We give them design feedback as well. That's a little more challenging when you have a company. A lot of the challenge ends up being that you have like the U.S. branch, and they get it and they know exactly what you're asking for, and then they have to go convince the people in Taiwan, or Sweden, or whatever, to see that story, and that's where the challenge often is. But Azus has been great. There's a board. We've been really struggling with Skylake. I was talking to you about this.
Yeah.
Skylake ITX motherboards. Really hard for us to find a design that like met all of our criteria. Had to have like Wi-Fi on board. Had to have ample USB ports. Placement of a lot of the components had to be what we have found to be ideal. We didn't want all these like LEDs and flashing skulls and lasers and things. And we've been through just board after board after board. We've probably had like 6 or 7 boards here that we've looked at and they've failed. And we gave all this feedback to Azus, and eventually a couple weeks ago Azus said, all right guys, here's the board we're championing for you guys and people like you that have given this kind of feedback. So they're actually launching a board based on a lot of the feedback they've gotten from system integrators, and that's really cool to see.
That says a lot about you guys too, though. The fact that a company that's that large will listen. Like if I say Asus feedback, and I was like, hey, my name's Jerry. I have a little YouTube channel. You guys think you can put a different, a secondary NIC on that motherboard? They'd be like,
well, that's really,
no.
That goes all the way back to like, what is our role as a system integrator? And whether it's design feedback we give to Azus or like with this Broadwell stuff, this is a good story of like why you don't build your own PC. Because we're not, why it's not for everyone.
Right.
Because if you got a PC and you went to put it together by yourself, and you have like an X99 motherboard and a Core i7 CPU, and you're running just even Windows 7, or really any OS, there's problems that happen with firmware, with BIOSes, with drivers, physical compatibility, and Asus and Intel and NVIDIA and all these guys, they can't listen to like every last person that like gives feedback on these things, and so they rely on companies like us to aggregate all those people and say like, this is the message we want to send on behalf of the users. And so with that, like, we get new BIOSes written, like a new BIOS comes up on Asus's website that says like stability fixes. Where do you think that came from? That's companies like us reporting issues, working with them to solve it, and then they launch a new BIOS. So that's what we do as a system builder. And then after all those bugs are worked out and everything's all stable, it's sure anyone can put this stuff together. But at the very beginning, this bleeding edge hardware, yeah, you really have to have the relationship with the company in order to get these things done.
That is awesome. I wish they would listen to me on that level. But I guess I can just go to you.
Sure.
So you just middleman that stuff.
Yeah.
Well, guys, I'm going to go grab a soda. Would you like a soda?
I'll take a water.
Would you want water? All right. I'm going to go get a soda and water, and why don't you tell them... what?
Or why don't I go get it? You can...
Well, that's fine. You go get it, too.
Okay. All right.
That's fine. I can see here and stare awkwardly at the camera. It's my job, after all.
What do you want?
You got anything with caffeine in it, like a Mountain Dew or something? Oh, yeah, Mountain Dew me. See, that's how good Puget Systems is. They actually stock Mountain Dew.
I would avoid like Best Buy.
Judging by how quiet it is in here, though, it sounds like you guys aren't drinking the Mountain Dew.
No, everybody gets quiet when I stream.
Oh, they do.
We're somewhat nice.
You don't have to be quiet when he streams. You guys should be really loud and obnoxious and poke him over the monitor and stuff. Like, watch here, you guys want to mess with Houston? Let's mess with Houston while we're waiting for a soda. Okay, hold on. Here we go. Hopefully this will reach.
No need to yell.
Hopefully this will reach.
What's the most difficult part of building a PC?
Doesn't reach. Doesn't reach.
Hands down the wiring. There are times they'll need an optical drive unless you avoid classic titles. Yeah.
Oh, hey.
Won't using phone heat up.
Actually, now that the system's actually getting built.
Yeah, okay. But not a computer building. That makes sense, Neil.
How's our audio interface there? Yeah, here. Bring it up here. Set it on the table.
I touched something.
Huh?
I touched something.
Uh-oh. What happened?
Hopefully it's okay.
Oh, all right. Sorry, don't worry about it.
We still have audio. All right, I'm going to bring it right back here.
Wiring's the most fun. Oh, yeah.
There we go. Now we can get everybody in the shot.
So funny story, the water and the pop and stuff we have here. So we built this whole like procurement system around getting like motherboards here.
Yep.
That's like when we get down to 5 motherboards, order in 50 more, and like that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Alarms that go off, and then a whole purchasing PO system. So the water and the Mountain Dew goes through that same system. So at the end of the month we go through inventory, and it's the same purchaser that buys like 1080s buys our Mountain Dew. It's the same system.
That's kind of cool, actually.
Why not? Why not?
So it's actually analyzing like the consumption rate and everything of things and like ordering them based on that?
Yeah.
Dude, that's very scientific of you.
Stock alarms.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm with NASA after all.
Have you guys done anything else with any other aerospace companies you can talk about? Like SpaceX, Boeing, anything like that?
Years ago we did some, well, I don't know what I can talk about,
Yeah.
frankly.
Yeah, don't risk it.
Years ago we did stuff, like when the in-flight Wi-Fi was just kind of catching on, they had to have base stations that did a lot of, I don't know, some kind of signal analysis or whatnot. So those were even more processors than the quads we're building today. We actually had a quad socket Opteron that then had a riser card to a daughter board that had 4 more Opterons. So it was an 8-way system.
Weird.
And the daughter board had like more memory slots and whatnot. We had to build brackets and things to make that all stable.
How does the in-flight Wi-Fi stuff work? I've never even looked into that. Is it a ground station communicating the plane that's trading it off, or is it from satellite?
It is. I think it's ground today, but I think they're moving towards satellite, where I think it's like the communication in comes via satellite and then it transmits back to the ground.
Okay.
For the return path, but I don't know.
I always wondered how that worked. It's like you got this plane traveling, 600 miles an hour. It's like if it was cell towers, it'd be like jump, 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 like every couple of seconds. If you guys know how that works, please let me know down in chat. Let's see. Oh, actually, I forgot. I can look over there too, can't I? Oh.
They are super cheap.
Who won? I don't know
I'm not sure.
Who won the PC.
I don't think they've announced the winner of the PC.
I don't know. It might be written at the bottom of the stream on the screen of the video you're watching.
Yeah, I'm not.
I think it's a guy named Coltrane. Colin? I think Colin won.
Shaft. What kind of system do you recommend? For
Colin of Florida.
I'm not sure the phrasing of that question is a little odd for me.
Beard guy looks cool. I love all the beard comments. Dude, doesn't that just make you want to go home and grow a beard like tonight? It does. I know I can't grow facial hair. Every year I do it for Movember, and by the end of the month I look like I should be driving a white van with free candy on the side. This is just you starting. Let's see here. Somebody said hi. I just came in. I was in the shower. Well, welcome.
Who timed out someone?
Thank you for joining our stream all nice and squeaky clean.
Neil kept telling me about the job simulator thing, and I saw it.
Jerry, why don't you install the Windows 1 year settings? It didn't make any sense.
Oh, like specs wise.
More Puget systems shipping to the UK. It's funny because when you have an international audience, you know you're about everybody wants to know.
Yeah.
Like there's a big difference for just
Yeah, we ship to the UK, we ship to Canada, we ship to Mexico, Australia. The problem is you don't want to buy a $1,000 computer and ship it to the UK because it costs like $600 to ship.
Yep.
So it only makes sense for the high-end computers.
Oh, Max said a virus has been detected on my computer. It's called Windows 10. Oh my gosh. It's funny, just like with the AMD thing, everybody thinks immediately like, just because I trash on the privacy issues of Microsoft, that automatically means I hate the company or I hate the software. It doesn't work that way, guys. Even when I trash on AMD, you guys realize I do most of my gaming on console. And what's the graphics chipset in every single console? It's AMD. Oh my gosh, people. Get a sense of humor. I don't think Jerry reads comments on YouTube. I think I just did. It's funny, if somebody doesn't get their question answered, they assume that I don't answer any comments, even though the entire thing we're doing right now is responding to comments.
You just see them flying by, like there's no way.
No, there's no way, guys. I have to pick like one comment every 2 or 3 pages that slides by. It's crazy. Let's see here. Oh, hey, Jeff said he'll build your systems in the UK if you want. He's down.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Would Puget Systems hire people out of state, like customer service and tech support workers?
That's actually an interesting question.
Yeah.
The answer right now is no, but the why behind that is interesting, because then at that point we have a business presence in your state, and we have to collect sales taxes, and just a bunch of things that come along with that. So we have made the choice that no, we do all of our hiring here in Washington. Well, I mean, you have to live in Washington to work here.
Well, becoming a business myself, I'm quickly finding just how messed up the tax system is here.
Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah, like as a sole proprietorship, got to pay an 18% sales. I have to pay an 18% income tax.
Okay.
Because of the sole proprietorship, so now I have to incorporate something called an LLC or an S corp.
Sure.
And it's just funny, all these loopholes you have to jump through, and it's stuff that nobody could ever figure out on their own. You always have to go. You go talk to a lawyer, right? And the lawyer's like, "Oh no, you just do this and let's file this paperwork and give them this much money, and then once you do all that, you're a business, and then we can manage everything. But if you don't do all that, then you're a sole proprietorship, which implies that you're a single person, right? Mm-hmm. Don't you think that they kind of want to make it like easier on the person who's like a single person operation? It's like, okay, we're going to cut that guy a little slack. No. Yeah. The government's like, you become a bigger business or you die. Those are your options.
Yeah. We were sole proprietor until 2003 or so. We even had a couple employees under sole proprietor, but it gets
very complicated.
Messy very fast.
It's very complicated. Hey, Shoot First is moving to Washington next year. Awesome, you'll love it. We have a good state. I love it here. I even love our weather. Let's see, what do we got over here? We got a guy from Norway in here. What did we win? The only person that won was Colin. Actually, everybody did win. They get to watch the stream, right? That's winning something. We don't charge anything to watch this channel.
It's worth every penny.
Every penny. Let's see here. Oh, now we're getting really down to brass tacks here. What's the yearly revenue of Puget Systems? You don't have to say, but it's just funny to see those questions.
Well, I can give you some ability to do your own math. So we ship somewhere in the vicinity of 10 to 15 computers a day.
I suppose you can.
Wow, that's a pretty decent volume.
I mean, that's small potatoes in the PC world, but what we do is very personalized, so it takes a lot of work to do that.
We do use EVGA and Seasonic.
Let's see here. When am I going to make another Nerdgasm? When I feel inspired to. Hey, can you come to Dubai?
Can I come to Dubai?
Yeah, I think it was directed at me, but I'm curious.
You can.
I'd like to go to Dubai. I'd like to visit Dubai, but everything that I've read and seen pretty much tells me that I can't afford to visit Dubai. I think it's one of those places where like you get off the plane and all your money disappears within 15 minutes, and then you can't afford to come home.
You can go indoor skiing there, right?
You can do anything in Dubai. Like, I was watching, they've got like, what's the Ferrari test track or something over there, where it's like a whole Ferrari experience where you go drive Ferraris on a real track, and I was like, and then right next to that's like some kind of a theme park, and then right next to that, like you said, indoor skiing, and everything like within a couple of miles. I also want to go to what's that really tall building they have, the one that's like over a mile tall.
Dubai.
Yeah, that thing is insane. Did you see the video of the guys that are with the winged suits that are flying around it?
No.
Oh yeah, they like jump off the thing and they're just like going around. It takes them forever to get to the bottom. I was like, it gives you a real sense of how tall that building is. Let's see. Oh, thank you, Puget Systems, for answering questions. Look at that. That's nice. Dubai supports slavery. All right, I'm not going. Not going.
I'd be shocked.
Let's see, what do we got here? Intel i7 6700K or i7 4790K. What would be the best? I'll just leave this question. This is everything's a versus question on the internet.
I don't even understand what the contest is.
Yeah,
I mean, I guess if the 4790K is a lot less expensive, then maybe there's an argument to be had. But it's
yeah, is it cost versus performance or just all out performance? Because it answers. I keep pushing this button on this thing. Let's see here.
It'll show up red on my.
Oh, is the place you're talking about Ferrari World? That's what it is. Ferrari World. It's like a Ferrari theme park in Dubai.
6700K is actually a cool processor. What we're finding, so there's a lot of engineering applications and content creation applications where there really is not very good multi-threading, and so it just comes down to frequency. And so when you look at basically across like our CAD workstations and SolidWorks and whatnot, CATIA, it's like what processor should I get? 6700K. Well, do you want to hear my budget? No, it's always 6700K.
Yep. So what do I think about Java? Java is actually a really good language. It's I'd argue that on some platforms the runtime compilers are really buggy, really slow and stuff like that. But as far as a language is concerned, I think it's a great language to learn. It's object-oriented. C# is almost a direct copy of it. Even the namespaces are the same. So Java is one of those languages where if you want to learn managed programming, Java is a good place to start because it translates to so many other things. It's a C syntax language. It's very clean. It's very similar to C# because Microsoft blatantly ripped off the syntax. No hate. No hate. I'm actually a C# developer, so I've been thinking about going to Java, but now I have no reason to because it's all cross-platform now.
Sure.
Everybody's got their thing.
Let's see here. Make a Nerdgasm on how to uninstall Windows 10. I could do that. That video would be 2 minutes long.
When it updates, there's the Windows.old, right?
Yeah.
So you just hit uninstall.
But did you know that Windows.old only sticks around for 30 days and then Microsoft deletes it without even telling you?
Great.
Yeah. You like that?
Okay.
It used to be that it'd stick around indefinitely until you ran the desktop cleanup tool, and then it's like, oh, hey, found some crap laying around. You want it cleaned up? Nope. Windows 10, it's like, oh, you didn't roll back in 30 days? We're just going to assume you're never going to roll back.
What motherboard do you recommend for a budget PC exactly?
Let's see here. What do we got?
I don't have enough knowledge of the landscape to be able to help you with that.
How much does a basic gaming PC cost from you guys?
From us?
Yeah.
How much range should I use on Windows 7?
Like, what's the lowest end we go, maybe?
They would still be considered like a gaming capable machine. Something that's got like a GTX.
Something like a 1070.
Personally,
8 gigs of memory, maybe like a Core i5.
Yep.
What was most reliable?
I think it'd probably come in like $1,200 or so.
Okay.
The thing is, like, we don't, with the amount of like personalization, like you've seen the whole process we go through.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
We just can't support that process
They work best for what we're trying to achieve.
on like super budget machines.
Haven't you put the
And so we've had to make the company decision, like, what's that cutoff point where like we can do everything we want to do in terms of building a PC and not have to make any sacrifices. Because if we did really cheap machines, we'd have to like cut all these corners for quality and testing and components. So yeah, we started around 1,200.
Yeah, go watch the video where they built my William PC. That thing, where we walk through all the sound control testing that you guys do, all the QC checks, all the stuff on the computer. There's a lot that goes on with these computers. It's not like Houston doesn't just build this thing and stuff it in a box. It's like this is one of many stages.
This is the very first.
Yeah,
stage.
very first stage of many stages. Yeah. And somebody's got to pay for that, right?
That's what we get. I mean, we get flack for not having cheaper computers, and that's fine. I mean, that's just the choice we've made on the type of computer we're going to build.
Let's see what it says. Jerry, will you be making another event like this? I just got here and don't know if you had covered it. I don't know which thing you're talking about, but you can watch this after I'm done recording it. It'll be posted up on the thing, so you'll be able to see everything.
For the SG10?
Yeah, we're working with Silverstone right now. So the machine that your home theater is in, that SG10, I served that. It was like 7 design tweaks. We're like, if we could do anything, we would do this. And sent the list off to Silverstone, and they're like, 6 of them, cool, let's do it. So we're actually bringing in a container of these Puget Systems Edition SG10s.
That's awesome.
Yeah, a lot of them are just like little fixes, like hard drives that are 8 terabytes or bigger have different hole layouts on the
Yep.
bottom, and so they have to change like some thread patterns,
No, Bob, I do not.
where we
I do
want
not
vents
want to
and
be,
whatnot.
the head builder
But
or builder.
yeah, it's cool to be able to do that.
Thank you very much. I enjoy what
That
you do.
and I'm really surprised actually. I mean, you.
On Twitch and
It seems like you'd have to buy a pretty big volume from somebody, or be known as somebody who they think is going to move a pretty big volume of something for them to do that. That's awesome.
What is the best Puget system? That is a subjective.
Let's see here. Another person from the Netherlands joining us. What OS is Colin getting? What are you guys installing on there?
Good question. Are you doing streaming? Are you doing video processing?
Windows 10.
Windows 10, guys.
Big surprise.
Hey, Colin, do you need us to install Spybot Anti-Beacon? No, just kidding. When you take it out of the box, do not plug it into network.
You know, for all the reputation it gets, I'm actually like, I have never liked an OS better than Windows 10.
Windows 10 as an OS is good.
It's a good
It's
OS.
good. It's a solid OS. It's actually very fast. They did a really good job. Because that was the last project I worked on when Microsoft did the layoffs. Windows 10
really?
is what we were working on. And almost all the energy was spent on optimizations because we were moving the kernel to the Xbox One.
Yeah.
That was the whole point of the work we were doing, is we need the Xbox One to run the same kernel as what's running on the Surface tablet, and on the desktop. So everything was about streamlining, cutting everything, and they did a good job of it. I mean, Windows 10 is lean and mean by comparison to 8. 8.1's downright bloated by comparison.
It's just too bad. It's like it's associated with these other business practices Microsoft's doing at the same time.
Yeah.
It's really, there are kind of separate issues.
Microsoft's always had a really bad internal struggle with the company all identifying as one company. It feels like a bunch of micro companies. Even like being in Windows and dealing with Office, you feel like you're going and dealing with a completely different company, even though you both work under the same shell.
I see that a lot. With a lot of the larger companies we work with now, that's pretty common.
Yeah, that's the one thing I never really got used to working there, and how different things are. Like, for instance, the Windows team had their entire own test tool set, their own build environment, everything. The Office team had a completely separate build environment, everything, and none of them used the shipping tools that we ship as build environments to other companies, like Visual Studio and stuff. We were still using, like, the build environment we were using, gosh, I can't remember, was it Perl?
Oh, okay.
We were actually using like Perl scripts to build the operating system, and I thought that was really, really strange, because we had to have a license as a company for active Perl so that we could use the Perl engine for Windows as our build. It was very, very weird. It was very, very weird. And from what I've heard since I've left, a lot of that has changed, because in order for them to get the kernel to build and everything for Xbox, they had to move to a unified model. But it's just weird. My entire 15 years there, it's like anytime you changed a team or moved from one product to another product,
it was like starting a new
it was
company.
like starting a new company, completely different. Absolutely completely different.
Huh.
Let's see, does Puget Systems have any new top secret desktops they're working on right now? Well, it wouldn't be very top secret if you could talk about it.
Right, I'm trying to think if we actually
I would
do.
recommend that you check out first our recommended systems.
No.
Binary Studios.
Right now, I mean, Broadwell's launched, Infinity's launched. There's some cool SSD stuff coming up.
Actually, I kind of want to hear about that. The SSD stuff fascinates me, because I hear that that's taking a huge leap in performance.
This next year, I mean, they've probably been saying this wrong, but next year will be the year of the SSD. So look up when you have a chance videos. Just like search for Intel Optane or 3D Crosspoint.
Yeah.
Really cool new technology coming up here. So the big story the last few years in SSDs has been 3D NAND, and that's cool in and of itself, because now instead of having this process and you have to try to shrink it down to be a certain size to get more memory. Now they're just like, add another layer, add another layer. And so they're at like 32, and they're going to go to 48 and 64 and 128. And they just keep stacking these layers, and then we're gonna see 10 terabyte SSDs in really soon.
I'm not a fan of that.
And the read-write speeds are going to be insane too.
Well, so that's just with 3D alone, and then you start adding this new Crosspoint technology, which is basically a whole new approach to making memory cells, and that has like promise of, it's just crazy numbers, like 1,000 times faster, 1,000 times more endurance, and you know where the rubber meets the road is going to be a lot more reasonable than that, but it's at least like switching from DDR3 to DDR4. Like, it's not all that much faster today, but it opens up the next decade of improvement.
What was the jump? I know Intel said that the release an SSD can do, what is it, like 7 gig a second or something like that? It's a ridiculous jump on the 2 gig a second throughput on standard SATA 6 SSD. But they're PCIe cards, but they're massively fast. Like, I was looking at them, I think the price point on them is not going to be that great.
Yeah, they'll be expensive, at least at first.
Yeah, but I was looking at it and I was like, wow, I just got an SSD that's capable of like 1.5 or whatever, you know, gig a second. I'm like, this is fast. And then you look at this, it's like, you know, 10 times that. You're like, wow, okay, that's crazy.
So we're working with Samsung. So one project. Oh, this is a cool project. So one project we're working on is. You know what? It's for the same company that does the military training VR stuff.
Okay.
So we're taking those Samsung 950 Pros. Those are like 2 gig-a-second drives.
Yep.
Something in that range. And those are PCIe by 4 in M2. And our thought was, well, by 4, I want to take 4 of these things and jam them into a X16 slot.
Yep.
And so we're working with a company called Amfleck, I think is their name. And they're making basically a multiplex type of device that'll take 4 PCI 3.0 by 4, or no, 4 by 4 lanes, and you can put these 950 Pros in there, you put them into a X16 slot, and yeah, we're expecting 8 or so gigs a second throughput.
So is it going to be like a hardware level RAID between them?
It's not even going to be RAID. So NVMe and RAID is still a little bit out there.
Okay.
So this will just present to the OS as 4 separate volumes, and then we'll just use software.
Oh, so it'll just be like the dynamic drive spanning and stuff.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And we can do RAID 0. So yeah, we'll span them all together.
Because I was thinking, how cool would that be if the hardware itself, like a hardware RAID, you put those on there and it actually created a hardware volume that just conglomerated
and that
all
can
of
be
it,
done.
striped
There's companies that have done that in the past.
Because it's expensive on the CPU to actually like do the software level striping.
But for the same reason, it's challenging to make a controller that at that speed isn't bottlenecking things.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Just because it's so technically demanding, the CPU can do it no problem. But to build something that small and that compact, that could be expensive. Yep. That's cool though. I think that's a great idea because I always thought about that when you put the adapters in there. It's like you got this giant adapter with one M2 drive on it. I'm like, why not just toss 4 on there and go crazy?
But the story very quickly, even with like a single NVMe drive today, the story is starting to kind of turn into like, who can use this?
Yeah.
When the OS is booting up in 2 seconds, and you're talking like, you can copy a Blu-ray in 2 seconds. Like, who's actually going to have that kind of throughput?
The video editing guys, uncompressed 4K. Oh my gosh, it's crazy.
But how often are you like moving that from one super blazing fast volume to another super blazing fast volume? Because if you're moving to an external drive or off an external drive, that's always going to be the bottleneck.
It would be more just the read on it. Yeah, it wouldn't.
Just like while you're editing.
While you're editing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, as far as right now, and the other thing that I do now is after my RAID 0 debacle where I lost like 4 terabytes of data, that sucked. That was embarrassing. Now I have it set up with my Synology array to basically sync in real time.
And you edit straight off that?
Yeah, and no, I edit off of. I still have my 4 SSDs in RAID 0.
Okay.
But what I do is anytime I touch a byte on that drive in the background, it cues it and then it syncs it to the Synology array.
Yeah. Cool.
And so that way I'm only ever about a minute, maybe 2 minutes behind on sync unless I'm copying a really huge project.
Is that an app like Synology has for doing that? Okay.
Yeah, cool. It's actually a Synology app that does, it's like called Cloud Drive or something.
Yeah, okay.
And you basically just set it up and say anything that I do on this drive, I want you to mirror to this volume on the Synology array.
Yeah.
And then the Synology array I have set up to mirror that to another mirror that's inside of the array itself that I have an external array connected to it that it mirrors to that also.
Oh, cool.
So that way I have my data in 3 places because I am so sick of losing data.
Yeah, I use a program kind of like that called Crash Plan. And
I've heard of that, yeah.
It does the same thing. You can so I run Crash Plan on my Office PC and on my home PC. And home backs up to the office, and office backs up to home, so it backs up over the internet.
Yep.
You can buy cloud storage from them too, but if you're cheap like I am, and you just want to back up to your own hard drives, you can do that.
I've heard of that actually. I've never used it.
It's nice.
Crash Plan.
It's great for like. It sounds like your Synology app is working well for like within your house, but if you wanted to get like an offsite backup going on, you give a friend of yours a 6 terabyte hard drive and say like, hey, in exchange for this, let's back up to each other.
Yeah. I actually have a lot of friends that have like data center class storage solutions, so I have no reason to lose data. Really, is what I'm saying.
Right,
like it's pure laziness at that point. Hey, Houston.
What's up?
How we doing on that build, buddy?
Whoa, look at that.
Is it?
Oh, it's awesome.
Are electrons going through it yet?
No. Well, if I plugged in the power supply, yes. Looking good, I think.
Look at that beautiful thing.
Everybody always compliments me on my cable management.
Yeah, that looks awesome.
This is the part where people always are like, oh my god.
I like it.
Yeah.
You done good.
Mm-hmm.
You done good, Beard. All right.
All right. Let's see. What else are we working with here?
You might want to plug in that hard
all
drive.
That basic stuff. Let's get the video card.
Oh yeah, you can see how this video card brace works now.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Let's see. We're both gonna get the C clamp or the C brace grabs it from the top and the bottom.
Okay, let me show you how to do professional. Okay, this is how you do it professionally. You'd be like wham!
Then my
C-brace.
autofocus goes over
And then,
here.
no, and then you go like this. You go. See, and then you like do the artistic shot.
How to overclock keyboard to increase words per minute. Wiggle your fingers faster.
Look at that.
Look into HGST drives. They are owned by Western Digital, but have the lowest failure rate. Loop up back blaze project. They test about 60K drives a year. Okay.
Dude, that thing is beautiful.
Where do I join the competition? Bang Extreme. We're the current, the most current contest. I have to move it.
I'm just helping you with your camera.
What are you
right there.
doing? Go away, Jerry.
You just try to help a guy. Houston, why you gotta be such a jerk?
No, that was one of my mods said that.
Oh, really? Did he? He's like, I'm getting sick, dude. I'm getting
And then
sick,
another
bro.
one says, Jerry, quit messing with the camera.
ADHD is real. Hold on, let me check and see if what my mod's saying here. Tell Houston she was there last week at Well. Oh, I got that late. The Twitch person apparently was there last week in your stream also.
Which one?
The
Come on?
Twitch lady. Yeah,
Oh,
cool.
I
Yeah.
didn't-
Cool.
Shows me for paying attention. He was in my chat.
You should be partnered, man. If you're not partnered, that's kind of scary. Like she was in there twice. Like that means she probably checked the box
thing
that's
is,
like,
the-
nope.
The thing is,
Right.
I haven't officially applied. I don't really meet their general guidelines for that yet.
Well, you don't game?
No. As far as viewership and stuff.
Oh, okay.
I'm kind of waiting another couple weeks to make sure, because now that the contest is over, I want to make sure that I'm still pulling in at least 100 people. Our Puget system shipping Europe. I know we.
Aiden just said, Houston, shut up. Let's see. How are you today, Barnacules? You having a nice day? I'm actually having a great day. I like coming to Puget Systems. This place is fun, and I got lunch, and lunch is good, and a Mountain Dew, and coffee. Man, I'm feeling like royalty today.
Overclocking the CPU, how much lifespan does it take out?
Let's
of
see.
it?
Wait, is
Your
this for the
mileage
giveaway?
is,
Yes, this is for the giveaway, but it's already been given away. That system's being built right now for Colin S.
Who won?
What's that?
Who won?
Oh, I don't know. Who won? Oh, it's at the bottom of the screen. That's right. I forgot. It's Colin. Colin won.
John, the gentleman wearing the blue shirt over on the...
Let's see here. Jerry, could there be another giveaway? There will absolutely be another giveaway, just probably not for a couple of months.
Oh, that sounds really familiar. That's that Corsair case, right?
Let's see
I'll
here.
give you my boilerplate spiel on water cooling. I think custom loops are silly and are too much pain in the butt for maintenance.
You and I are going to be talking about water cooling, aren't we? Right?
All-in-one liquid coolers are really neat, though.
Oh, maybe a little bit, yeah.
Okay, never mind. We get a lot of questions about that here.
No, we definitely need to do that. We need to adjust that elephant in the room, and that is the liquid cool, because you have the people that are the hardcore liquid cooling enthusiasts,
Right.
and even a lot of the liquid cooling enthusiasts are even saying that the air cooling is more or less as efficient. It can be as efficient if it's done right. It's more or less for like aesthetics and modding.
Well, like just like the project of it. It's like the same reason like why you'd build a hot rod in your garage.
Yep.
Like you're gonna have some people say like, why would you do that? You could just go down to Honda and get a Civic. But, like, well, that's not the point. That's not why they're building this hot rod in their garage.
Yeah, it's because like I mean I guess it still depends on like what you're doing. Because if you're going for like a world record overclock or doing something like that, I mean you're going to go with like an LN tool or a phase change or something like that. Because even liquid cooling, you can only extract so much heat before the liquids heat up, and it's usually only a couple degree temperature change in the fluid. It's not like you're boiling the fluid like in a car and the radiator's purging off a massive amount of heat. So that's the thing is I'm not really an expert in that area, but from everything that I've experienced so far, it seems like the air cooling can be quieter, use less power, is easier to maintain, but the liquid cooling just looks badass. It's like putting, like you said, it's like putting the spoiler and the poop can exhaust on your Honda Civic, right? It's cool. It feels cool. It's awesome. In the rigid tubing stuff, I'll be honest, I'm a sucker for rigid tubing and a liquid
really cool.
cooling system.
And I'm not so down on it, like saying it could never make sense, because it can. I mean, the whole point of liquid cooling is to draw heat from one area to another.
Yeah.
I guess our take on it is just like, if you're going to do it, you ought to do it yourself.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. Like again, the hot rod car. Like, you're not going to go out and buy one if you don't know how to do it. And so we feel like we shouldn't be selling liquid-cooled PCs because really you have to know enough about how to maintain it.
Yeah.
That you ought to be building your own PCs.
Because even when I built my first liquid cooling computer, and I even knew what I was doing from trial and error, getting it all figured out, doing things like changing out graphics cards and redoing the thermal paste and stuff, it was just such a pain in the ass to always disconnect stuff and get liquid all over the place. And there's tricks you learn not to do that and everything, but I don't know. I'm kind of now on the air cooling kick. I'm not so keen on the liquid cooling, because the one liquid cooling system I built, after a year, the pump failed. I had to clean gunk out of it because it was the pipe that I was using. Now, the tubes have improved, but the tubing I used, basically, the coolant I used was eating away at the inside the tubing, and it was creating, like, gum. And then that was getting stuck in the fins of the inside of those heat sinks. They're really hard. You got to take them apart and clean them all out and everything, the fins. And it just kind of became a nightmare to maintain. I didn't like that. The air cooling stuff's like, just get in there with a can of air and you're done.
What's also changed over time is, like, what is liquid cooling? So now you have these closed-loop coolers that kind of take a lot of the, the maintenance end out of it, but you still get the benefits.
Yes.
And heck, I mean, if you go back to like almost everything has heat pipes now, and that's
the contest for this build is over.
Kind of.
That's
liquid
true.
Cooling. I mean, it's a kind of.
I mean, there's liquid
concept.
inside of it, right? And
I think so.
Yeah, the little heat tubes. I think that they actually do have some kind of thermal transfer liquid inside of
So
them.
it's just a question of like where along the spectrum is an amount of maintenance that you're prepared to do.
I'm not a big fan of these ribbon cables.
Let's see, what is it?
So
Oh, Barnacules, did you and Puget make the smart utility for drive errors talking about making during the last
we're
Puget
talking
build?
about doing that.
Yeah, no, I haven't, but I actually did the research. I know what I need to do to actually write it. I just need the time to do it. Yeah, no, it turns out that all the smart detection stuff that I need is all exposed by WMI as a performance counter. It's just a giant block of bytes,
nice.
and I actually went and found the chart that shows me how to break the block of bytes down into the actual numbers that I need.
Okay.
For each of the drives, for the failures and all the different classes of smart. Smart basically just creates one big block of bytes, and you basically cookie cut it into an array, and then you know exactly what each number means.
Cool.
Because it's not like the other performance counters where it like breaks down for you.
There's not more tools then that do this. But
Yeah, I'm
not.
surprised too. It's like, for crying out loud, it's like a basic functionality of most BIOSes to detect smart errors and report them on post and stuff like that. So why wouldn't you just have an
Couldn't you even if it's in WMI, couldn't you even make a performance counter out of it?
It is a performance counter already.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm saying, is you could literally, as long as you, but the problem is they don't format it. It's just one of the fields in the performance counter is the smart data block.
Okay.
So then you have to further process it. But because it's a performance counter, you could literally take Perfmon, connect to a remote computer, pull that block on a 5-second interval, process it, and then remotely monitor the smart on a machine.
Cool.
You just need something that'll process the data. And the nice thing is, if you're writing in C#, WMI is incredibly easy to use. It's like 3 lines of code to basically connect to WMI, access the performance counter, and then pull the data. And then whatever code you need to basically cookie cut that into a structure so it's human readable.
Right. Cool.
Let's see here. Why does everybody stream have to be in the middle of the night? I don't know. Is it the middle of the night here?
Kind of bright.
Yeah, I think it has something to do with the world being round and the sun always being on one side. Let's see here. My mom hit me? Oh, you tell her no. You say bad mom. Unless you deserved it. If you deserved it, then thank her. Let's see here. I have a feeling you probably deserved it, though. This is the internet we're talking about here. I like turtles. Everybody likes turtles. If you don't like turtles, there's something wrong with you. John, do you like turtles? John?
Sure. Yes,
Careful.
yes, yes.
Careful. Okay. Let's see here. Barnacules, I'm one of the newer subscribers. I've seen a vid about you and your job at Microsoft, and I thought I'd say your story is inspiring and awesome in its own way. Thank you. I watched that video myself about a month ago, just because I was kind of curious how things change. And my video, I did a video called Letter to Myself, back when I was working at Microsoft, like, hey, where are you going to be at in the next 10 years? But I figured so much changed with Xander and everything that I'd read it, and I was like, man, my life changed a lot more than I even thought it did, like going back and watching that. And then it reminded me that the Seahawks lost the Super Bowl and I lost a bunch of money, and then I was mad. Let's see. It says, Barnacules never give up. I don't plan to. Let's see here. Where can I get this shirt? Oh, my Apple Bug. You like the Apple Bug shirt? Yeah, so, no, shop.barnnerd.com. Go to shop.barnnerd.com. Actually, got a lot of shirts up there right now. Hashtag eat turtle. Oh, you're just bad. You're an evil person. Ban the nice person. I know, right? There's like the one nice person. You must be an imposter. Hashtag GTX 1080. Turtle power. Let's see. How old are you? Me? I'm 37 years old. John, how old are you?
I am 37 years old.
You're 37? Dude, all right, dude. Nice.
Yes, kind of. Definitely look up some
You
stuff on Reddit and whatnot.
just be quiet, you little whippersnapper. How is my son? My son is doing awesome. He actually just graduated kindergarten.
Oh.
And you wouldn't think that that's a big feat or anything, but it's like when he was born, he died twice, had to be resuscitated, and then after 3.5 months in the NICU, they said he would have permanent mental problems his entire life. And after 4+ years of therapy, he joined his peer group and actually graduated and is going into the regular first grade with his peer group.
Nice.
So stuff that the doctors honestly never thought would happen, and it's awesome. It's absolutely awesome. I couldn't be happier. Let's see, GTX Turtle. Man, this hashtag is evolving fast. GTX Turtle X.
Do you like the Battlefield franchise? Oh yeah, I'm a little interested in Battlefield 1. That'll be cool to check out.
Which am I more excited for, the 1080s or the 480X? Oh, I wonder which one I'm more excited for. Everybody knows I'm an NVIDIA fanboy. So, but I will tell you this. Mark my words. If the 480 comes out and
Get the black
is let's say the same performance, not even better, just the same performance as a 1080, has a lower price, and the drivers support surround better, I will switch.
Yeah.
I will legitimately switch because I am so
would.
mad at NVIDIA's surround bugs that they have. Like there's low hanging fruit there. Like I could seriously go to NVIDIA, sit down at a desk, and in one day fix all the bugs that I've had because there's low hanging fruit.
You're talking about just like when you come out of surround, your monitor settings are gone.
Yeah, just monitor settings, like something stupid like that. And I even found a tool that fixes that. But yeah,
I have the same problem at home. I actually reported that, and they are working on it.
Could you link
They say.
well, there's been tickets open for the last 2 years. Now maybe because you opened it, it'll get some attention. But no, I literally had to find a tool that would record my monitor profile, all the resolution and alignment, and then what I do is I rig that to a hotkey. So as soon as I disable surround, it knocks out the other two displays. I hit the hotkey, and the other two displays come back. And then I created another hotkey that switches from 3 monitors, 4K to 3 monitors, 1080p. So when I'm doing screen capture for YouTube, I still have all 3 of my screens and can do everything.
Yeah.
But now I'm not capturing everything microscopic, that they can't see in a video. It works really well. But I'm like, if these little tiny SourceForge tools can do it, why can't NVIDIA do it? The people that designed the graphics card in the first place. Come on, NVIDIA. Seriously.
console that I would use if I were.
Have I ever played Super Mario Sunshine? I have not. AMD drivers are actually pretty good. AMD has been really hit and miss over the years with driver quality. There was a time at Microsoft where AMD was the worst driver quality I've ever seen in my entire life. Thing just crashed continuously. Although I will admit that Eyefinity worked better than NVIDIA Surround back in the day when I had my Radeon cards. Yeah, because I remember distinctly when I first got my 46-inch screens, I had Radeon, and I switched over to NVIDIA, and it was like pulling teeth getting that to work right.
We had a lot of problems with that back in the day because you had these Affinity 6 cards with mini display ports. And people were just using every which adapter off Amazon to try to hook it up to their monitors. You had to have, if you had more than 3 displays, you had to have an active connector or active adapter that passed on that clock or generated a new clock actually. Otherwise, we had screens flickering in and out and a lot of issues.
Hey, Houston. How many viewers you got over there, bud?
I don't know.
Oh, it doesn't say?
The count is a little off.
Is it now?
Yeah. Let's see. It says that I have 358 chatters.
You have 358 chatters?
456 viewers. So it looks like some people haven't actually been.
We're still over 1,000. We've been consistently over 1,000 this entire stream.
What computer are you using for the live stream? A PC with a 6900K.
I think was it an Origin build or? No, just kidding.
I'm sponsored by CyberPower for this stream.
Yeah, their computer over there is. Wasn't it a Digital Storm that's running your whole point of sale system? Just kidding.
I've been getting emails from Alienware.
Yeah, there you go.
They wanted to sponsor me.
Hey,
we've been using more and more for employee workstations and whatnot. And for the TVs around here, either Compute Sticks or Intel NUCs.
Yeah.
Those little puck kind of things.
The NUC actually worked out pretty good after I lowered the bitrate to 1800.
Yeah.
That was
they're actually really nice as a little office machine, email box, home machine.
New drivers, looks like
wouldn't game on it.
No, I would. Although my neighbor actually had one of the Intel Compute Sticks, the little ones that you just plug into HDMI and power.
Yeah.
And he plugged in the back of a screen and put a Nintendo emulator, a Super Nintendo emulator, and I think it was like a PlayStation 1 emulator on it.
Yeah.
And all of his ROMs and all of his games and everything, they actually ran really well. So it's basically you just took a flat
That makes
screen TV
sense.
and just turned it into a console, basically
Right.
a retro gaming console computer.
Well, some of the testing we've done too, we've taken those little Intel Compute sticks, and we'll do the Steam in-home streaming across
Okay.
it.
Yep.
But the Compute sticks don't have very good Wi-Fi, and Wi-Fi is just a bad idea. First of all,
Yeah.
for Steam streaming, so we would actually do a USB network adapter and then hardwire it. Once you do that, yeah, it actually worked out really well.
Oh, because you can actually have the brunt of the power pulled from the computer. It's got the GPU in it. You're basically just using it as a dummy display. Right?
All it has to do is decode the stream.
That's cool. That's
Yeah.
cool. That's actually neat. I don't know if you guys have tried that out, but yeah, the Steam streaming is actually pretty cool. It's kind of like Miracast over the network, but it takes your inputs from your controllers and your keyboard and your mouse and everything, and all remotes them to another computer.
Yep.
It's very cool.
Yep. It's great over wired. It's not not quite there for Wi-Fi.
Yeah, the one device, you have to be really close to the access point for it to work right. Like if you get any kind of low signal, you start getting massive artifacts, and then the thing starts getting massive input lag.
Yeah. There's some sort of, like at my house, there's some sort of interference going on. So I have 5 gigahertz 802.11 AC, and like you're streaming things and browsing the web, and you can't notice any problem whatsoever. You do an in-home stream of a game, and now you notice like every 20 seconds my Wi-Fi dips to almost nothing for half a second.
Yeah.
Who cares? Normally, there must be like a baby monitor or something is resetting or something's going on, but you can't. The game stream, it just kills you. You can't have a half-second lag every 20 seconds.
Well, I have a little handheld device called an NVIDIA Shield. Have you seen those?
Oh yeah.
So the NVIDIA Shield actually does the
It'll
streaming.
stream from grid, right?
Yeah, and it'll do it over 802.11. It'll do it over 5 gigahertz. But you have to literally be standing like right on the access point. Like if I even got like 20 feet away from my access point, it started having lag problems. But it was just cool sitting there and playing like Doom.
Yeah.
You're playing like new Doom, like at full resolution and everything, and it's actually running fluid on the handheld device. And that's why I think, honestly, that could be another big thing in the future. But the problem is with VR and things like that, lag is such a sensitive thing. So it'll be a long time before I think the VR solution will acclimate to that. But as far as like just general gaming and stuff, you remember the service OnLive?
Oh yeah.
So OnLive, they were just they died because they were just a little too ahead of their time, right? Leap Computing is actually kind of replacing them now. But the whole idea with OnLive is on any computer, your crappy laptop or whatever, you basically just connected with their app to their cloud, and you can play console games or computer games using your controllers and everything, and it basically used their processing power. And that service worked really well if you had a great internet connection. I remember I was one of their beta users, and at Microsoft on their the gigabit up and gigabit down fiber optic connection we had, I'm sitting in my office on like a crappy old Dell workstation that has like integrated graphics, and I'm sitting there playing like Battlefield. Like Battlefield 3, everything cranked to the max. It was awesome.
We're actually working with a company, so it's not quite there yet, but we're working with a company called Unraid. In fact, I think Dennis uses them a lot. They're really cool because you can make like this NAS, like this home storage unit, put a GPU in there, fire up like a virtual instance of Windows 10 with PCI pass-through of the video card, and you can actually make like a headless in-home streaming server. And we've been considering this actually for years now, of like, well, what if we make like a home storage unit that had a video card? We call it like a game server, and the in-home streaming just hasn't gotten to that tipping point where we feel like there's enough demand for it.
It's close. It's just not. Yeah.
It's not quite there.
That'll be cool when it is. Let's see here. When will the next 3D printing video come out? Actually, as soon as the stream ends, I'm going home to start a new 3D print.
Are you?
Yeah, actually, it's going to be two pieces across 2 different 3D printers, because I'm going to try to see if everything comes out. I want to make sure my 3D printers are calibrated well enough that they're within fractions of a millimeter. And so if that all works out, we should see a video out either Sunday or Monday. Probably Monday, though, because Sunday's Father's Day, and I think I'm going to be out on a boat somewhere. It's not my boat, though. I wish it was my boat.
Too much wiring to use. Like this.
I didn't know Battlefield 3 was on OnLive. I don't specifically know if it was Battlefield. It might have been Call of Duty, but it was one of the games that was considered graphically intense at that time.
Pain in the butt. This is easier. What PC do you personally own?
The cool thing about OnLive, though, is you could play Xbox. I think it was like Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, or PC games.
Oh, really?
It supported them all, which was really, really strange, because to this day I'm trying to figure out how did they must have got custom silicone like to do that, because it's not like they just had like a console connected and tied in, because how the hell were they?
Well, I mean, yeah, that's true.
It doesn't make sense to me on a service like that how they could do that. Because on the computers, they're just running these like rack mount computers with really high end,
Oh, are they?
graphics cards in them. Yeah, it didn't make sense to me.
Well, it's easier now, right? Because now it's all just on the same.
But as a
Yep.
job, only like 8 months. So he's
The old Linus did it. Let's see here. Could I please partner up with Puget Systems, or do they only partner up with popular YouTubers? They only partner up with me. Leave them alone. They're mine.
Because there aren't any
They're mine. You get out of here. Get SMG 2122. Just get.
We've done a lot of builds like this. We've done a lot of testing with this setup, and it works.
We are actively
What do you
looking for
recommend for a good
partners
case? The
in
R5.
like engineering applications and scientific applications, like we do, with Jerry and like content creation and 3D printing. We do a lot of engineering workstations, but you know what? There's like SolidWorks engineer is also a YouTube personality. Like that just isn't.
Yeah,
like a
that's
skill set
not
that-
a.
But you know what? You could say the same thing about a Microsoft programmer. So
No, but again, like people have pointed out, that's actually a rare aspect of me. It's like how many people go from a senior career software developer, like the biggest software company in the world, like making YouTube videos.
Yeah,
It just seems like
yeah.
that's. Trust me, you're not going to find a lot of them. Because most of the people that do YouTube, and I'm not saying all, I mean, of course anything can happen, but most of the people that I know in YouTube are people that started out with it like as a hobby because they were gaming, and then it developed into a career.
Yeah.
I don't know a lot of people that had a career and then devolved it into a hobby that then became a career. It's that's, I took a really weird path there, guys. I'm still trying to figure it all out. The truth is, I just stuck with it because it just kept growing. People liked my content, and I kept doing it. My goal was, like, I had to turn down a job offer from Google about 2 months ago.
Oh yeah.
Just because everything was going so well. I was like, you know what? I still feel like I need to give this whole YouTube thing a try. I really like it. I really like where it's going. So I want to give it a shot. But the good news is, if this doesn't work out, I can go work for Amazon or Google or any of those companies, because they're all looking for people that have extensive experience and background programming Microsoft technologies, because they're rivals. Oh, I like that, dude. They've got like a speaker in here that announces like everything that's going on. It's actually kind of cool. You know what you should do is change the voice to Gladys from Portal.
Yeah.
That would actually be pretty funny.
Who are we using right now? We're using the Watson API.
Oh, it's the Watson API that you're using for text speech. Mm-hmm. Let's see here. Jerry, you gonna make more Minecraft videos? No, I am not. What are your opinions on Apple products, such as their computers and OSs? I like the iPhone. I hate OS X. These are my personal opinions. Mm-hmm. And they're horribly, horribly overpriced, but they are beautiful pieces of hardware.
They are?
I will say that. They are very decorative. I'll be honest, my MacBook Pro that I had was probably one of my all-time favorite laptops, just because it was cut from a billet piece of aluminum. The screen on it was awesome, but it was still, I bought that thing out of my own pocket, and I want to say it was $3,600 when I bought it, like back when I did. And even when I bought it, you could buy a system that was higher spec than it was for half the price from like Asus.
Yeah.
And it was one of those things where it's like, I love the computer, but the funny thing is, I bought it, I used the OS X for like a month, got frustrated, and just put Windows on it. And this is while I was working at Microsoft.
It's not hard to admire what they do. They take the ultimate end of like, let's curate all this hardware down and do just like what it is our vision is for PCs.
Yeah.
And that's great because they can do such an exceptional job at just like
the hardware matrix is this big. It's like everything is perfectly targeted and tested.
Yeah, but if you don't fit their mold of like what they're going for,
yeah,
or if they happen to make like a misstep on what they're, so like for example, you have the Mac Pro, where a lot of content, we are building PCs every day that are people that are former Mac content creators that are now moving to PC because Apple just got a little bit too out there with their designs on what the Mac Pro was.
Yep.
Or I'm sorry, not MacBook, the Mac Pro.
In this particular build,
but that's kind of the risk that they take when they're putting so much constraints on their design. But that's also what allows them to make them so well.
What about, here's another good question for you. And somebody asked about this chat earlier, and I just forgot. What about Hackintoshes? Have you guys built any? Now I know you officially can't sell it as a Hackintosh, but have you built any computers that, let's just say, fit the hardware matrix of something that could be manipulated as a Hackintosh?
I feel like we're gonna get sued even talking about it.
Yep. Let's just say no. Let's say no. They haven't.
We thought for a little while about. So there's a Dell model at the time where Dell did no advertising that this was Mac Hackintosh
I
friendly.
remember this. Yeah.
But out in the grassroots community, the word spread.
Yep.
So we considered for like a millisecond of like, well, what if we did a computer where we went through that validation and told no one?
Yep.
And just kind of let it have legs of its own. But you know what? If we did that, we would be liable if it did come back around.
Yeah.
I think the whole fact that the Dell worked, like, it just happened to work, and people were doing that on their own, Dell had, like, no liability.
And to be fair, too, I remember there was a Hackintosh site, because I had a Hackintosh.
Oh, yeah?
And it was one that, it didn't start out as a Hackintosh, it's just I went and looked through the hardware matrix, and I had the right motherboard and the right processor and everything, and I had the EFI dongle to fake it.
Right.
And so there's a site that you could go to that would say which hardware, just right off the shelf, worked with the Hackintosh stuff. And I remember Dell had like 2 laptops that were listed that literally right out of the box with like one minor little software level tweak could run OS 10.
Yeah.
And I remember that because there was a bunch of, and it was like a $600 laptop. So it was like a bunch of, starving college students were like, oh, we need to be able to, run OS 10. Let's go get these laptops. But I can see what you're saying. If it was ever known that that was the intent, was to build something. But the other thing too is it's not really, if you look at it, it's not really your fault because the software itself has a EULA.
Yeah.
When you install OS 10, it has a EULA that says you are forbidden to install the software on anything other than a Microsoft authorized device.
Right.
You're the one pushing OK on that.
Mm-hmm.
So regardless, Hackintosh or not or whatever, it doesn't matter where the hardware came from. If it's off the shelf hardware, just put together in any specific configuration, ultimately they're the ones that have to say, I'm going to push this button.
Yeah.
So I think the liability would fall on them. But again, I wouldn't want to tangle with Apple. They're kind of big and scary. Big scary monster.
I couldn't afford to take on even a mistrial suit with Apple.
Yeah, I know. Well, welcome to right. Well, welcome to America, home of where you can still be innocent and lose every single time. Let's see here. Is Zoom UAC 2.2-channel USB 3.0 a great mixer? I haven't used it, but I do like the Zoom stuff. Right now I'm using a Zoom H4n audio interface with a Rode shotgun mic, and that's what you guys are hearing us on right now.
10 to 15, I'll be sick of the side of him by week.
What's up, Willie?
I like what I do.
What you doing?
He's just walking through.
Oh, yes! Hey, you guys do have a Macintosh. Check this out. Look, it's the new Mac Pro, guys. This is the Square Edition. That's awesome. Did you guys ever see the video I did where I took my garbage cans from my and took a dry erase marker and did the Apple logo on them with power buttons and all the USB ports, and then I didn't wipe it off and I left it in all my bathrooms, and it was like 6 months before my wife finally caught on and like wiped it off.
Yeah.
But yeah, I did a whole video and I'm like, the video was titled like reviewing 3 MacBook Pros. Total clickbait, right?
Yeah.
And it was just a bunch of garbage cans. It was hilarious.
What time is it now? It's about 3 o'clock in the PM.
Yeah, are you gonna finish this up anytime, Houston?
Yeah, anytime.
Yeah, let's finish this. Put that thing together. Push the button. Come on. Come on. Come on,
You have to
Houston.
make it look beautiful.
Houston, come on.
Plus, I'm answering a lot of questions.
Come on, dude. It's just a giveaway. It's not like you have to put in the same effort as, like, a regular computer. Come on. It's just a giveaway. Colin doesn't care.
It's the same effort I put.
Colin's never even going to open it up. He won't. I kind of feel like we should cut a piece of his beard off and jam it in there, too. No?
Does Puget System have an Amazon affiliate code? Not that I'm aware of.
No, you use my Amazon affiliate code.
Does, go to YouTube.
Amazon.burnerd.com.
Yeah, what he said.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Someone on the stream said you need more Mountain
Oh,
Dew.
thank you, sir. Reading my mind.
I'm
Cheers.
good still. Yeah, thanks.
Cheers. You can never have too much caffeine or sugar. Well, until you're diabetic, then it becomes a problem. But I'm not diabetic yet, so we're good.
Uh-oh. Did somebody say something rude?
Let's see here. I still think you should scare Houston. No, just kidding. I'll think about it.
One of my...
Let's see here. Let's see. It's not the Mac. It's the ability to afford one.
Do you stream all your builds? I stream all of
Let's
my
see.
builds on Friday.
What are your and Puget's thoughts on Vulkan?
After 12 o'clock.
Do you have any thoughts on Vulkan?
Puget adds an additional fan for Puget.
I'm not up to speed on that.
I'll show you.
My impression is that DirectX 12 is just looking more promising at this point, but I don't...
They're both very similar technologies.
Yeah, I honestly think after AMD's little debacle with what was their technology they were creating?
Mantle.
Mantle. I kind of think after the mantle thing blew over that it was pretty clear that people are going to stick with DirectX just because they're already acclimated to it. So I don't think Vulcan's honestly going to be any different. We'll see. Let's see what we got here.
So that it doesn't come loose during shipping. It's not enough.
Jerry, I'm going to fight you telling them to rush my build. Oh, that's what it's calling. Colin, don't worry. Before they stick it in the box, I'm going to unplug everything before I go home.
Plans to expand to the UK? Not to my knowledge.
Let's see here. Can Puget Systems liquid cool Houston's beard? No, because liquid cooling's the devil.
What does it even mean?
I don't know. I bet you if we took him in the bathroom and stuck him over a toilet and held his legs, we could liquid cool the hell out of that beard.
Not separately from the system. Not yet. What about after shipping? Well, it'll still
What would you say or do if Batman walked in the room? No, bat knife.
Yeah,
Duh, come on. Seriously? How far is the drive to Puget Systems from the Canadian border?
Over the Canadian border.
Yeah, what, like 2 hours? Hour and a half, 2 hours?
Yeah, probably about that.
Yeah, I think it's about what it is, the border.
My family's in Mount Vernon, and that takes us about an hour and a half.
Yep.
That's about a half hour.
If Steve Jobs was still alive, do you think Apple would be doing better? Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
think so.
Steve kind of proved unequivocally that when he leaves Apple, it bombs, and when he comes back, it flourishes. So, I think that one kind of answers itself.
And such, no.
Let's see. What is Puget's warranty on users overclocking their parts? Do they honor those warranties?
That's a really good question.
Yeah.
We have no official stance on that. So we actually rewrote all of our warranties about a year ago, and it was because it had 15 years of just bloat. Like we kept adding all these policies, and we realized like we don't want to be that kind of company. So we went back to like the basics, and we actually don't spell out a lot of things in detail. And then our unofficial policies internally is like just do the right thing. Like we're an experience-based company, so nobody comes out ahead if we like stick you with some technicality. So right now there's nothing in our warranty policy that prevents you from overclocking and then claiming warranty on it. And I don't see any reason. We're gonna have to have a lot of abusers for us to change that policy.
I'm not a big fan of it.
So there you have it. Just overclock responsibly.
Frankly, and on top of that, today there's so many power and thermal protections in place on the motherboard and processors. Yeah, I'm not that concerned about it, frankly.
I wouldn't be with Intel processors. NVIDIA graphics cards, however, I heard that I guess one of the driver updates for like the 980s was like allowing overclockers to tank them.
And we have some of that goes on where we'll use GeForce cards for compute. And for a lot of these applications, you're supposed to use Tesla, and there's a lot of good reasons for using Tesla. Then there's like entry-level developers or people that are writing these scientific programs where they're like, I'm just this programmer starting out. I'm going to buy a GeForce, and I know that I'm going to burn it out because I'm putting like scientific workloads on this thing. But you can go through a lot of GeForces and burn them up before you get to the price point of a Tesla.
Yeah.
So people just do that, and honestly, we don't have a problem with it right now. I think people that do that knowingly, we have enough of a relationship built up with a customer that nobody's really trying to screw everyone else over.
Gotcha.
So
Gotcha.
we're not worried about it.
I missed the name, but somebody asked if you guys give tours. They're an hour and a half away, and they would love a tour. They're a geeky YouTuber.
Yeah. Anyone that walks in the door. In fact, a lot of customers, when they come pick up their PC, will walk around and give a tour. We're happy to.
There you go, guys. If you live close to Auburn, Washington, come on by and get a tour.
Yeah, we give tours like daily.
Yeah, this place is actually really cool to check out. I mean, you guys got some very unique stuff. Like, I love how you have your little section set up for all your 3D printing and cutting and everything. I love how you have the floor laid out. I noticed you guys just did a new partition thing in there. Since last time I was there, you guys didn't have the big slider in and everything. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, we're actually looking at turning our conference room into 2 more offices, and then building out like over where the van is over there, building this like floating room above the warehouse with like all glass walls, and then we can have all of our meetings kind of looking over all this cool stuff out here.
Very cool. Let's see. I missed part of one question. Somebody said, "How did I get?" I think they said something about how did I get started with my son, getting him diagnosed with autism and getting him help. That was actually happened because he was a premature birth and all the problems that he had in the hospital, they referred us to therapists. The therapist diagnosed him, and then after the diagnosis, they got us involved with a company called ABA. And the ABA therapy gave us a cognitive, occupational, and speech therapist that worked with him for years. And then he also got referred into programs where he got to go and hang out with regular kids and stuff to kind of like learn their mannerisms and stuff like that. And it takes a long time. It's a long time and a tremendous amount of money. Like, I don't even like to think about it, but totally worth it.
He was diagnosed at birth then?
He was diagnosed, well, he was officially diagnosed at 2 years old.
Okay.
But they had suspicions of it right out of the gate.
Right.
So,
That makes sense.
yeah. And he had really bad feeding issues and stuff like gaining weight. Like, he's still underweight today. Like, of all the people that you'd think would have the skinniest child ever, it was me. Oh, hold on. I gotta push a little button here. Hey, Hobbs, where are you? You still in here? Where's the Hobbs? I need a Hobbs.
Hanging out in my chat.
Tell Hobbs to get over here and do his job. Oh, that guy's already blocked. Oh, no, Hobbs got him. Good job, Hobbs. Hobbs is on it. Let's see here. No, that ain't ever going to happen. I can't grow a beard.
I've seen those pictures of you with that.
I've given up on this chair. I've given up. Do you think the NVIDIA 1080 graphics card is good? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. So good, in fact, that I keep poking John because I want one. But we have to wait for the quiet ones because my computer's not loud.
Yeah.
It's a quiet computer, so it has to have quiet 1080s.
Yeah, we can start poking Zeus. See, Zeus.
There we go.
You need to send us those cards.
Yeah, give us some Strixes. Hello from Cape Town, South Africa. Wow, we're really pulling them in from out there.
The headset that I got from them, the bass was too basic.
Any experience on mineral oil cooled systems with water cooling parts?
Oh, with water
Cooling parts.
Yeah.
This is the stream to be out with Jerry.
I mean, a lot of it doesn't really make sense because you're already like directly cooling, so why put a block on? But what we did do is there isn't enough surface area on the CPU
Yep.
to cool just oil right on the processor. So we would put a heatsink on it,
Yep.
and then we would attach the tube only to one side, and that's what we would feed out through the radiator. So the CPU would get like the coolest oil that came just
You were
through the
basically
radiators.
just blowing the return line into the heatsink.
Into the heatsink,
Okay.
and then from there it would just exhaust out of the tank.
That'd be kind of cool to make a little plexiglass cover to put over it too, just to create like a channel.
You go through us.
Oh sure,
Like
yeah.
just a cover, not a block, just a little cover to create a tunnel. No, but they actually have, if you walk into the showroom
It's part of the
of
tour.
Puget, the tour, the very first thing that you see underneath the screen with John's face on it is a mineral cooled PC.
Yeah.
And I was actually really fascinated by that the first time I came
Last
here.
one we ever made.
Yeah. No, I remember asking about that when we were talking about my system. Because remember, the thing is, when I first came to Puget Systems, I wanted a liquid cooled build. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
You talked me out of it.
Yes.
And that
Yes.
took a little doing.
It did.
But he did, and here we are, still haven't had any problems. That system runs like clockwork. Couldn't love it anymore. I mean, I could love it more with 1080s in it, but that's up to Asus, right? We got to get on that. Let's see. I didn't know you worked in marketing sector of Microsoft. I'm aware of the Windows 9, Windows 95 stuff. Oh, I missed that. I want that question. Come here. Come here. Get over here. There we go. Let's see here. Program bug. What's up with Microsoft's naming scheme? You know what? Your guess is as good as mine, and you already know the reason why they skipped Windows 9. Do you know why they skipped Windows 9?
I heard it's because a lot of programmers program for Windows 95, 98.
Correct.
With just Windows 9 as the string.
Yep. Windows 9 wildcard.
Yeah.
So they couldn't do it. And I was actually working there when they discovered this, when it started failing all the hardware validation tests and all the software compatibility tests, because it would just go through and it'd be like, this program cannot run. And it's because they put the block in there. You have to have Windows 95. You had to have like Windows 9. What was it? Windows 9 X. No, if you had Windows 9 X operating system, then you could run. Otherwise, you couldn't.
Right.
And or below, and it created a huge problem, which is funny because if you think about it, what software possibly running on Windows 95 would even be could even run in an NT environment?
True.
So all I can think of is that people ported old code to NT and just never made the changes. In which case, doesn't it make more sense to like force them to have to fix their stuff?
We're located in Puget Sound.
Yeah, makes sense.
I mean, we were just talking about this earlier too. We were having an offline conversation about how Microsoft should. Sometimes, stand firm on a standard and get everybody to step up to it, rather than keep supporting backwards compatibility. It had to do with DPI scaling. Mm-hmm. The reason why DPI scaling sucks so bad in Windows right now is because they flip-flop so many times on the implementation of it by supporting and allowing old applications to continue to run instead of forcing the developers to update, or just implementing it in the API and letting the programs break, forcing the developers to have to upgrade it. Instead, they just tried to support everybody, and as a result, you have DPI scaling just does not work for 90% of people. It really doesn't. Let's see here. I stink at using Twitter, and yet it's the most available thing for YouTubers to follow. What do you think I should do to follow YouTubers I like? Facebook's probably your next best bet. I mean, Facebook and YouTube account for 90% of all social media for most YouTubers. Twitter is the best experience, though, between YouTubers and their supporters and their followers because it's a one-to-one. You get to see everything everybody posts, everybody tags you in. Whereas Facebook picks and chooses and cherry picks and hides certain things and uses algorithms to determine what to show to you and what not to show to you. And it gets very, very confusing. That's why I don't like Facebook. What is the best graphics card? 1080.
Doing with that paint market on the SATA cables? Oh, just the marking.
Let's see here. Tell Houston it's JC3279 on his Twitch stream.
What's up, JCC? Gangster.
Wait, who is it? I don't even get the context here.
He's one of my mods.
Oh, he's your mod?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
He's one of the guys who's been around.
Should I make him a mod then, or what should I do?
It's up to you, man.
Is he good people?
So far.
Is he gonna do me wrong?
Your mileage may vary.
I lost him. Darn it. He comes back around, I'll mod him. Let's see here.
No, he's done all right for me so far.
All right, that's good. It's good. It's hard to find good mods sometimes. Sometimes they get a little power hungry. That's why I like Hobseltoff. He times a bunch of people out instead of just straight up banning them. Ugh. At least that guy put a smiley face on it.
Sorry, you guys can't see. How'd you meet Barnacules?
Ooh.
I volunteered to build his small form factor machine live with him. What was that? That was like really early this year, right?
Yep. You built Little Houston.
Like or it was like late 2015. Because it was before PDF.
It was. I thought it was late 2015. Like it was in December, wasn't it?
December. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how I met Barnacules.
Little and the system's still named Houston. That's still on my network. If you do a net view inside of my house, you get Houston, William, and William Jr.
You still have the bust?
Huh?
The bust?
I do. It's actually, you know what? This is gonna sound really bad, but it's on my nightstand.
Aww. I still got a little mini me here too.
Oh, look at that! You even putting on a base and everything.
Yeah, that's a broken XL.
Yep,
foot.
that's hilarious.
No, it's a cool story how we met you too, just overall as a company.
Yep.
Because we were buying a 3D printer because we wanted to make more cool stuff.
Yep.
And there's this kind of this animated YouTuber we were watching all these videos about, and very, very helpful actually. Helped us decide that we were going to buy the Ultimaker. We bought it. And then Fractal Josh reached out to me by email like the week later and said, "Hey, I'm stopping by, and I have this YouTuber I know called Barnacules. Can we all get together and talk?" And
yep,
that's how it started. Like I already knew you. It's like a week before.
No, it's really cool. That's one thing I really like about YouTube. Like for all the faults of it, like as far as dealing with negative people and stuff like that, you meet some amazing people that you would not meet otherwise.
Sure. Yeah.
They just happen across you, and just run, like I've been to conventions before and had people just like walk up to me, and then it turns out that they're like an aerospace engineer or something at like the biggest company in the world, and you're like, you don't even know who you're talking to.
We were at SolidWorks World, so this like engineering central place.
Yep.
And this guy walks up to us, and he works for Frigidaire, I believe.
Oh, okay.
And he said, "Yeah, I know about you guys because of Barnacules," and we ended up talking, and we're still talking with him.
How many emails do you guys still get though that are like, "Oh, I heard about you through Barnacules"? I'd imagine you probably get a fair amount of them.
Yeah.
What's Houston's beard idle temperature, and is it quiet?
The beard is quiet. The idle temperature is probably 90.
Idle temperature. Ooh, man, that beard runs hot.
It's the body. It radiates all the heat off of my face.
Jerry deserves more subscribers. I will never argue with that.
No, Houston deserves more subscribers.
Houston, you need to get on my level, dude. I hit 729,000 today, bro. 729.
Puget partner. Puget Twitch partner.
No, did you see how many subscribers came out of the contest though? I was not expecting that.
Yeah.
I went from I think 685 to 726
Whoa, really?
on YouTube. Like,
Really?
yeah.
Wow.
And the attrition rate was less than like 800 after the contest ended. I was pretty shocked by that.
9-to-5 job.
People must have liked me.
My boss was.
Is Puget looking for somebody to run their YouTube channel?
Stream the
Kind of,
builds.
actually. So we're looking
do a little
to
bit,
hire someone into labs right now that does a lot of
do a
our
little post.
testing and publications and whatnot. And we would love for
What is
that
this
person to
guy's
have kind of a
stream
video
again? Oh,
competency
this
to them,
channel
because we'd
is,
love to do more videos.
at Puget
We feel like a
6
lot of the articles we write,
my
like
personal
already
stuff
we like publish these, like
is there.
if you were to print them out, they'd be like
Yep.
10-page articles, and we know everyone skips to the conclusion. But we also know that a lot of people don't even want to read the conclusion. They'd rather see like a 2-minute video.
Yeah.
And would like to provide that, but frankly, we just don't have
Wait,
like the
stream-
time
not
or the
daily,
experience to
except,
do that very
it's
well.
December,
And if we do it, we want to do
Fridays
it well.
at 12 o'clock.
So the answer is yes.
Yeah, really.
Yes.
Puget
Send
only
send in
uses
your
Noctua or
resume
other brands.
if you're local. Be local,
Generally,
please.
just Noctua
Yeah, that's the
if it's
challenge.
Yeah,
Noctua,
don't flood them with resumes and be like, I am in South Africa and I would like to come and edit videos for you.
I guess cheaper.
Let's see.
Coolers?
What is the most this is a question for both of us. What is the most stressful thing we've ever gone through in the IT world?
So, yes.
Huh. I might have to think about that for a minute.
That's a tough one, man. I've been through a lot of tough stuff.
We definitely need
This
to-
business.
Where were you
Don't use
at for the 2000?
that's not
scare?
entirely true.
Oh yeah, for the whole time
Mhm.
thing.
In general, we use.
Honestly, I wasn't too worried about any of that because all the code and everything that I worked with was all beyond that era of COBOL programming and stuff and the old chips.
Yeah.
I try not to.
So I wouldn't say that really stressed me out that much. It really didn't. I'd say my most stressful moment in IT was probably my first 3 weeks at Microsoft. Because I was still a contingent staffer. I was not a full-time employee. I worked there on a contract, basically building servers out for one of their labs. And I plugged one too many computers into a data center rack and blew out the PDU in the room and took down about 600 machines.
Oh, jeez.
And of those 600 machines, 40 of them were on the 28th day of a 30-day data center test to ship Windows 2000 server.
Yeah.
I shut down because they have to run for 30 days with less than 10% failure to ship the operating system.
Okay.
If they go over 10% failure
Oh,
or they
geez.
lose the run, they have to start over from scratch.
Right.
So after I killed the wall, I got cussed up a storm. I got sent home. And I found out the next day when I came in that they had a meeting and they decided they're going to ship Windows 2000 even with
Anyway?
the 2 day anyway with the but if they had decided that they were going to hold it for another 30 days, I would have cost the company somewhere in the order of like $43 million,
jeez.
and I would have been fired immediately.
Yeah,
So my entire career forked on that one
one
point,
meeting, yeah.
that one little decision because I literally just plugged one too many servers into a power strip. That was probably the most stressful moment of my career because I remember I went home and I was just like I was shaking because I was like I had shifted everything in my life around to take that job and to do everything. It was like 3 weeks in. I was like, I know my card key's not going to work tomorrow.
Yeah. Right.
And then fast forward 15 years, and I was a senior software developer in the Windows division developing all their automation. So,
Yeah. I don't know. For me, it might. I don't know if this has to do with IT or anything, but for like in this company, it was when we bought this building. So we bought this building. So that like the PC industry as a whole was doing like really awesome.
yeah.
Was doing like really awesome like up to 2008. And it was like 2008 was like the heyday. People were building these crazy triple SLI gaming rigs and
Yep.
liquid cooling and like all this stuff. And
4-pin to 3-pin.
we were building all these cool PCs. So we bought this building, and then like the recession
Yeah,
hit.
so
And the recession
the
hit.
Noctua
Actually,
fan
we
is a
owned the
4-pin
building, but we
power
weren't yet
plug on it,
approved
but
for
the
the
fan
loans for
controller
the
is a
construction
3-pin.
to actually
Mhm.
build the offices and whatnot.
Yeah.
And so
Four
we
to
were
3-pin
that was challenging, but we got through it. Just kind of
You were basically all in, had to ride it out.
It just makes you work really hard, and but yeah, that was stressful.
Oh my gosh, yeah. So there you go. Those are some stressful times
Don't buy a multi-million-dollar building right before
before a recession.
a real estate recession.
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
my
It's kind of hard to judge when the recession's going to happen, though. That's the problem.
No, yeah, we didn't know.
Like honestly, if I had a more stable employment right now, because YouTube's never stable, right? Nothing's stable about this. I'd be kidding myself if I said it was. But if I was more stable, I'd sell my house right now because it is a seller's market like crazy. Like right now in our area, like houses are selling for $100,000 over what they're appraised at.
Yeah, no, we're doing a refinance right now because both of our neighbors sold their house at such a high premium that it brought up our home value, and so that's the time to refinance.
I might actually do that myself because it's crazy. Yeah, because my neighbor just sold their house, and it was for like Zillow was like $100,000 under what they sold it for.
Yeah.
And they had it on the market for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Like that's how fast stuff was selling. I was like, oh my gosh. So I talked to a real estate agent. And they're like, yeah, if you can sell your house and literally go move into an RV or a little apartment or a townhome and live there for a year and ride this whole wave out, and then go back, you can buy twice the house. You know, that's their prediction, that you'd be able to buy like twice the house you had. And I was like, I can't really do that with like Xander and everything, but it's still nice to know. Damn you, chair.
The same crucial memory correct? No, not necessarily. No.
The problem here is education, man.
I
don't know, that depends. I only got a GED and I became a senior software developer at the largest software company in the world, so I don't know. I think I was an edge case, though.
I went to college for 5 years and then dropped out.
Would you prefer keyless? At the moment,
Nope, success. I won't argue that education is important. Had I had the opportunity to go to college and everything, I totally would. Like, I'd be stupid not to. No, knowledge is power, but at the same time, ambition and passion are good substitutes.
Built by Puget? No.
Let's see here. Jerry, do you recommend a high-end mixer for my Blue Yeti Pro? Not really. You don't need a mixer with the Blue Yeti. Unless it's the one that has XLR inputs, in which case, yeah, get like a Mackie mixer.
I'm not really sure. Whichever ones are in that Corsair.
Oh, here we go. I love the Puget Systems blog. Pure geekiness. Puget Systems, how do you plan to expand your YouTube, Twitch channels? And do you notice the change since you started working on them?
Since I started working on it?
Yeah, since you guys started like putting out regular content and stuff like that and doing live streams over here. You notice any change?
Well, I mean, boy, I don't know.
I think how they're more Matrox
The Twitch kind of stuff. I mean, we're doing that because we have Houston here who's interested and competent to do it and does a great job. And so, like, we never really even thought about it until we have the right people to do that. So now that he's here, yeah, we're investing in it. I mean, we did the giveaway to drive the Twitch stream. We're doing, like, even this stream here today is helping drive our Twitch stream. And, you know, we invested in more, like, streaming equipment. We built them like an 8-core Broadwell system. We're doing that. So yeah, what we hope to do with like Twitch is to continue to just like connect to the community and be real and be transparent. Like that's our whole strategy overall, is like publish all this information and just let it be out there. And then when it comes time to like put together computers, we want to be the people. We want to have earned that trust. We're not going to earn it with magazine ads and TV spots and like advertising. We're going to earn it like the hard work way.
Yeah, things have changed quite a bit in the whole marketing space of everything. People tend to resonate more with like the whole YouTube thing, right? People tend to resonate with YouTubers and their experience with things more than they did, say, 5 years ago. 5 years ago, YouTube was more about gaming and stuff like that. Now it's making this transition.
Because you can't be fake. Like, it's a real thing. When somebody sees you, like, driving around in a rally car, like, that's way more impactful than, like, seeing, like, again, like a magazine ad of a rally car.
Right. No, I absolutely agree with that.
You guys encounter places where Matrix...
Can you hear a no, bat knife? I should have brought the bat knife. Why didn't I bring the bat knife? Oh, because I probably would have set off your metal detectors. That's why. No, I'm just kidding. They don't have metal detectors. Let's see here. Jerry, how much do Puget computers cost?
Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
They're custom.
They're custom. Go to Puget Systems, throw stuff in the cart. It'll have a number on the side. Let's see here.
You can get as low as $1,200. You can get as high as, well, $150K.
Oh, you can save some money. Houston said he wants to be paid less.
I didn't say I want to be. I said that I would still do this job even if you were paying me.
Well, how much less?
How much less?
I don't want to get into that.
Let's get some numbers out here, buddy.
It was a mistake to even say that. I was like, oh,
you know, there's an efficiency component, here. Let's see here.
I'll give you one Easter egg on the configure pages. There is no limit. There is no limit whatsoever to how many hard drives you can put in that you want on a computer.
Yep.
So if you want to put together like a $9 billion computer, just put in 9 billion hard drives.
You know you're going to get flooded with like 1,500 orders for 9 billion.
At some point, you might crash our web server.
I want 0xFF hard drives. Or does it just say NAN? It probably just says NAN.
Oh, now I'm worried that there might be vulnerability there.
You guys didn't hear that. Let's see here.
No, we do scrubbing. Now that I think about it.
Ultra wide monitors are a pain. It depends on what you're doing. I've heard a lot of games have problems with ultra wide.
Yeah.
Just resolutions, like they do weird POV scaling and stuff like that.
Oh, sure.
Jerry, how are you doing? I'm doing good. I'm still a little tired, still catching up on sleep, but Mountain Dew is slowly replacing that, so that's great.
Do those monitors have the ability to like run at 1080p and they just have big black bars?
Oh no, black bars, same aspect ratio. 4K and 1080p are both 16 by 9.
No, but the ultra wides, like the curve
yes.
monitor.
Yes, if you do a 1080p signal, you will get the bars on the side.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, that's good. So
Yep.
that's like kind of fallback plan.
Yep. Let's see here.
For motherboards,
Jerry, how do you spell the name of the mixer? I think it's MACKIE. It's a Mackie MLZ.
brands that we use, we also use EVGA.
I think it's a MKZ or MLZ something or other.
What graphics cards do you use? Personals? I have a 970.
Let's see here.
That's a very
Would Barnacules sign Colin's computer? Yeah, if Houston would ever finish building it.
My name's on there. Does anyone else can
Let's see here.
Actually, we're almost finished.
Do Puget look for more partners specifically in engineering?
Where's the CPU?
Yeah, they are.
The what?
The CPU brace. You still gonna do it?
Oh, yeah, the CPU brace. So I'll have to step away for that too. I should have got that while I was getting the full adapter.
So Houston has a counter.
The Z-
He has a counter on his stream that every time he
No,
walks
the
away,
Z170
they do this command, and it
CPU
like increases the counter
That's a Strix card.
of how many times Houston's had to go get something.
CPU brace.
CPU, right?
Hey, could you get me one too? Thanks, bud.
I already got the graphics card one.
You're right.
Oh, if
Actually,
you'd
we
be
have
kind
one that
enough
would
to
fit
let
your
Johan
bill.
know I
Now
took
that I
the
think
last
about it.
one.
Oh, really?
He's still here.
We could put on like next time we're at.
We will. No. We'll when we do the 1080s, I want to bring it in and go through the
Yeah,
whole
there you go.
process
There
again
you
a
go.
second time.
There you go.
People really like that video, like where we went through the whole QC process and everything. I think it'd be cool to revisit that with, now you got new braces, now you got the graphics card. I think we got the graphics card braces in there from when I got the 980 Ti's.
Yeah.
But go through and just do the upgraded parts that you guys have, whatever changes you made, and then go through the whole process and just see how it affects it.
Yeah.
I think it'd be cool.
So there's this code I'm working on right, and in fact, I'm working on with Houston, that we're working on that takes like. So we benchmark every single computer that comes through.
Yeah, and you put the images up on the website. That's really cool.
Yeah, and so we benchmark like LinPack and POV Ray and Crystal Disk Bench and like all the dozens of things. And so
I
now
didn't know POV was still a thing, dude. We were
Yeah,
using
no.
that like back on Mac and like
yeah.
20 years ago.
In fact, that's the one I started with was that benchmark.
That's crazy.
And so then what we're doing is we're taking like, okay, so it's a CPU bound benchmark, and we're taking all of the processors and then plotting what the average score they got was.
Yeah.
And then you click on each processor, and it actually shows you this like distribution curve of all the different scores. And what we're finding is as we dig into this detail, I was hoping to find like one nice distribution curve within some like error data around.
Yep.
And it turns out no, the information looks like you have one curve and then another curve and then another curve. And so we're having to ask these questions of like, why do we have all these local maximums? I don't know if I'm getting into too much detail here. We're just like uncovering all this stuff. Like we're identifying now when like when there's a build update of a video driver that like suddenly POV gets a different score. So it's actually really challenging for us to say like this score is appropriate because you have to answer all these other questions like, well, what firmware, what BIOS are you running?
Gotcha.
What drivers are you running? And what have you applied this Windows update yet or not? Like all this.
There's
other
so many
stuff that
different
gets-
variables that's constantly changing the end result.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we were actually talking about this on Tech Talk the other night about some of the BIOSes that are shipping or the firmwares that are shipping on the
Yeah, I
graphics
heard about
cards,
that. Heard
and
about
how the reviewers are getting a hotter BIOS than what's
there's-
going out with the retail cards.
Azus issued a statement about that.
Oh,
today.
good.
So
We were wondering if who'd do it first, MSI or Asus. Oh,
So
go
Zeus
figure.
says that in this like AI tweaker utility,
Yeah.
you can choose between like OC mode and gaming mode and like conservative mode.
Right.
And it's the same firmware. It's just the reviewer cards shipped with OC mode as the default.
Okay.
And then the public cards are shipping as gamer mode. But you can go into the AI tweaker and flip them whichever way you want. So if all these gamers want the OC mode,
Yep.
they just flip a switch and it'll get the same.
Oh, so
frequency.
if you open up they're saying if you open up the AI overclocker, it'll show that as the default option.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if that's the case, then I don't fault anything there.
The only thing that's a little shady about it is the statement was like, well, we knew all the reviewers were going to choose overclock mode, so for their convenience, we shipped it with that as the default. Well,
No, more likely they thought that they would be lazy and forget to turn it on.
it could
so
be. Yeah,
they're like-
that's actually a really good point. They
Yeah.
wanted to make sure they did that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Silly putty stuff.
Oh, that'll do it.
So it's not a different firmware. Everyone has access to the same things.
But at the same time, it kind of makes you wonder why not just ship the card with the OC profile in place.
Yeah, yeah.
Like retail. Like if people don't like how loud it is, let them dial it back. But wouldn't you want maximum performance out of the box?
Really?
Yeah.
I never did understand that, but I think it's that mentality that people like overclocking because it makes them feel like they're getting something for nothing.
That's an interesting
And
take.
if you ship it overclocked all the way and then they try to take it a little bit further and it
Then you
crashes, they're
can't-
going to feel like they got robbed.
That's a really good point.
I think it's there's a lot more psychology going on here than we give them credit for. Touche, Seuss.
Oh yeah, man.
See here, at least they left a statement. MSI's price is still sitting there going, let's see here. I'm biased towards NVIDIA because NVIDIA is usually the best card, not the best for the money, though. Yeah, I can kind of agree with that
I
one.
was learning Objective-C.
Triple
I
GTX
finished the
280s.
iOS
Nope.
part of my
Nope.
mobile
Oh, I
device.
saw a guy. There's a guy still uploading videos to YouTube playing modern games on the 8800 GTX. Remember that old card? Like
You know what?
That was
I
like
think-
revolutionary.
I think my Office PC is running that card.
That is hilarious because remember when that card first came out? It was ridiculous expensive. Like it was the most expensive like graphics card on earth. And I remember my buddy got one, and it was like 8 or 16 times higher frame rate than what I had, which I had
really?
a decent graphics card. It was revolutionary, but it took so much power, right?
Yeah.
That thing was like a power hog. And then people started getting two of them and putting them in SLI, and it took quite a few generations before they beat those two cards. Those two cards remained like top for years.
Yeah.
And even today, a guy was like uploading videos, is like playing like Call of Duty, like high graphics, everything getting like 15, 16 frames per second with this 8800 GTX that's like what now, like 10 years old, 10 plus years old or something. It's pretty crazy.
That's funny.
Yeah, the 8800 GTX, I can never afford it. I got the GT, what was it? Not the GTS, the GT.
GT.
The GT was like the little narrow, cheap
There's
knockoff
the,
version.
There's the GT, GTX, and then the Ultra. Right?
Yeah, yep. And then, but the GT, yeah, the GT was the lowest of all of them, though.
Okay.
And the GT was like a really thin card, whereas the
Yeah.
GTX and the GTS were both the thick two
Oh,
slot cards.
GTS. I forgot about that one.
GTS, yeah.
Heard of that.
But no, that card, even by today's standards, it's actually decent. I mean, it's not obviously it's not going to compete with like a 680 or 780 or even
Yeah.
980, but for the generation it was.
I mean, I've never upgraded it because it's just always been fine.
Yep.
I'm starting to get in Windows 10. I'm starting to get some weird things where, like, if my monitors go to sleep,
I can eat the film.
then when I wake it, like all of my windows,
Yeah.
which monitor they were on, is like all scrambled.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like
I
almost
just
like the
do it.
drivers for the card, probably the power management stuff just doesn't really work well anymore with it. I just think it's cool to see a card that's that old that actually still technically has some life in it. I think Houston is recording the build and talking to Colin the winner. Yeah, if you guys want to see the computer's getting built back here, just go down to the video description. You can watch Houston's camera and listen to his beard scratch the
Oh,
microphone.
Kevin. Invisible glass. Probably you could probably find some at your local auto parts store.
See what we got here.
How big of a monitor do you prefer? I have a 39-inch.
Also, I run games in performance mode instead of energy settings, so it runs P00 all the time. Yeah, I've noticed that some of the graphics cards now, there's a setting and there was a K-Boost, where it basically just runs the card at 100% clock rate and never actually throttles it down.
Okay.
And I'm wondering, what is the benefit of that? Like,
Well, so it takes, if it's, I don't know much about the GPUs, but if it's in a like CPU,
yeah.
it takes a certain amount of clock cycles for it to go from the low power mode to the high power mode. So if you're constantly switching back and
Oh,
forth,
you get a little
lose
stutter or
efficiency.
hiccup? Okay.
That's actually one of the big things that Skylake improved was with Haswell. That was done at the BIOS level.
Yep.
And so all it could do was kind of react. Like the OS would have a demand, and then it would react, and it would take like 14 nanoseconds for it to clock up, which sounds like nothing, but it adds up. And with Skylake, they actually moved that to the OS level, and so the OS is able to dictate. This is where you hear all of this stuff, like Skylake requires Windows 10, and Windows 10 requires Skylake, and there was a lot of kind of controversy about that a few months ago. And it all comes back to that. Like, in order to get all the efficiencies of what the chipset can do, or what the architecture can do, you have to have it supported in the OS. Because with Skylake, the OS can dictate the frequency. And the net result is it takes it from like 14 nanoseconds down to 7 nanoseconds. But the fact that they put so much effort into that just kind of communicates to me that that lag time is actually pretty important. So I can see, if you just kind of lock it at high frequency, sure, more efficient.
Let's see what we got. Is 4x4x4 chroma really important for TV, for UHD TVs? Yes. Yes, it is, and I'll tell you why. Because 4x4x4 means you're getting true color. It means that every single pixel on the screen is receiving independent pixel data. When you're 4x2x0 or 4x2x2, it's actually compressing one of the color channels, usually red. I think it's red that gets compressed. And you end up getting a weird bluish halo and red halo around text and things like that. And it looks horrible. You don't notice it from 10 feet away, but if you're using it as a monitor and you're sitting close, it actually strains the hell out of your eyes and it looks terrible. Absolutely terrible. So yes, make sure it's a 4x4x4. And in my case, I couldn't select 4x4x4 using my DisplayPort adapters, but I was able to select RGB full color range, which is similar, where every pixel has full color range. You want to make sure you don't use any kind of pixel compression. It'll ruin the experience, ruin it.
So you went through a whole ringer.
Oh, you have no idea how painful that process was. That video is a long time in the making.
Now, when we upgrade you to 1080s, do you think that's going to be smooth?
Yes, I've worked out all the kinks. 90% of the kinks were in hardware.
Okay.
So what had happened was, this my experience, I'll give it to you in a nutshell. You guys can go watch the full video. It's like a 30-minute video. So basically, I decided one day, okay, I'm done with my 46-inch 1080 screens. It's time to go 4K. So I go to Costco, and I buy Vizio, I think it was Vizio 46-inch screens, because I wanted to get smaller, smaller screens, like, well, I say smaller, 46-inch.
Yeah.
I wanted the same size screen. So I went and got them. I bring them home. I plug them in, and all I can get is 1080p on them. I can't get any higher resolution.
Yeah.
What the hell's going on? Find out it's the cables. So now I find out that the cables that I have, because it doesn't say anywhere on the cable what it is. It's an HDMI cable. So I go and after doing research and messing with stuff, I changed some cables. I got one cable to do 4K at 30 frames per second. And then I went and said, okay, I got the wrong cable. So then I went and bought new cables, went to video only, bought some new cables. They were 18 gigabytes a second, HDMI 2.0 spec.
Okay.
Yeah. So I take those in, I plug them in. Now I'm getting 4K at 30 frames per second with horrible color accuracy, like 4x2x2 or something.
Okay.
I'm like, gosh, this looks like crap. So I do a little more research and I find out, oh, that TV actually didn't support the UHD color space, which is the 4x4x4, and it only supported 30 frames per second, even though it said 60 frames per second, because it interpolates it inside of the TV, which you can't use. So I box those up, take them back to Costco, and then I pick up the 55-inch. They have these 50, I think it was 50-inch. I keep gradually getting bigger.
Yeah.
So I get these 50-inch screens that are the Vizio Next model that I look online and it says supports 4K 60 hertz. So I'm like, yes, okay, this is what I need. So I'm doing the research as I'm making the mistakes. I buy these TVs, take them home, plug them in, and I'm getting 4K 60. But all the text looks absolutely horrible. Like, I mess with the settings on TV, enable everything, disable everything, and it just looks like garbage. Then I find out that the color space at 30 frames per second is 4x4x4, but at 60 frames per second it's only 4x2x0.
Jeez.
So I'm like, oh my god. So then I take those back. I go buy 3 panels from Korea on eBay. These panels that are 4K 60. These ones show up. They have the right color accuracy. They have everything, but the quality control on them was so bad that 2 of the panels were straight up broken, and the 3rd panel had color bleed issues. So I go through the headache of returning those to Korea. Then after I went through all that pain, I finally found a website that I could go and research the screens and see which screens supported exactly 60 hertz at 4x4x4 chroma, the full 18 gigabytes of bandwidth. And the Samsung JS series came up. I call it video only, and they're like, oh yeah, we got those in stock. So I go to video only, but they only have them in 55-inch. Which is even bigger again. So I went from 46 to 55. I measure my room before I go, and I'm like, okay, 55s will fit, but it's going to be really, really tight. Like, I couldn't go an inch bigger on this. And I went and picked them up, brought them home, plugged them right in, went in, enabled the UHD color space, and boom, 4K. I got the 4K at the 4x4x4 when it's plugged into the HDMI port on the card. And it looks beautiful. It's like pixel perfect. You can get up as close as you can get your eye to the screen, and the text is sharp.
Cool.
And so I was like, but yeah, that was a huge headache. A lot of going back and forth and figuring things out. That's why I made the video, because everybody keeps saying, oh, I plug in my 4K TV and it looks like garbage. Well, if you plug in the 4K TV, then you have to go into settings. You have to find if it has the UHD color space support. You have to enable that. Then you have to make sure you drop the sharpness down to 0, because if you don't, the TV messes with the signal and tries to over-sharpen it.
Sure.
And it looks horrible because your graphics card is already sending the sharpest image possible to the screen.
And then turn off all the interpolation.
You have to turn, if you don't turn off interpolation, your mouse will lag by like half a second. There's a lot of stuff that you have to go in. So I just figured out how I'm going to do a video on it. And people seem to really like it. So go watch that video, guys. Cool. And yes, TVs are monitors, so that's the end of it. Everybody, that's like the biggest debate there. TVs aren't monitors, dude. They got a panel in them, okay? They got a panel in them and a controller.
They're like monitors plus.
They're monitors plus a TV tuner. That's right. When you buy a new TV, look for DisplayPort. You're not going to have DisplayPort on a TV.
That'd be cool, though.
It'd be awesome, but
Solve a lot of issues.
Yeah, no, trust me. I looked. If you guys know of a TV with DisplayPort, let me know, because TV manufacturers do not put DisplayPorts on the TVs, because then they would be monitors and they would be a lot more expensive.
Plus, like, how many DVD players and Roku's have DisplayPort?
Yep. A lot of people keep talking about this, the YCBCR 4x4x4 Chroma versus RGB 4x4x4. They're different color types. One's broadcast color, which is the YCBCR, and RGB is the standard format that's been used on computers forever for like digital media, red, green, and blue. Versus, as far as differences, honestly, I noticed no difference. I actually even took one monitor, put it in 4x4x4, the one that was connected, and the other one in RGB, and was dragging pictures back and forth between them, and I saw absolutely no difference. So, honestly, I'm not a professional in this space. Maybe if you're on a super high-end panel, like a panel that has a wider color gamut or something, it might make a difference, but I didn't notice.
What do you think about the new 1080?
I tend to report a lot more on my experiences when I make videos. I'm not a guy that goes and looks at the specs and just hollers out numbers. When I do stuff, it's my personal experience. And some people come back and they're like, "You're wrong." It's like, you don't understand. I'm not reporting from a technical on paper perspective. I'm reporting from a this is my actual experience perspective.
Sure.
And often they're different. I mean, how many times have you looked at something on paper and it looks like it's the most amazing thing ever, and then you go and use it and your mileage varies? That's why I go that perspective. How come you don't tweet out when you have a new video? I have a feeling it's to make us subscribe. But I am subscribed. What do you mean I don't tweet out when I make a new video? I tweet out every single video I've ever made.
That's how I know when you have a video.
Yeah, there is literally not a single video I've ever made in my entire life on YouTube that I have not tweeted out. Facebook. If you don't see the tweet, then something's wrong with your Twitter.
Are you doing any current giveaways?
It's a conspiracy.
Hey, Houston, are you done? Are you done, Houston?
Almost.
Houston, are you done?
Almost.
Okay.
Hey, you got the seat brace up there.
Ooh, look at that. That's pretty. Look at that. It's got an art. It's got arches. Whoa! Henry said his projector bulb exploded. Ooh, I would not want to have to deal with that aftermath.
You'd have to be moving.
You worked with any LED projectors?
Yeah, I actually have one.
You do?
Yeah, not a big one. I have a little
okay.
LED projector, but the big ones that use like the 1 watt LEDs, I haven't played with those yet. They're not very bright.
Yeah, that's my worry.
They're really not. I think the really big ones, I think, are like they do 30 watts because they take like these 5 watt LEDs and do an array of them.
Yeah.
But even that's not enough to put out a super bright picture. I mean, compared to like the bulbs they use, like the metal, what is it, the metal halide bulb or whatever they use in a projector, puts out like 2,500 lumens.
Yeah.
And that's after it goes through the LCD.
Yeah. It's getting there. You know, I just realized as we were talking.
Yeah.
We actually about 2 months ago or so, I think, replaced every single light back here is LED.
Oh, geez.
Now.
These are all LEDs now?
They're all LED. Yeah.
Looks nice in here.
It's a little bit. They weren't so much. Well, they were dimmer. They were more focused.
Yeah.
So if you're not directly underneath a light, it's a little bit darker back here. But we were pretty happy. Like we did the math on it, and they're going to pay for themselves in electricity within 18 months.
Oh, that's totally worth it.
Mm-hmm.
You could probably put a diffuser on them too, because I bet you they don't get that hot. You could probably put a diffuser plate over it, and it would stop that hot spot.
Yeah.
Take a piece of acrylic and just etch it and just stick it up there.
Half the reason why we did this was we had the old metal halide bulbs.
Oh, those things are just heat pumps.
And well, they're like, that one kept flickering on and off, and they'd have problems. We'd have to go up in the lift and switch them out. And like now, these are like,
they're good for the next half century.
10-year MBTF.
No, the back to the projector thing though. The one that I have in my room, I can literally have all the lights on in the room, both lamps on the side and the lights on the ceiling, and it still looks like you're looking at a TV.
Oh, cool!
It's that bright.
Okay.
And it's a dark gray screen. No, this one's a metal halide.
Oh, it's a metal. Okay.
I'm just saying that's why I wouldn't go with an LED projector in there. Like if you were in a dark room, I think the LED would actually be cool, because the biggest problem with owning a projector, and I deal with this problem every day, is the heat. The things are heat pumps.
And you have this big old fan running.
Yep. Oh, and they're loud. Yeah, they're loud. And just to give you an idea, it'll raise, if I don't have my door open on my room with the air, because we have an air conditioner that's just out in the middle of the house, one of the window deals. If I don't leave the door open on the room and I close it, the temperature in the room will rise by about 5 degrees in 40 minutes.
Okay.
Just from that projector on the ceiling.
Yeah.
And if you put the little kilowatt meter on it, it's pulling over 500 watts.
Oh, really?
Just and that's all bulb, right?
Yeah,
So it's crazy what those things do.
I use a
Let's see, what do we got here? So what's the real difference between DisplayPort and HDMI 2? DisplayPort has higher bandwidth.
And lower licensing fees.
Oh, really? I didn't realize that. It does?
That's why a lot of the PC community is trying to go the way of DisplayPort. Well,
I
first
did
of all,
not
it's
win
just
the
yes,
PC, I did
it's
everything. There were
higher bandwidth. You can
thousands
get
and
more done,
thousands
but
of people asking
if we
that
can
same
finally
question.
get this over with and get everyone on
What about
DisplayPort,
water
there's
stain on
it's
the
lower
monitor?
licensing fees for everyone,
That
so
could-
everything
could
will be
probably
lower
just
priced
clean
by a
that
couple
up.
bucks.
I'm surprised TVs aren't trying to move everything over to DisplayPort. That's actually kind of funny.
Yeah, yeah.
Because DisplayPort can be easily converted to HDMI, like with the
Yeah.
adapters that you have for the lower resolutions that are supported, like 1080p and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So it seems to me like it would be
That would be easier.
It'd be easier for them to just put DisplayPort.
That's true
on it.
because with a
Damn it, TV
with-
manufacturers! Would you please do this? You would have saved me a hell of a lot of trouble.
yeah, because with 1080p you can do a passive adapter.
Yeah.
So heck, it's just a cable.
Yeah, it's just a cable.
Yeah.
That makes that would have made life so much easier. What is the top bandwidth on the new DisplayPort spec? What is it, 1.4?
That's actually a really good idea.
Is it 1.3 or 1.4? It's high though. I mean, doesn't it support like up to 8K now or something like that, or do you have to run 2 cables for 8K?
Honestly, the fact that I don't know is just because we've never had.
Is it 2 cables to do it?
I think it's 2 or
2 DisplayPorts, right?
ports, yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, there's some company I saw that was.
HDMIs to do it, and then
Are those frame brackets? alone?
Yeah, there's a monitor coming out. I saw like a review for a monitor coming out that actually has 2 DisplayPort inputs. You have to run 2 separate feeds from the graphics card, and it's to feed one. It's not half and half. It's to feed one signal combined.
We're actually looking. So you know that monitor wall we have for install.
Yeah.
So we install 16 computers at a time, and so we have this big monitor wall that has all these monitors on it. And it's not decided yet. But one thing we're evaluating here is instead of 16 monitors, just get 4 4Ks and multiplex the 1080p streams into the same monitor.
So he's like, I'm looking at a photo of the Puget staff. Who is the mountain?
The mountain.
You must have a. Huh?
It's this guy.
Are you the mountain?
I think so.
No, do you have a guy around here who's like super tall and muscular?
Not that I'm aware of.
Oh, I was thinking like the mountain from like Game of Thrones.
Well, maybe it meant like Mountain Man.
Yeah, Mountain Man. Maybe it's Mountain Man. You're Mountain Man.
My desk is metal.
Some say they found him behind eating out of the dumpster.
Software on
Let's
Windows,
see.
Chrome.
Idea for you, if ever plausible with your 3D printer and tech stuff, get bat knife and make a bigger one, hence bat saw.
Going to send in my resume. So you think
I could 3D print a bat saw if I wanted to. I could. I have that Delta printer that can print 30 inches tall, and I know how to print things, slice things in multiple parts and print them.
Didn't somebody make a turbine engine? 3D
Yes,
printed?
yes, that you can actually blow air
It's
through,
Fanrizer.
compressed air through, and it actually worked just like a
cut
real
things. We
turbine.
have
Yeah.
a laser cutter.
I think it required some parts
We make
though.
them.
I don't quote me on this, but I think
So,
it
like
needed a couple
bushings or-
screws and bushings and stuff
Okay.
like that.
There you go. Chrome.
I've been watching this for a while. Weird double stream.
Those brackets built by you.
Let's see.
Yes, we
If you want to go to
ourselves.
Houston's stream, he's 3 minutes in the future.
Houston is 3 minutes in the future if you click the link down in the video description. Okay, here we go. DisplayPort supports multi-channel audio and many advanced audio features. DisplayPort to HDMI adapters also include the ability to support HDMI audio. Frequently asked questions, DisplayPort. Okay, so yeah, DisplayPort is, so it's cheaper licensing. It's the dominant technology both in bandwidth and audio capabilities. Yeah, HDMI licensing still costs more. That is weird. That is really weird.
Alright, so we're gonna go back over here so you can see what we were talking about. With that.
See, Jerry, which do you prefer, HDMI or VGA? Oh, VGA all the way, dude. There's nothing like having 15 pins of analog data.
Essentially replace it with this.
Yeah, we actually had to retrofit a lot of our benches around here with VGA because we went away from it years ago, but now we're doing more server builds.
Just screw up all the airflow.
There's no way around it.
Yep.
So you'll see VGA dongles all over our shop, and that's for our servers.
Actually makes a big significant
Wow. Yeah, no, the last thing I used VGA for was I wanted to get 1080p on one of the screens that I had that I only had 1080i. Like it was like a television that I had at the time. It had like red, green, and blue inputs or whatever, and I could only get 1080i on it. It had a VGA port, and over VGA I could get 1080p.
My favorite food.
But only for my PC, so I literally built a PC and made it a DVD player, because it's the only way I get 1080p. And 1080p and 1080i look quite different.
We shut down the warehouse around 6 o'clock.
Is there an Ultimaker discount? Yes. Actually, I do have an Ultimaker. I don't know if it's a discount, but I do have an Ultimaker affiliate code. Ooh, the water guy. It's the water man. Yeah, after drinking all that, gosh darn it. I'm just going to do this the whole stream. I'm just fishing over here.
15, 20 bucks to buy one of those.
It only does if I go backwards. Nope, never mind. VGA for the win. Dude, I still remember the first experience I ever had with 1080p. Like,
That's not my first job.
I lived in a tiny little apartment that was only like 600 square foot. This is right after I got hired on full time at Microsoft. Like I was just a contingent staffer at first. They hired me full time, gave me my bonus, and so I went out to Magnolia Hi-Fi and bought a Sony 60-inch HD TV that was $3,800. It was like the most money I'd ever spent. Like I didn't even spend that. Like my car wasn't worth that.
Yeah.
And I buy this big TV and I take it home and it takes up like half my living room. Right, the thing's massive. It was one of the rear projections. Right. But it was one of the cool rear projections that you'll probably remember back when TVs used to do this, where you could put it in a mode where it would optically compress. Ooh, I just poured water all over myself. Oh no, I just peed my shirt. It would optically compress the image to 16 by 9. So it'd be 4 by 3, and then you push a button and it would compress it down so that the whole 1080p resolution would be within that band. Whereas every other TV, the way it did is it would just put a black bar on the top, and you wouldn't get the true resolution in the center.
Okay.
I can't remember what that feature was called, but you literally had to get the remote control.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, there was optics inside the TV that would focus it, refocus it.
Yeah, yeah.
And I remember this, and you'd have to grab the thing, push the button, it would refocus it down, and then play it. And if you played the video beforehand, then it'd be all stretched out.
Yeah.
And you had to play content that was specifically 16 by 9. Like you'd have to buy the DVDs that were 16 by 9. But I remember watching Top Gun. I bought Top Gun on DVD, and I'd compress that thing down, play it, and I was like, man, I've never seen anything so sharp in my life. And it's on like 60 inches.
Yeah.
And now it's like I can walk up to a 1080p screen that's 60 inches, and I can see the pixels from 25 feet away. It's really weird.
But now your phone's more than that, right?
Yep. Let's see what we got here.
Because I'm going to leave here around 5 o'clock to go camping.
Hold on here. Hold on.
To around 6 p.m. Pacific Standard. Yeah. Plus, I've worked a lot this week.
William is in the chat. Oh, he is? William's in the chat. Where's William?
William's
somewhere creeping in the chat.
I've noticed my mic is usually less staticky since I put a conductive strap. I'm not sure. I don't think so. Not to that specifics. No.
Okay.
Oh, cool. We're getting there.
Do we test on interference of the integrated audio caused by the GPU? I don't think
Here,
so.
you guys entertain the troops. I got to step away for a couple minutes.
Bring it over there.
I will move the camera. Yeah, here, you can move it.
All right.
I'll be back in
Good.
just a little bit.
Successful post.
Oh, that's as far as we can go.
Beep. All right. Stay up on my check off. Assembled. Check for post. CPU matches like it's supposed to. Good. All right. Let's go back to there. Make sure virtualization's on. Multi-monitor. Reset. No smoke. We're good. Alright. Good, that stayed. And just to make sure, because okay, good. Alright. Make sure that's set good. Turn off the serial port, because we're not going to use it. Eight gigs RAM total. Two 8 gigs. Did I? Yeah. The stats there are correct.
Hey.
My Z178 takes forever to boot. Means I have every. Oh yeah, that could be. Yeah, if you got a lot of hard drives, it'll take a little bit. Sure. Let's see. That's the power off. That's good. Gonna turn. Now this is where the important stuff comes in. We gotta turn the CPU fans to silent. Gonna turn off almost all the chassis fans except for chassis fan 3 because that's where the riser fan's plugged into.
But I don't know.
We leave that to DC mode. We set it to manual.
I don't know if he'll
And
the angle.
max it out at 50% because that's close to about 7 volts. Don't want it to spin too fast or it's noisy. If we don't give it enough power, the fan actually won't even spin.
You want to
We have to balance.
show
it.
yourself to the streets?
What music do you listen to? The same stuff that we're playing right now. BIOS time is wrong? Yeah, that'll get fixed once Windows is installed. I don't have to fiddle with that too much. What music do you listen to? The same stuff that we're listening to here. Monster Fans, a lot of EDM and techno and stuff.
best motherboard in my opinion. I don't have an opinion. I use some random gigabyte motherboard in my PC at home. We use a lot of Asus stuff here. How loud in decibels is this system? Less than 10, isn't it?
Huh?
The Serenities are less than 10 decibels, right? Intel told
Our
us?
Serenities, yeah, it's probably around 11 decibels idle, maybe like 13 or 15 at load, depending on what's inside.
So yeah, about around 11 at idle, and then 10 to 15 on load, depending on the parts. Do you know off the top of your head at what voltage Noctua fans spin up? In general, 5 volts, but in particular, the little one that we have on the riser sometimes doesn't spin up at 5 volts, so we make sure that.
Guess I can take any
7.
Questions.
It will always.
If you saw,
which is why we put it. At
we got
60%.
William back behind the banner, so when Jerry comes back,
Turn off fast boot. Turn off the logo. Advanced mode setup. Turn that stuff off. Make sure my glue is good.
we'll go ahead and just show.
A little bit.
Let's just go ahead and.
How much does this cost to ship to the Bahamas? I have no idea.
Can we fit all the way over here? I don't think it'll
Probably.
reach. It won't reach.
Oh no, well maybe not completely.
I was gonna show like all the different brackets and stuff.
Oh yeah. I can probably rotate a little bit though.
So we were talking about earlier up here. So we got this acrylic brace we attach to the top, and then we don't have to worry about putting any foam inside because it kind of takes care of all that for us.
It's the 17th. Good.
So at this point the PC is all built. Going through the BIOS, setting up all the different BIOS options.
And then now we're about to pop into the live environment to test the hard drives. Or at least a little initial testing anyway. Not the... I'm sure Kyle does a more thorough beating on them. Camera was out of focus? It happens. I have to leave it on autofocus, so sometimes it gets a little weird. How much to ship to the UK and how much is the PC? This particular PC is a little over $2,800 USD. Shipping, I couldn't really say off the top of my head. It depends. I imagine it depends on exactly where. Is there a guide somewhere that shows what BIOS settings to change? Oh yeah, all gobs of information out there on that sort of stuff.
We have one question. Can we buy the bracket? No, unfortunately not. It's just too specialized. It's just for this case, for this motherboard, for this CPU cooler.
Mm-hmm. And that's actually I think the biggest hurdle for a lot of this stuff is it's very specifically cut for the cases we use, for the GPUs that we use.
Right.
Yeah. Like maybe we could do the riser, maybe, but then your case may not have the fan holes in the bottom that secure it. You know, that sort of thing. If you're using an R5, if you're using all the same parts we are, then sure.
We need to Instagram this bad boy.
Alright, so the tests are good so far.
Dick.
Monitor setup question. Which setting do I need to look for?
You got me, man. I was like, I didn't even know where that came from. I thought I was standing against like a
I was
wall.
going to wait till you were sitting down again. But you were over there. I figured if you turned around,
I
you'd
got
see me.
scared.
Overpriced? I don't think we are overpriced.
Oh, you're horrible. You got me.
I think you get what you pay for.
Oh. How dare you let him do that? How dare you?
Can you give Twitter handle?
You're getting scared.
I will give all of our social media right there.
Senpai. I gotta find just the right
Does it ship to
filter.
the Bahamas? I don't think we ship to the Bahamas.
All right, let's. I'm gonna put a picture up on the Instagram here. Let's see here. It's built.
Polyspace. Tweet at Puget_Houston, and I'll. Totally
Question
check
is,
that
does
out.
a fan at the bottom cool the
terrible
graphics
about
card?
keeping up
Yeah.
on my Twitch messages.
Yeah.
The best way to get a hold of me is through
The key with these kind of
Absolutely.
third-party cooler graphics cards is to make sure they have good fresh airflow.
That I know of.
And we don't really like to run fans at high speeds, so we make this bracket to make the fan really, really close to the video card, and then we can get it the cooling it needs with really quiet operation.
The marijuana. Sorry there, Woodster Wood. Gotta keep it PG, man. Or PG-13, or within the rules of our local constabulary.
Uh-oh, do you got some trouble over here? Do you need to make some heads roll?
No.
Hey,
Just
PG-13.
People step over the line and they need to get timed up.
Yeah.
That happens. No, it wasn't anything really super terrible. Nobody's mad at you, Woodster. That's just kind of a general rule across all of Twitch, is not to mention illegal stuff.
I'm mad at Woodster, though. You might not be, but I'm mad.
That's fine.
I'm mad,
That's
Woodster.
Come
Woodster,
on,
why?
Drive taking forever to test.
Yeah.
Are you booted like off of like a CD test OS? Is that what you're doing right now, or?
Yeah, there's a.
Oh, so why did I even say optical media? Of course, of course, it's a USB thumb drive.
All right, so that all worked out. Got to jump into my phase 1. Oh, those are good. Oh, my front LED isn't actually working. All right, I'll have to figure out what's up with that.
Uh-oh, Colin. Colin, you're getting the lemon. Here comes Colin.
Reset button works. I'm probably off by a pin or something, or I got it upside down.
your water?
Okay, so the reset button works. I'm gonna have to poke my head in there and figure out why the front LED's not working. Oh, okay, so the hard drive LED was blinking, but the power LED is off. Okay. So the power LED is probably just backwards. Because they're separate.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't for VR. It was just, like computer surround.
Can you get to it from behind the brace?
I don't know. Probably not.
Oh, what did you do?
That's more of a nostalgia feel.
Did you not plug in the LED right?
Yeah, I think it's backwards. I'll have to take out the riser.
So you guys know he didn't plug in the LED right.
Right, you'd think after how many times I've done this, I wouldn't get this wrong.
You know the plus and the minus symbol, what they mean, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I was checking. Hey, I'll be honest, every computer I've ever built, I just plug everything onto the motherboard, and whatever doesn't work, I flip it around.
Yeah,
I'm one of those.
but that's why we have the checkoff.
I'm one of those.
That's why we have the list. The checklist and stuff is, when will be the next giveaway? I have no idea.
6 months. I'm going to say 6 months.
Jerry's might be giving something away in 6 months.
Well, I give away stuff every day. It's the only way people
Have
stay.
you guys heard anything about Noctua's new fans?
Nope.
Not me personally. I'm sure someone around here has.
Linus rebranded them.
That's what that guy
Yeah.
was saying. Linus was
You
did
want
a
some,
video on
you want
it
some
and
orange
blah, blah, blah.
ones?
Yeah, that's Linus Orange.
The Linus orange and blacks.
That's slightly
Could
better.
you ask
than
Barnacules
tan
what
and
website
brown,
he used to
but
find the information
other
on the
colors.
TVs?
Black and gray ones.
Oh, you know what? I just remember. I didn't link that in the video description. I will when I get home.
Yeah,
Guys,
those used to be
when I get home, I'll
black
add
and
that.
brown
Just
were
refresh
higher.
the video description tonight.
What a bum.
I know.
Ugh, Seasonic.
Oh, if you can't wait, go to AV Science Forum and just do a search for 4x4x4 UHD.
Does it ship to Nordic countries? This particular contest would have if the winner was of Nordic location, but as a company we do not ship to there. No,
I ship to Nordic
We have
countries.
shipped
totally
two
had the
computers
power
to
LED
Sweden.
backwards.
What?
There's no option to remove the DVD-ROM. Is there any particular reason for that? No. Just talk to your sales consultant and we can have that removed.
No, optical media is life.
You don't. Yeah, okay.
It is. You can't have a computer without a DVD drive. It's sacrilegious. Hey, Houston, why'd you have to pull that back out of there? It looked like it was all happy
because
and in
I
there.
didn't plug the power LED in there.
Oh.
It's backwards.
Oh, see, this is why we have the QC. This is why John implemented the QC checks.
That's right. That
'Cause
was
see?
that was a part of the phase 1 testing.
Yeah, see, if you had bought this computer from, another builder, you would have had to
Like-
turn that thing around by yourself.
It blows my mind that Origin guys do the whole build in the case before ever turning it on.
like they don't post the board or anything. But then as an aside, they kind of mentioned that like the parts that the builder gets are like pre-tested, which I'm like, I guess like why can't you do it then?
But you could still like accidentally damage it installing it or something.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Well, I had one build that I had to finish this morning, or I had to swap the motherboard on it because I mentioned that earlier, the top PCIe slot wasn't recognized in the video card. And we don't put the video card in before putting it into the case. And unfortunately, it was like the very last thing that I noticed when I went to go set up the BIOS. It was like, why am I not getting anything out of the video card? It bummed me out. I was really, really hoping it was the video card that had the problem. Because that's a much easier swap. But it's okay.
Derek's like, why are you just sitting there, Jerry? I don't know. It's been a 4-hour live stream. I'm just chilling, drinking my water. You know, I thought that Houston could build a computer in under 4 hours, but I was wrong. You know.
Well, there was, this is a little different.
I hope you pay him by the build, because this is like, oh my god.
It's mean.
John's like,
cut me deep.
Just cut you deep. He's just bleeding.
hey everybody, guess what?
I'm not saying.
See, I like Denise. Jerry didn't quit Microsoft. Microsoft quit Jerry.
Yeah.
That's right.
Aww. Okay, one more time. We're turn it all on. Make sure everything's good the way it's supposed to be.
What is with this dabbing stuff?
I don't know, man.
I don't understand it.
That's so like January 2016. What's the deal?
I don't get it.
I don't know. Digital audio broadcast.
If the stream gets to 5 billion live viewers, I will dab. Okay?
5 billion?
5 billion live viewers. 5 billion. Come on, dude. Bring that botnet.
No, did I? Oh my goodness.
Did you just do it
I
again?
think I unplugged the power button. This is all because you're here, Jerry.
It's me.
Okay?
It's me, guys.
Go back and look at my VODs. This
It's
sort
me.
of thing does not happen. to me.
Am I making you nervous?
A little.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Actually, I think it's John. He's freaking me out a little bit.
Is it freaking you out that your boss is just sitting here hovering?
Just doing nothing.
It's it's easier
You're the boss, you don't have to
knowing
do
that
nothing.
that he lurks in chat.
That's yours.
Is
I
it?
think from earlier. Yeah, that's your earlier water. I don't know where your new water is.
Alright. Yeah, normally I just gotta, I got those 4 monitors upstairs, so I just dedicate one to the stream. I listen for my name.
Hey, Colin, we're wearing your components in pretty good here. We're just making
I
sure,
know,
you know.
right? These screw holes are going to be.
It puts its fan
very
shroud
well.
in, it takes its fan shroud out, it puts its fan shroud out, and it shakes it all about.
And because of our
Unplugs the power
our
cable,
very,
then we
very-
pull it out again.
We have very, very precise engineering tolerances, so I actually have to remove this to get the riser out.
You know, I feel bad that I've made you make this mistake so many times, so I'm gonna just double check your work here.
No, it's plugged in.
Let me see here.
Why wasn't my power button working?
We'll see. Did you push it?
Yeah.
No, the power button.
Yeah.
You sure? Was the power cable plugged into the back when you pushed the power button?
Yeah.
Was the Seasonic power supply powered on before you pushed the power button?
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right.
Let's
try
see.
this.
My money's on he forgot to hit the power. Oh, I see LED lights.
Yeah, that's
okay.
what I had last time.
All right. I bet you the power button magically works now.
Yeah, right.
Watch this. Oh, hold it.
That's.
Okay.
Must be a bad front port or something.
Yeah, that was my next thought too.
Now you have a bunch of people looking over your shoulder, backseat driving.
Yeah, come on.
Have you tried
This is only live to like 1,037 people right now.
Backseat builder.
Easy.
That's awkward. I got all the LEDs and stuff on the. That's super weird.
Sir, may I try something?
Yeah, but
Do you have the power switch plugged in right now?
Yeah.
Okay, hold
Right.
on.
And,
I'll try
and
something.
the line is the go.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad switch.
I have.
Oh no, plug it in.
I forgot to flash the BIOS.
No, that's what I was asking. I was like, is the power switch plugged in? Or plugged in? No, I want to show you something that I've experienced before.
Okay.
This is an Asus motherboard, right?
Uh huh.
All right, hold on. Let me show you something. I doubt this is it, but we'll see. Get the residual power out of the motherboard.
Right.
Hold on. Yeah, this you know the switch is bad.
My switch just died. Like,
See
right
how the
now?
LEDs are still on the graphics card? Second I hit that switch, the power draw from the motherboard would just tank it. So
the power switch died in the
either the
30
power
seconds
switch
it took
died
me
or...
to swap the power
weird.
LED.
No, because you tried jumping it, and jumping it didn't work. So it's not the power switch. You're right. So it has to be the motherboard.
Already? Everything was just fine. No. Something else. Here, let's try the button on the board. Oh, whoa, what a trip.
We even have the light on the motherboard. The motherboard even acknowledges it has power.
Oh, what a trip. Because, yeah, like, even the power switch built into the board, it's not turning on. Just make sure everything's seated right before we go super hardcore. That's
weird.
Random.
That's very random.
Because I went through the whole BIOS setup. You guys saw.
Yep.
I powered it on just fine. And just now, swapping the power LED.
Is the power LED still plugged in?
Yes.
Unplug it and see if it's creating some kind of a short.
Maybe that wasn't the problem.
That'd be so weird. So we'll do both. I pulled both hard drive
It
and
turns out
power.
shorting power LEDs prevents power off.
That would be
Just
weird.
One more time, make sure. Okay, CPU power's in there. 24 pin is good. Everything glowing like it ought to. And
Even the main board, it's like fully powered. Yeah, exhaust it. All right, so she's drained of electrons.
all right, so now switch the power supply back on. Everything looks green across the board.
I have at least 50 more suggestions from the comments.
Oh, do
I
you?
know. I'm sure spam. There's chat spam. Oh, did you do this? Did you do that? You gotta check these things. I guess that's I guess the next step would be to try the. Yeah, that's way easier than the replacing the board. Did the power supply fail?
Ooh, this
Can you
is
test it? We're gonna swap. We're gonna try a test PSU real quick. I said it like an hour ago. Anti-static wrist strap. This is not an ESD problem. I guarantee. It's not a static problem. It is not a static problem.
Oh, somebody's suggesting that Jerry moves away from the PC.
I second that.
Guys, the straps aren't necessary. Yeah, I know.
I will second that. Yeah, as soon as I go over there and sit and look at the whole computer catches fire. This is referred to as the Jerry effect.
You guys get an interesting little peek into our quality control. You know, glad that this is happening now and not later on.
Damn, your test PSU means business.
Yeah, right.
That's the CP series from Antec back in the day. It was specially made for the P183 series. That had like a bigger power supply compartment. Those were nice power supplies.
How many watt is it?
That's probably 1,000.
Step one: go grab another case and connect to another power button. No,
It's not the power button.
It's not
You
the
tried
power
shorting
button,
it
'cause I
and
tried-
using the manual power on
yeah,
the motherboard.
I tried jumping the pins and using the power switch on the motherboard.
Yeah, you could get those power supplies for like 50%. I mean, it's like
Try another
30% less
PSU.
cost
That's what we're doing.
for the same wattage, and our like failure rates, they were most reliable we sold in a
Yeah,
long
because
time.
usually the failures are due to heat when you're having all that extra space.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, they're nice and quiet because a big 120 fan.
Crack.
Oh, we'll need to power the graphics card too, or we're not going to get very far. Can you just test power supply 24 pin, or prefer to try? We're going to try the new power supply first.
It's all you guys talking about the PSU being dead. It's not completely dead because it's powering the motherboard, turned on all the LEDs and everything. One of the rails might be dead on it, but
It's just weird to not even get a twitch.
I know that was a little weird.
Yeah.
Jerry updated the BIOS again.
It's updating into Windows 10 right now.
Apparently, it stopped functioning because I refused the dab upon request.
Oh yeah, that's it. Yep.
This reminds me like back in the day when everybody kept telling me to put a shoe on my head. That was like the big thing like a year ago. Just doing a game lecture. Come on, just put a shoe on your head. Doesn't matter if you sandal. Okay, just put a shoe on your head. Like,
Okay.
what?
This should be on this side.
Oh, buy a Mac? That's a low blow.
Wow. He plugged CPU 8 pins to GTX. What? No, they're very clearly labeled. You really can't get this wrong. Alright.
LEDs.
Oh,
Whoa!
what's that? What's that now?
Well, there she
Oh,
is.
it's the motherboard, right, you guys? Oh, I plugged something in wrong. Right?
So this is actually a good pitch on why we use all
Yep.
fully modular power supplies, because he's not have to undo all that beautiful wiring.
Yep.
That's like nightmare.
That's
He's
a
having to tear
scenario
all
I've
this
never
stuff
seen before, though. I've never seen a power
So-
supply quit on the exact rail that's needed to kick the motherboard. Like all
So
the LEDs still
probably-
came on, so the 5 volt was fully working.
So then probably
12
the
volt wasn't.
CPU one then.
Not even the.
Because like the 24 pin one is enough to like
But
light it up.
even if the EPS rail or something was, you would still power on it. It just would like not post.
Well, the 24
true.
pins are the grounds, the 3 volt, the 5 volt, and the 12 volt.
Right.
The 12 volt's probably what's required to kick everything because that's the VRM
That-
for the CPU and everything. I bet you the 12
makes
volt
sense.
rail's gone. But I've never seen a power supply
I guess
where just
In-
one rail
in 30
dies.
seconds,
Like,
though. In like
You could
2-3 minutes.
You could PSU test again.
yep.
Last time, I helped a guy and replaced a power supply
Yeah,
to get one
I could
His
stuff those
rail
back
that
through
needed
and plug it in. See what's
Oh,
up.
is it? Well, can you do a PSU test with just one?
So something was shorted inside the power supply on that rail.
If you
Yep.
didn't plug it in, it would post.
So it was completing a circuit and shorting something out. Wow.
That one, and it was video card too.
Yeah.
So it wasn't just the video card, it was trying to post system.
Didn't the PSU modular side of the 8-pin unplug? Not that I can tell. Everything is plugged in.
My money's on the 12 volt rail reporting air short or under voltage. That's where my money is. Let's see what we got.
Just fails all across.
All the way.
Wow.
Yeah. But I've never actually done that without actually having the CPU one plugged in as well. So
It's still.
I'd be willing to bet that the
I
motherboards
think
are
so
smart
too,
enough
but
these days
just for
too
my
to
own,
know that if
thorough
it's over voltage or
just
under
to
voltage,
make me
not
feel
even
good,
to open the
I'm
circuit.
gonna stuff these through and see if I can't. If you could, yeah, they gotta go like one at a time.
Well, now we got 9,000 viewers. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh,
That'd be
cool,
funny.
man.
No, that's the
great.
internet though.
Reset the
As soon as something's going wrong, it's like train wreck. Everybody, come on in. Oh my gosh. It's like what?
CMOS won't fix the PSC.
Duct tape it.
You're hitting the fan.
Nope. Nope. They called it. It's bad power supply. It's better for it to blow up here.
Oh man, if only I had been wearing my anti-static wrist strap.
Yep.
Oh darn.
Ship it as is.
To be fair though, when you were pulling out that lower bracket, I saw your beard poking into the side of the power supply.
Yeah. Okay.
So I think it might have completed a circuit. You know, jumped some voltage across there or something.
The metallic beard.
Yeah, does Seasonic cover beards from assembling? Now they want me to get William to dab. Where you at, William?
You guys are killing me.
That power supply test was deep cut. It only fit was like
Yep,
Yeah.
that.
Wow.
Just like that.
156605.
Yeah, even the CPU.
What's there?
Oop, just F, fail.
Just fail across the board?
Juice.
Wow.
Enough to light the LED, but that's it.
You done killed it.
It was my terrible BIOS settings, that's what it was. Houston is the
I think this is
Lord-
officially
Lord
the
Raiden.
longest live stream I've ever done.
No.
I don't think I've ever exceeded 4 hours before.
Oh. I guess that.
Yeah.
Yeah, huh.
New record.
Wow. I do like 6 hours every Friday. You bum.
Well, you're in better shape than I am. Just kidding.
Round is a shape, dude. Is that a Western Digital green? Yes. All builders must wear hairnets now to prevent beards from shorting components. It
Where's Barnacules? I'm
didn't
standing
short-
behind the camera.
it
Here,
didn't short
okay.
anything.
Hey,
Just-
I was shoot off, okay? They said by me sitting here I fried a power supply somehow, so...
Hey, this is just as what do they call it? Calculated
Yep.
defectives.
To be fair, though, he did plug the power cable in backwards, and
Oh.
and it caused a short in the power supply.
Power LED.
Oh, yeah, he plugged the power LED
Yeah.
in backwards, and
'Cause
what
like-
happened is it created
'cause
a
like a
negative ion interface
Right.
with the motherboard's main water cooling liquid bearing assembly.
ion
I think it was the sinusoidal repleneration.
Dude, did you ever see the video where like the scientists stand in front of the whiteboard and he just says nonsensical words for like 10 minutes?
The turbo encabulator.
The turbo encabulator. I love that video. That's the greatest video ever. Because I watched it for like 5 minutes before I realized it wasn't real. Because I'm like, this is deep. And then the guy started saying things I did actually know. And I was like, wait a second. This isn't right.
You have a wrist strap on and a static mat tied into a copper... Nah.
So I have bad news. That was the last 850.
No!
So we'll have to get in another one.
Okay.
Hey, Colin. We just killed your computer, bud.
Sorry, bro.
We'll just have to finish it up
Hey,
on
try
to
banging
finish
it on the
on Monday.
desk. Bang it on the desk, see if it works, and we'll stick it back in. Just kidding. That's not how Puget rolls.
No, it's like one of those flashlights. We just
Here,
got to
give it to
shake
me,
it
though.
up to fill the
Smell it. Does
capacitors,
it
right?
smell like
No,
burning?
it smells like electronics, like metal and...
No, it's got a little bit of...
I'm not sure what I would be
Smell
sniffing
it.
for.
That's got a little bit of magic smoke musk to it.
Aw, I don't know what I would be smelling.
Not bad, but
Why does the info at the bottom of the screen say WRE 4 terabyte?
see, I smell nothing through the top, but
Probably
through the
because
back.
I didn't update the ticker appropriately. Oh yeah, that's incorrect.
These are really good power supplies
Because
too.
I made a mistake. The COD
Yeah, we'll just
poster
get into that
52.
Yep.
And that is why you get a full modular power. You're absolutely
Take it out
right.
back and give it the shotgun.
It's a green. It's a green. All right, so we're gonna put this on pause for a little bit.
We could take that big test power supply and just duct tape it in there and put the door on. I mean, it's Colin. You know, he's not going to care. He just wants it to work.
So we'll set this aside for a little bit. I'm not sure what to do next. This
Well,
was supposed to kind
we
of
need
be.
to sign it.
We got to sign the side of the case.
That's right.
Can I put probably works Barnacules?
I always put mine here.
Hey, Colin, where do you want me to sign your computer at? You want it hidden on the inside, or do you want it on the case side or something?
I sign in the corner, but
You're all incognito though.
Yep.
Wherever Colin wants me to sign it, I'll sign it.
So, Colin, if you're still in the chat, where would you like Barnacules to sign the machine? Woodsterwood, I'd notice you.
I'm still mad at Woodster. I don't even know what he did. I'm just like...
How did it go from bad LED and working to bad PSU, you think? Entropy. A combination
His
of-
beard collected electrons from the atmospheric pressure and deposited them upon the surface of the silica substrate.
let's see. Come on. Where you at, Colin? Are you still even? Are you even still in?
Colin, what, did you get bored? He's probably crying. I bet she's outside crying right now.
No!
He's like, no, I almost had it. I'm cursed.
Way to go, Houston. 4 hours building
Yep.
and you killed a PSU. I know, right? RIP headphone users, turn down mic DBM, Jerry.
Oh, on mine?
Nah. Turn down your headphone volume.
Oh. Well, actually, what's, here, open up OBS Studio on there.
Where's Colin? Oh, boy. If someone requested it, would
What's
you
the little
rather
bar
go
moving to? Is it going all the way to the end?
White horse
Okay.
falls into a mud puddle.
So what I'm going to do is just back this down.
Right.
Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check,
Where'd you go,
check, check. That should be a
Colin?
little better, guys. Sorry about that. I got closer to the shotgun mic than I usually was.
Oh, he's gone. He's not in chat anymore.
I was calling on?
Yeah, he's out.
Well, I guess I'm going to sign it on the inside just to be
Like right here?
safe. Yeah.
I'll give you the dark
Give
one.
her some pen. Why do I got to sign the part that can be easily removed and thrown in the garbage? I'm just kidding. Here we go.
Call him. I suppose I could.
Here you go.
Sign the window. There is no window.
I don't know why I'm making that noise. Okay.
Neat.
Good job. Not really.
It was an okay job. It was
He
okay.
did good,
It was
guys.
okay.
I blame just, I don't know.
Straw poll of whether or not it's Jerry's
What
fault.
is it? So it's just
Q-
drop hole?
QC fails, so
yeah.
Jerry got too close.
It happens. It happens.
Definitely not a cable issue.
It's not cables, you say?
Definitely not.
Oh, good. So it's not the cables. It's actually the box. That's good.
That plugged into another
You're
set
the
of
Bob
cables.
Ross of computer building. Happy little accidents. Yeah. Will the stream end now?
Yeah, I think it's about time to end the stream. It's been what, 4 hours?
A little Q&A or something.
Yeah.
Just to say,
I think we're gonna end the stream, guys.
end.
It's been fun.
Yeah,
John, you
but-
want to come over and get in here and be like,
Sure. I don't
you know,
really have time enough to start
we
another
built a computer, we signed a
so,
computer, and eventually it'll get a working power supply, and we'll be good. Colin, you will get your computer. Don't worry.
We'll get a new power supply in on Monday,
So-
and it's all modular
sorry.
cable.
Dude, the
We'll just
scam
plug
works.
it
We
all
can
in.
just keep saying there's broken components, and we never have to send them the computer. It's genius. All right, guys. Well, I hope you enjoyed the stream, and until next time. Yeah, I think that's it.
Cool.
I think I should probably go over there and push a button or something. Here, I'm gonna do that.
To build a gaming computer, not that hard. Boy.